In a perfect world, nobody would ever get sick. Everybody would be smart. Everybody would be rich. We'd all be driving Teslas. All the energy burnt would be clean. All the food we ate would be organic. All the lessons we learned, we wouldn't have to make mistakes in order to learn those lessons, right? In a perfect world, in a world like that, you would have to go really far in order to make a difference in the world. You would have to do a whole heck of a lot in order to move the needle, in order to change even slightest the way things are. In a perfect world. But in a world that sucks, like this one, you don't have to do very much at all. All you got to do is just, reach out to someone, give them a hug, buy someone coffee online, just hold someone, just talk to someone, just offer them a seat next to you. Never in the history of humanity have we been able to do so little and make so much of a difference. You could do things like start a CBD company. I mean, how easy would that be? How many people here have started a CBD company? Yeah, right? I mean, I know a guy, he can move some material. My sister's a designer, she can print up some labels. I got a buddy who can sell ice cubes to Eskimos. I got a website, done. Off to the races, right? That's the way it's been for the last couple years. And, but now with the signing of the 2018 Farm Bill, people saw that as another dropping of the rope for the great land rush. But, it also said the FDA still has a role in this. And so all you people who started out and are making $1 million with crappy labels, making inappropriate health claims, maybe you're using isolate, maybe you're doing things that aren't quite right, maybe you're learning lessons by making mistakes. It's not a perfect world. So we've gathered here today in order to help you in this imperfect world be a little smarter, be a little savvier, be able to learn lessons without having to make mistakes. Wouldn't that be a little more perfect, yeah? So my name's Todd Runestad, that's me. I'm the supplements and ingredients editor at New Hope Network. New Hope Network, that's us, that's Expo. We put on Expo for you. You can also go to newhope.com. That is where our content resides. You could read all things on hemp, all things in the industry. And so we've put together a nice program today, I believe, really trying to help brands follow the letter of the law as it exists. It's a little fuzzy, but we've got some real good experts up here. We want to help retailers figure out how to sell better, how to meet your customer better, how to merchandise better. We just want everyone to be a little smarter, and so that is our goal for today. So we've got a couple of breaks. My friend the kazoo here, that will be the 2-minute warning. You've heard that before, that's the 30-second warning. Because we've done this sort of thing before, and during the networking breaks and during the lunch breaks, a lot of people, you want to connect with each other, you want to network, and that's all great. That is part of the mission why we're here today. But, respect the kazoo and respect the program. I am the MC, and I am cracking the whip to make sure that we stay on time and we end at 5 o'clock today. So like I said, we got a nice 15, 20-minute break in the morning, one in the afternoon, hour and a half lunch break. So thanks for that. So leading us off, we've got Bill Giebler. Bill Giebler is the Content and Insights Director at Nutrition Business Journal. NBJ is sort of the Bible of intel in the industry. They're quoted by NPR and the New York Times and all the heavies. And Bill's going to start us off by giving us a little insight into this market. NBJ just produced, Bill's not going to say this because he's not a sales guy, but I'm allowed. They've got the NBJ Hemp and CBD guide, and it's super user-friendly. It costs a little bit, but if you want to make money, you got to spend money, and this is a good thing. And so we're going to have a little peek under the tent of this report by my good friend Bill Giebler. Take it away, Bill.
All right. Yeah, so what's going on here? This crazy botanical, mostly illegal, hits the market and starts growing, and people adopt it. Media is excited about it. Consumers are excited about it. Retailers, especially the independents at first, tiptoe into it. What's happening? How is that possible? And it just keeps on growing, and it's all anyone talks about anymore, at least in my world. And so is the new object sheen going to wear off of hemp, and is it going to settle into its place among echinacea and ashwagandha and turmeric, or is it going to keep growing, and is it going to keep dominating the industry in this unprecedented way that we've seen over the last couple of years? So at NBJ, we attempt to answer that question by running the ingredient through our data model to see how it looks like it's performing in the marketplace. We look primarily at this marketplace, the one that shows up at these expos, the natural products industry, natural and organic industry, the nutrition industry, the dietary supplements industry. To get a handle on hemp, we also reached out via survey to brands and manufacturers. We reached out to consumers. We more recently reached out to retailers just to see, wait, what's happening and where's it going? So as Todd mentioned, we released a report, the Hemp and CBD Guide, back in February. We're redoing all that, updating all those numbers. Everything's moving, as you know, everything changes every day. So a 6-month-old report requires updating. So that's what we're doing now. We're going to release that in November. So I'm just going to give you a hint, kind of deep look into the last report, a hint at the next report here for the next little bit while I'm on stage. So let's start with the manufacturers. We went out to manufacturers in January and we asked a few key questions. Do you sell a hemp CBD product? Do you plan to in the next 2 years? And who are you? Was your company founded solely to serve the hemp industry? And then we asked these questions again last month, and so let's look at them one at a time. In January, 29% of companies out there said they had launched a CBD product. Last month, 59%, substantial growth in 7 months. In January, 65% of brands out there planned to launch a product in the next 2 years. That number is up 76%. So even though more companies have already done it, more companies plan on doing it. So it doesn't look like this is going to settle into obscurity anytime soon. I bet you knew that, though. One interesting thing we noticed is that this number didn't change at all. Was your company founded solely on hemp CBD products? And the number back in January was 27. The number in August remained at 27. So it suggests that all of that growth that we just saw on the last 2 slides is coming from legacy companies and not from newbies. And just to be clear, we reached out to a similar demographic of manufacturers. We reached out to a large audience. These aren't necessarily the same respondents, but it's interesting to see what they all came back with. As I mentioned, we also reached out to consumers, and just a quick early look at that. It's hitting the wrong button. We reached out to consumers at the end of last year, about December, and nearly half of them were familiar with CBD, but today, last month, 70% are familiar with CBD, and the not at all familiar reduced from 38% down to 15%. Again, not terribly surprising, but that's a big gain from 47 to 70. And we saw most of that in news and media. It went up from 7 to 17% of consumer respondents are learning about hemp CBD through media, including mass media. So that's really telling, that where people are getting their information. Moving to market sizing just briefly. I am going to move very quickly here today. I want to cover a bunch. And so market sizing, we saw last year, now we're looking at supplements here. Supplements, hemp CBD supplements, $297 million market in 2018. That more than doubled to 618 as our estimate for 2019, and we see that growing to just shy of 3 billion in 2023. That's either an aggressive number or a very conservative number. You'll see numbers out there predicting 2 billion or 20 billion in that same time frame. I suppose no one knows, but we're holding with the about 3 billion at this point. And let's compare that to some other categories in supplements. Multivitamins is the biggest category within supplements as we track it at about 6.5 billion. Probiotics is one of the biggest and growingest categories in supplements over the last decade, and that's at 2.5 billion. So compared to that, hemp CBD, that conservative 3 billion number, it's going to pass. You know, if it plays out that way, it'll pass probiotics, which makes it look pretty aggressive too. So we'll see, right? It might be 20 billion. We're holding with the 3 billion for now. How is that CBD selling in the marketplace? Primarily liquids, oil, tinctures, drops. That's not Dr. Ops, that's drops. And this is really an indication of what brands in this room, what the brands are putting out on the market. This is what's on shelf. That's why people are buying tinctures. It's not necessarily indicative of what consumers want, although it certainly may be. Capsules and soft gels come in second, and then some other formats. This is also in line with the trend we're seeing in supplements overall. So now this is a look at the $46 billion supplement industry. This isn't a slide about CBD, but we're seeing that formats are changing across the industry. So moving from a 12-point increase in non-pill formats in the 5-year period from 2013 to 2018. And that's significant. It's only at 51%. Perhaps this year or next year it's going to drop below half of all supplements being sold in pill format. That's a significant shift for the supplement industry, which is known as a pill industry. Flipping it now, let's look at the hemp industry and what's selling in hemp, and it's mostly supplements. 3/4 of all the hemp CBD products sold are sold as supplements. Food, we're excited about food and beverage. We're seeing innovation there. It's really only about a $20 million slice of the pie. That's only about 2%. So we're really just seeing a small piece in food. Topicals are pretty sizable, and that's quite possibly, very likely, just because of mass market adoption of hemp CBD has been taking the conservative approach of going into topicals first. Let's hold off on the ingestibles. So that accounts for why topicals have such a nice wedge of the pie there. 2019 topicals grew by, this year we're estimating 180% growth, and that's a pretty dramatic dip there, but it remains in the double digits for the next few years. And these are some of the products that are out there in the mass market, in independent retailers, and out on the show floor tomorrow. Food, next year is the big growth year for food. Again, a big spike, over 200% growth next year in food, and then a dramatic drop, but don't be fooled by a drop that drops to 150%, drops to 100%, drops to still double-digit growth in food over the next several years. And so these are some of the products. In food, we're really seeing a lot of innovation in some indulgent products, chocolate, things like that. There's even a hemp CBD cotton candy that we can find on the show floor tomorrow. And then pet is another, it's a growing category in the natural products industry, and it's a really big category here in CBD. So a lot of growth there last year, and continued growth in pet over the next few years. And what we're seeing is some of the CBD companies that are in this room are moving into pet too, and we don't really see that in the rest of the industry. There are pet companies and there are human nutrition companies, but CBD seems to be, guess what, playing by different rules. Green Gorilla has a product for horses too, so we're not looking at just household pets. So considerable growth, things are booming, things are going big. So then we want to look at consumers. And what we find with consumers is a great deal of confusion. First of all, hey, what kind of hemp CBD product are you buying? Is it full spectrum hemp? Is it an isolate? not sure, like 29% are unsure. And early results of the follow-up survey from last month show that even more consumers are unsure what type they're taking. What dosage are you taking? 21% don't know what dosage they're taking, and that number has also gone up in the early results of the follow-up survey. So, to be fair, what dosage of fish oil are you taking? I don't know. So it's not necessarily alarming, but it does show some confusion out there. More confusion comes into play when we look at legal aspects, when we look at the effect of it. Can you take it on an airplane? That sort of thing. So does CBD make you high? 14% of consumers surveyed back in January still said yes, it does. We don't know if that's why they're buying it or if that's why they're not buying it. But and 17% of consumers don't know if it makes you high. And does it show up on a drug test? This is fairly alarming. Nearly half of consumers out there don't know if it's going to show up on a drug test, and 29% think it will. That's a big deterrent to purchase. That's a big barrier to purchase. Can I fly on an airplane with it? 60% of consumers aren't sure. In fact, almost 80% of consumers, either aren't sure or are pretty certain you cannot take it on an airplane. This after TSA made an announcement that you can take it on an airplane. So much opportunity for education out there, for getting consumers comfortable making the purchase. Because when they're comfortable making the purchase, consumers are very satisfied. So as I said earlier, 70% of consumers are familiar with CBD. Only 32% of consumers are purchasing CBD. So there's a chasm. How do we close that chasm? How do we get more of those 70% buying it? Of course, while the 70% grows to 75, 80, 90. So now these next couple slides are going to look at just the 32%. Who are you? Why? What are you taking it for? And how's it going? So mostly we're seeing the majority of consumers are taking it for anxiety, pain, relaxation. Those top four, this is from January, those top four, or I'm sorry, I guess December on the consumer, those haven't changed in the early results of the August, although sleeplessness rose to number 2. And general well-being's in there pretty high too, and that's, I guess, not surprising since CBD is good for everything. And that's the big message that's going out there, what's it good for? Everything. And then for those consumers who are taking it, this is remarkable. 94% of consumers selected an option with the word effective in it. 94% of consumers found their product to be effective for the symptoms or conditions they're taking it for. And 2/3, 66% of consumers found it either very effective or extremely effective. So these are likely to be repeat customers. They're likely to stick around for a while. And as word gets out on this, it's going to keep on growing. So again, really looking at what really rises to the top here is education, education, education. There's so much opportunity to help consumers understand what's going on, what's legal, what's not, where is it legal, what's going on, can you take it on an airplane? Helping consumers understand this is going to go a long way to growing this market. And the other piece, of course, is innovation. So we looked at some product concepts. At New Hope, we have the Next Concept Lab. We run product concepts through, and we get a read from consumers. They just have information. They're not taking products, they're not seeing products, but would you buy this product? Do you think other people would buy this product? And we get a market prediction score. We ran 26 products through to over 1,000 consumers, and what we found out, what we want to know is, like, how do these products look to you? And we found some interesting things. So we looked at formats and benefits. What formats would you buy? Now that was not an open-ended question, but of all the products we showed, topicals were the most interesting to consumers. So we could guess at why that would be. Maybe that's because that's what they're seeing out there, or that's just where they want to see more products. Tinctures are pretty low on this list. Again, maybe for maybe the opposite reason. Food and beverages ranking pretty high for the products that consumers were interested in when we showed them these 26 products. And then why, what were the benefits marketed with these products? And energizing CBD products rose to the top of these product concepts. So that's interesting, even when we're seeing that most of the products actually selling out there today are for sleeplessness, relaxation, that sort of thing. People are interested in energizing concepts. I should mention too that all 26 of these concepts, the average score of these concepts was greater, significantly greater, I believe, than the average score of all of the concepts that we run through Concept Lab. So Hemp CBD is exciting to the consumer news bulletin. And that's all I got. I want to talk a little bit. I am a salesman, apparently, because I am going to talk about the report a little bit. I mentioned that we put that out in February, and we're putting that, what we've done is we've sent out the manufacturer survey again, the consumer survey again, as I talked about. We added a retailer survey. We went much deeper and broader into market sizing. We're bringing in a historical view. We're really bumping up this report. And it's not often that we release a report of the same title twice in 1 year, and it's warranted with Hemp CBD. So be on the lookout for this Hemp CBD Guide 2.0 coming up in November. And that's all I got. This slide presentation was prepared by our senior industry analyst, Claire Morton-Reynolds. Claire was not able to make it to Expo, so I'm really excited to be able to share it with you today. But there's Claire's contact information. If you have any questions, ask Claire, not me. All right, thank you very much.
All right, that was good. Next up, we want to get into who your consumer is, who your shopper is, because it occurs to me that CBD is actually available in more sales channels than any product in the history of human commerce. What? No, it's actually true. You can get it in a health food store, you can get it from your doctor, you can get it from a marijuana dispensary, you can get it online, you can get it in a bookstore, you can get it in an ice cream shop. You can get it everywhere. This thing is everywhere. And so, but the motivation for a person purchasing CBD in an ice cream shop is different from the person who's going into your health food store, right? So Jessica Lukas is the VP of Consumer Insights for BDS Analytics. And what they do, they really track the who, what, when, where, and why of consumer purchasing and consumption intent. So this is going to be really good to kind of dig into it a little more. I know Jessica also, she was an old Nielsen hand. We all know Nielsen, one of those data and insights companies. So Jessica, come on up here and wow us, shall you?
All right, hopefully I can live up to the expectations. Really quickly, before we jump in, BDS Analytics. We are tracking the global cannabinoid marketplace. We are headquartered out of Boulder. A lot of people, companies, organizations know us because we are essentially scan data for the dispensary channel. So what is selling where, when, at what price point in legal marijuana markets. We also do consumer research, and we take all of that data and we provide thought leadership to the industry. So, as I like to start every conversation about cannabinoids, we all need to remember legal cannabis is new, whether that's hemp or marijuana. Cannabis is not new for most consumers. So really keep that in mind that this isn't a new industry. So when we're talking about the growth of the marketplace, we're always talking about the growth of the legal market. When we layer in the illicit market, growth rates look much slower. Also keep in mind, consumption is multifaceted and multi-purpose. Because we are talking about legal cannabis, we're talking about fully 100% social recreational consumption, all the way to the other end of the spectrum, which is 100% health and medical. So as you think about the use cases for consumers, they vary by day, by week, by month. They vary based on ailments and what the functional benefits are that consumers are seeking. Nothing is growing like this within CPG. That's why everybody is paying attention. And the last thing I'll call out is, as you consider the hemp market and hemp-derived CBD, as we think about legal cannabis in total, and I'll walk through this in a lot more detail, don't forget about the dispensary channel and what that means for this industry. what federal legalization might mean for the hemp-derived CBD marketplace, and so on. So let's jump in. I'm going to show you a few numbers. As always with data, they might conflict with what other people present. Don't forget who you talk to, how you ask them questions. The timeline, especially in this industry, will result in very different answers. So keep that in mind. In general, as we think about marijuana specifically, by the way, if you're in the cannabis industry, you're not allowed to use the term marijuana, but I'm going to use the term marijuana because it makes it easier to differentiate when we're talking marijuana versus hemp. Don't forget, that is a regulatory differentiation. In general, cannabis is the appropriate term for both. But 80% of the population in the US agree with legalization of marijuana. So right now, Alaska, California, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and Massachusetts are fully legal cannabis marketplaces with retail landscapes set up. That's 7 states. Across the US, 80% agree with legalization. Obviously, we have Illinois, Michigan, and a handful of other states coming on board in 2020. But keep this in mind, the majority of the population agrees with legalization, which means this marketplace is going to evolve very quickly and drastically over the next 5 years. Further, the majority of the population agrees that marijuana has medical benefits. So as we think about the health and the wellness benefits of CBD, whether hemp-derived or marijuana-derived, again, consumers see these same benefits as they think specifically about marijuana. As such, because of the broad acceptance of legalization, when we think about regulated marijuana, by the way, we'll get to total cannabinoid marketplace shortly. As we think about regulated marijuana, you can see the growth rates over time. We're predicting a $41 billion market by 2024, with the majority of that coming from the US. I always like to call out, we have an industry intelligence team, and they outlined the top global markets. Number 1 is California, number 2 is Canada, number 3 is Colorado, and then you have a handful of other US states. Number 9 is Germany, then more US states, and number 19 is the UK. So as you think about that, the sheer size of the US marketplace is essential as you think about global cannabis. But legal cannabis isn't just the regulated channels anymore. It's not just THC. There's a lot of confusion about thinking about the dispensary channel as only THC. That's not accurate. The dispensary channel also includes products being sold and with CBD benefits, CBN, CBG, THCA, THCV. The list goes on and on. We are already tracking products touting cannabinoids, I think 25 different cannabinoids right now, already promising those benefits to the end consumer. So if you're looking at the hemp market, if you're thinking about what the opportunity is in food, drug, mass convenience, and you're just thinking about CBD, you're already too late because the dispensary channel is beyond that. So with that, consumers are confused. The prior presentation did a really good job of showing you the amount of confusion. I like to call out that in marijuana, consumers, even the average consumer, doesn't even really know the difference between indica, sativa, hybrid. They don't know what terpenes are. They don't know what cannabinoids are. And we see that across the general market. So 22% of the US population, just 22%, understands and knows what cannabinoids are and feel confident that they could articulate the definition. I'm not going to do it in this room because I'm pretty sure I'd get like 90% of you raising your hand. But when I speak at other conferences, I ask people to raise their hand if they're aware of CBD. Everybody raises their hand. I ask them who's comfortable coming up to the stage and defining what CBD is, what a cannabinoid is, and how that is different from THC, and I get like 10 hands. So keep that in mind. The general population is very confused. They don't understand this. Regulations make it even more confusing because now we have consumers and companies thinking of hemp as equal to CBD, and that's not right. Packaging, labeling, not helping the confusion in the marketplace. Further, the majority of the population is incorrect or does not know if there are any differences between CBD and THC. That's a problem. Additionally, and this was mentioned previously as well, a large portion of the population does not know or is incorrect in thinking that any hemp-derived product has psychoactive or intoxicating effects. Really important to keep in mind, again, the consumer population is confused. Despite that, as we think about the global or the US cannabinoid marketplace, we're currently at 11 billion. As we think about what this marketplace is going to be in 2024, we have to layer this. So the first component of this, a very important component of the total cannabinoid marketplace, are THC products. As you can see here, sold in licensed dispensaries, about 25 billion by 2024. Then we have other cannabinoid products, so our CBD products, CBN, CBG, and so on, sold in dispensaries, another 5 billion. Then you have the emergence of the general mainstream market, online, food, drug, mass, convenience, specialty retailers, vets, salons, on-premise, the list goes on. And the last 2 billion coming from pharmaceuticals. So with the FDA approval of Epidiolex, we expect this to continue to evolve to a $2 billion market by 2024. What that puts us at in the US is a total cannabinoid marketplace of 45 billion. I like this number. A lot of people tout the CBD marketplace. A lot of people talk about the regulated dispensary channel. This is really, I would say, an accurate representation of what this market is. As the dispensary channel gets bigger, as federal legalization expands, as legalization expands across the US, all of this matters for what's selling across all of these channels in which consumers can buy these products. Consumers are not educated today. The more availability the products have, the more educated consumers become. Really quickly, just to put that into perspective, we do have a strategic partnership with IRI, and I love this comparison, but the US snacking industry is a $40 billion industry. So to put that into perspective, 40 billion is US snacking, 45 billion is the US cannabinoid marketplace. I think that's why a lot of you are in this room. All right, legal cannabis is evolving. We're gonna first talk about marijuana, and then we'll build into this hemp consumer segment. So we look at the marketplace and we identify consumers, acceptors, and rejectors of marijuana. 67% of adults 21 plus in fully legal states that have retail open, Alaska, California, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and Massachusetts, either currently consume marijuana or are open to consuming marijuana. That 67% is pretty similar to the penetration of alcohol in these markets. That's a big number. We're not talking about the 22-year-old stoner anymore in their parents' basement in Boulder, Colorado, which a lot of people still picture. I would love to ask you to raise your hand. We're not in a legal market, so I won't, unless anyone feels confident raising their hand in front of their coworkers, but I'd love to see how many of you are actually cannabis consumers today. Further, there is no one cannabis consumer segment. I saw some hands, so be proud on it. I like to say, obviously I live in Colorado, but I work full time. I spend most of my day looking at data or talking about data. I have a child, I have a master's degree, and I consume cannabis, and it's okay to say that on stage now. There is no one cannabis consumer. So they crossed ages, gender, socioeconomic statuses, reasons why they're consuming. We're really going mainstream. Yes, it still skews a little bit male and it still skews younger, but it definitely is an evolving marketplace. Really important to keep in mind. Further, as we think about their consumption dynamics, people consuming cannabis are looking both for those social recreational benefits all the way to the health and medical benefits. As I told you, as you think about the need states, whether that is a Friday night with your significant other, watching Netflix that potentially used to be a beer, wine, spirits occasion, now cannabis enters the picture, that's really a social and recreational occurrence. On a Saturday after a long run, we have a few employees who are sponsored ultra marathon runners who incorporate cannabis before, during, and after their workouts. It's fascinating to hear them talk about it. That consumption is more about health and wellness, all the way to somebody who is currently going through chemotherapy, utilizing cannabis to help them get through it. That's 100% medical. So as you think about the need states, it spans 100% social recreation to 100% health or medical. That's why this industry is so interesting and so complex. And as you can see here, a lot of consumers are consuming for both reasons. It depends, again, time of day, day of week, occasion, who they're with, why they're consuming, and what forms they're consuming. As such, the impact of the dispensary channel and legal cannabis can be seen across industries. By the way, these are consumer claimed declines. This is not actually based on data and retail sales tracking, so actual sales declines. But it's important to keep in mind that when we're talking about cannabis consumers who also use prescription medication or who also use OTC medications or beer, wine, spirits, and so on, we ask them, how is your cannabis consumption impacting other products? And you can see here huge declines, especially amongst prescription and OTC medication. This is really important. A couple of years ago, the alcohol industry was always being talked about as the death of beer because of cannabis. When you look at the numbers, yes, there is an impact to alcohol, but the impact is even larger in the health and wellness communities. As such, let's talk about the hemp consumer. Sorry. I came down with a cold last week in Toronto, so I'm bringing Canadian illnesses to the US. All right, 15% of adults 21 plus in the US have consumed hemp-derived products within the past 6 months. This was as of Q1 of this year. That's why my number is lower than the one you just saw. It's obviously, we've seen a huge transition in the past 6 months. I'll have updated numbers next month, but important to keep in mind, this is evolving rapidly, but still a fairly small penetration. As we think about these people, who are they? They look fairly similar to the average US consumer. Average age of 43, almost a 50-50 male-female split. A large portion of them have a college education or greater. They're employed full-time. What's fascinating about this is this profile looks very similar to a cannabis or marijuana consumer in a fully legal market. That's surprising to some people. The only key difference is, again, marijuana skews more male than female. The rest of this profile looks very similar. Further, we think about who these people are and how they perceive this marketplace. The majority, and again, this is among US hemp-derived CBD consumers, the majority of these people are also very much in favor of legalization of marijuana. They believe marijuana has medical benefits. They agree marijuana is safer and healthier than drinking alcohol. So in general, again, it's incorrect to segment a hemp consumer separately from a marijuana consumer. I urge you to think about cannabis in total and think about the cannabis consumer. Further, as we consider ailments they suffer from, anxiety, depression, back pain, stress, the list goes on and on. Not surprising to see these as top ailments, as a lot of people are using CBD for these purposes. Further, and very relevant to likely most of you in this room, how are these people thinking as they shop in general? Not just about the products they purchase that are CBD products, but just how are they thinking about shopping? What matters to them? Almost 50% of them already consume natural or organic products. That's important to them. Further, they look for brands that are local, organic, natural. So as you think about offering consumers a trusted experience, something that they're willing to pick off the shelves, these things matter to them. Further, in general, when they're shopping, these are healthy people. They're looking for products that don't have preservatives, that are locally grown, non-GMO, organic. Again, not surprising here that this hemp consumer starts looking similar to somebody who's used to shopping in a natural, organic, specialty retailer. And as we think about these people and how they consider the products they buy, let's take a quick pause and learn from the dispensary channel. As the dispensary channel has been up and running for 5.5 years in a state like Colorado, it is a fairly mature, it's funny to say that's mature and sophisticated marketplace compared to the hemp-derived market. So it's really nice to be able to learn from what's working in the dispensary channel and what's been working over the last 5.5 years. But consumers seek trusted products. They want to have a good experience. They look to have good recommendations from people they trust. Consumers are strongly influenced by familiarity. Again, something they've used before, they had a good experience, they're likely to buy it again. Something their friends or their family recommended. And in the dispensary, the bud tender matters. The bud tender, the person serving you in a dispensary, providing recommendations, understanding the use cases, the functionality you're looking for. That feeling catered to matters. Really consider, how do we take what's working in the dispensary channel and bring that to general market retail? How do you do it as a brand? How do you do it as a retailer? And how do you do it in partnership? Because this matters for people as they're exploring this space. All right, back to the consumer. Healthy habits in general. A large majority of them agree that getting enough sleep is essential. Not surprising here, again, CBD used often by these people to help them sleep. They're physically active. They take care of themselves. As you look at the types of activities they pursue, many of them are going to the fitness center, they're going to the gym, they're doing yoga, they're doing Pilates, they're enjoying outdoor recreation and fitness. So generally, we're talking about a healthy consumer. Again, likely not surprising to most of you in the room. As such, when we think about why they're buying these products, it's to improve their quality of life, to treat or manage a health problem, to avoid prescription or OTC medication. There's a lot going on here. And what's fascinating is as you look at the different product forms, the reason why they're consuming shifts. Beverages. Number one reason to consume beverages? To relax. That's interesting. As you think about creating a CBD beverage product, offering products that help consumers relax. Also interesting with beverages, when we ask consumers why they consume them, we also see Have Fun Pop. That's really the only product format in which you see Have Fun Pop for a CBD product. Topical patches, really about pain management, not surprising. Inhalable CBD products, people using those to sleep better. Beauty or skincare products to improve their sense of wellness or to improve their quality of life. So it's really important to think about not all product form or formats are created equal. The reason why people are consuming different product formats are different. As such, when we look at the breakdown in the past 6 months, ingestibles being number one, despite gray area legal. But then you see topicals and inhalables. And the types of product formats people are using: oils, tinctures, food, inhalables, first aid, pain management. Those are the creams, the balms, the salves, the topical patches. Skincare, pills and supplements. Interesting to compare this to the dispensary channel. When we look at CBD products sold through the dispensary, we see, again, edibles, topicals, and the last one being vape. We won't get into the vape conversation today, given all of the news. But again, edibles and topicals really having been predominant formats in the dispensary channel for years for the delivery of CBD to consumers. So again, think about the dispensary channel as a leading indicator of what's to come in the general market. As such, as we think about, again, learning from the dispensary channel, not surprising to see convenience being a top 5 influencer for consumers. So a majority of consumers saying the format matters, and convenience, discreetness, ease of use, ease of consumption matters. So not surprising here to see when we look at retail sales tracking in dispensaries, large growth rates for vape products and large growth rates for edibles, because those are very convenient formats for consumption. All right, so as we think about the growth, so from a $2 billion CBD market to a $20 billion CBD market over the next 5 years, where is the growth coming from? Short term, it's topicals. Long term, edibles takes over some of that growth. So again, important to track this over time, understanding the changing regulations that impacts these numbers. But again, going from a $2 billion CBD market to $20 billion, this does include the dispensary channel. So let's talk about availability. When we look at the marketplace today, we're projecting the CBD market to be about $4 billion. You can see, again, the large majority of this coming from the dispensary channel. As we fast forward to 2024, you see the retail landscape shift. Dispensaries still matter. They're still the largest channel for consumers to buy CBD products. But you see food, drug, mass, natural, vitamin, convenience, drug. All of these channels start mattering much more, becoming big drivers of growth over the next 5 years. Again, this is not surprising, given these products are just now taking steam. One thing to call out here, again, about the dispensary channel, there's close to 1,000 brands in the dispensary channel providing consumers with CBD products. That equates to over 7,000 individual SKUs or products. Again, we have a strategic partnership with IRI, so to put that in comparison, again, dispensary channel with almost 1,000 brands. In IRI's tracking of food, drug, mass, convenience today, there's about 350 to 400 brands. In terms of the SKUs, again, over 7,000 in the dispensary channel, there's over 1,000 in those mainstream retail channels. So again, just think about what this marketplace is in total and understanding consumers and how they behave, looking for the benefits of CBD and all of the channels they can buy those products. Dispensaries, salons, spas, vet, pet stores, food, drug, mass, convenience, cafes, bars, the list goes on and on. All right, I have 2 minutes, so I'm gonna run through this quickly. So as we think about this kind of CBD marketplace in total, and we look at fully legal US cannabis markets. Why I wanna look at fully legal US cannabis markets? Because that's the future. More and more states coming online being fully legal. In these markets, again, Alaska, California, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and Massachusetts, 16% of adults 21 plus consume hemp products, and 38% consume marijuana products. So again, penetration larger in these fully legal states for marijuana than hemp. If we break this down further and we just look at the people buying marijuana products that are CBD, so marijuana-derived CBD products, that 38% drops to 18%. So now we have a pretty equal market of consumers buying these in mainstream channels versus in the dispensary channel. When we merge these two together, now we're talking about a 26% of adults 21 plus buying either hemp-derived and or marijuana-derived CBD products in fully legal cannabis markets. And what's fascinating is when we break this down. So we take that 26%, 30% only buying hemp-derived, 40% only buying marijuana-derived, and 30% overlap between the two. So whether you're a brand or a retailer, understanding again the consumer behavior, how they're thinking about CBD, and the fact that these people are buying it when they go to the dispensary, but also picking it up when they're at a CVS, a Walgreens, a Kroger, online. This is important to understand. How do you get consumers to choose your products and the channels that you are available in versus all of the competitors out there? And the landscape gets more and more confusing every day. So to show you one example, and this is just one example, Curaleaf, Select Oil. In the markets we track for dispensaries, they are the #1 marijuana dispensary channel brand. And guess what? They're now available to consumers in Walgreens and CVS. So if you didn't know this, if you didn't understand the dispensary channel, you wouldn't know their strong presence in that marketplace. The credibility, maybe the trust they've built over time. Again, they're in the news, we won't talk about that. But again, this is important to understand because this is going to become more and more prevalent. Whether you're a company that was built to be a CBD company, whether you're a mainstream CPG, OTC pharmaceutical company, or whether you've been a cannabis company for the last 5 years, the competitive landscape now includes all three. And you need to understand your competitors, the size of those competitors, and why consumers are purchasing products in different channels. Last thing, this is from our partnerships of IRI. This is dispensary exit surveys, and it's really interesting to think about CBD versus legal marijuana. I love this chart because it gives you a really clear perspective of very similar motivations, reasons why they're consuming. Again, just a consideration to think about this marketplace as total cannabis, as you think about product development, channel availability, and where your brands or products or retail channel is going. So I will keep this up here because I'm at 15 seconds. But a few quick call outs, and I know I hammered this, but legal cannabis is new. Cannabis is not new for most consumers. This market is evolving rapidly. Consumption is multifaceted, multi-purpose, and you need to understand it. This spans every category. If you walk into a dispensary channel, you can buy nose spray, dissolvable strips, dissolvable tabs, creams, balms, salves, chocolate, baked goods, gummies, inhalables in 100 different formats. The list goes on, and that's where the general marketplace is going to be moving as well. So understanding where the market is today and where it's going, really important to constantly keep up with this market. With that, I'm not sure if we're doing Q&A. Yeah, okay. Any questions? Yeah.
Do you see the CVS's and Walgreens moving into consumables and not just alcohol?
Yeah, I think every, as the FDA comes out with clearer regulations for ingestibles. My expectation would be every retailer, large, mainstream, as well as specialty already carrying the products. Apologies, the question was, will large retailers like CVS and Walgreens be moving into ingestibles? I think the short answer is yes, definitely. Timing will be dependent on kind of FDA coming back with how those products are going to be regulated. Any other questions? Yep. I don't know anything more than what's publicly out there, which is very limited, unfortunately. Yep. Yeah, so Canada's interesting. So Canada right now, hemp can only be sold, any hemp products can only be sold through the dispensary channel. The dispensary channel is very highly regulated by Health Canada. You can only buy flower, so kind of weed. If you don't know what flower means, that means weed in our language. Oils, so essentially tinctures, but oil-based, capsules, and pre-rolled joints. That is the entire marketplace today. They're what they call their derivative market for edibles and concentrates, which includes vape, opens up in December. So right now it's definitely kind of just ramping up. There's a lot of big expectations for beverages in Canada. You see all of the major beverage alcohol companies in the US partnering with licensed producers being those legally allowed to produce and sell cannabis products in Canada. So there's a big push on beverages, which I think is probably one of the key takeaways, but definitely ramping up for December, and it's going to be a really interesting market to watch once that happens. Anything else? Okay.
All right. So, yes, the FDA is part of this. We're going to jump into that. First, I just want to say we've got 2 microphones on either aisle right there, right at the crux. So when we get into Q&A sessions, if you can just walk right up to the microphone, that'll help everyone to hear. It'll especially help everyone who is live streaming be able to hear what the questions. And also I invite speakers to repeat the questions also, just to make sure that everything's covered. So, next up, we are going to talk about regulators. And the big regulator, of course, is the FDA. With the signing of the Farm Bill, it really took the DEA out of the equation, and it gave authority to the FDA, and it gave authority to states. And so to that end, we're going to have a panel discussion right here. We have 3 people I'm going to introduce, and as I introduce you can come on up to the stage. Eric Steenstra is the head of Vote Hemp. Vote Hemp has been working since 2010 or 2000, long time, to do just exactly that, to try to get the DEA out of the picture and try to get the authority down to the states. And so, nice work, Eric, here. Eric was also head of Hemp Industries Association for a long time. I think you were a co-founder of that. So nice work. Eric's been in the biz for a long time on the sort of hempy side of things. We also have Steve Mister. Steve Mister is the president and CEO of the Council for Responsible Nutrition. CRN really represents just a really big supplement, like big supplement companies. They're based in DC. Hi, Steve. And they really like to rub elbows with officials and regulators and really try to get the FDA to regulate under the laws that they have, not over-regulate in the larger supplements market. And so obviously there's a lot of foam and froth going on here in the hemp CBD market. And so, so we're really pleased to have Steve with us. Thanks, Steve. And then finally, our last person here, Josh Hendricks. Josh Hendricks is the president of the U.S. Hemp Roundtable, which is a recent but very potent addition to the sort of lobbying forces in Congress. They also work with information and lobbying on the state levels. There's so much going on in the state levels, and different states are doing things differently, and so I know the U.S. Hemp Roundtable really gets in there with legislators on the state level and really educates them, because there's a lot of that needs to happen. Josh is also the director of hemp at CV Sciences, which is one of the sponsors out there too. Their Plus CBD oil is a leading brand. So, gentlemen, I'm going to sit down with you here, and let's have a little chat, shall we? So let's start with the supplements market, and then we'll get down into hemp. NDIs, new dietary ingredients. This was part of DSHEA. Everyone knows DSHEA, Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act of 1994. That really liberated the supplement market. It really gave innovation to the companies, to the private market, with the FDA being able to step in only if they saw safety issues. The one thing that still 25 years later that hasn't been really finalized is NDIs, new dietary ingredients, which, so FDA says, well, if there's any ingredient introduced to the market after the signing of DSHEA in October of 1994, you've got to file an NDI. It's a lot of toxicity studies. It's basically all about safety, right? There's been so much controversy about it because the FDA, for instance, if you use a different extraction method like supercritical CO2, which is used a lot in the hemp biz, but it was used previously in supplements, FDA says, well, that's a new dietary ingredient. Now you have to spend, significant money to do that. Lots of industry pushback on behalf of CRN and a lot of trade groups there. So one of the things the FDA has said is, yeah, we'll consider hemp CBD coming onto the market, but maybe we'll do it in the context of an NDI. Now, Steve, let me ask you first, is that realistic since there's been so much pushback with the FDA? Is this kind of over-regulating, and can they do it since the cat's already out of the bag?
I think they can do it, and I don't think it's over-regulation, because the NDI provisions have nothing to do with the current fight at FDA over whether or not it falls within the definition because of the fact that there was already a drug on the market prior to
the exclusionary clause, right?
That's so the NDI provisions go back to 1994, and they say any product that's been introduced after 1994 has to go through this NDI process. And I don't think there's anybody out there who's produced any evidence at this point to show that CBD, being called out as CBD, was being marketed prior to 1994.
Right.
So I think they've got a pretty good argument that it is a new dietary ingredient. And despite all of the controversy that we have around NDIs, most of the issues that we're fighting about with regard to the NDI notification process are not issues that really affect CBD. So, changes in manufacturing processes and things like that. Yeah, that's an important conversation, but that's not relevant to CBD. Maybe the synthetic botanicals issues is an argument that comes into play if you're bringing something to market that's a synthetic CBD. But most of those NDI arguments, are not relevant here. So I think they've got a pretty good case that if you're going to bring a product to market, that you need to comply with 413.
And so, two things. So, what's 413?
So 413 is the provision that sets up the new dietary ingredient provision.
Okay.
Now, it gets a little complicated because there are a couple of different pathways to market. The most notable and the one that most companies would use is the NDI notification provision. Right. But there is also this opportunity that we've seen companies in other ingredients go to market first as a food, certify the ingredient as GRAS, and then once it's been in the marketplace as food, then introduce it as a supplement. And so that's another avenue that's opened up by 413.
Yeah, and so I want to talk to you, Josh, about GRAS because CV Sciences went through that. But first, I just want to point out the NDI provision, you say the FDA has a strong case. It's been pretty roundly ignored by the larger supplements market for 25 years. So even though that's out there, and even though the FDA can point to the letter of the law saying you have to do this, everybody's kind of blowing them off, right? And but
it's sort of like when you're speeding and the cop catches you. Saying, well, everybody else is speeding too is not going to get you out of a ticket.
Right. And so if you're the one out of 100 people who's speeding who gets caught, then, tough luck on you. So Josh, talk a little bit about what going GRAS did for CV Sciences. And a lot of times when I think of NDIs, new dietary ingredient, that's from the ingredient supply world, selling ingredients to brands, to finished product brands. So CV Sciences has a supply business, but you also have a finished product brand, a very well-known one. So did going GRAS Does that help you when you're selling product to retailers, saying, hey, we're grass, what is, and this is what it means for our brand?
Yeah, certainly with buyers, it's a big separator for us to be the first to have grass, to have gone through the adverse event reporting, and to have not had adverse events is a big deal with buyers. Consumers, probably not as much. They probably don't understand that. Like I say that in my talks to consumer talks, and I have to explain what grass is. I mean, they think we're talking about grass. Right?
Yeah, with 2 S's, generally recognized as safe.
But definitely with buyers. I mean, I'm sure our sales team who's out here would tell you that when they're having these conversations with, retailers all across the country, small to large, that's a big separation factor for us. But let's be real. Our grass benefits a lot of hemp companies and a lot of CBD companies out there. And you've seen it. I mean, we had a meeting at the U.S. Hemp Roundtable in Chicago where we brought in Amin Talati, who's our FDA firm, and they gave a talk about grass and why it's important and explained kind of what Steve's knowledge base is. And there was a line of people to talk to them after the meeting because everyone was like, "Oh, we got to get on this."
Right.
So now you're going to see. I mean, grass is going to become kind of the standard, I think, for hemp extracts. I think.
Yeah, that's a pretty penny. I don't know if you want to say that, but what's the over/under on the price of a grass?
I think it's different when you're first. You don't get like a discount to be first.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the premium. I mean, we're talking like high 6 figures, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's certainly not cheap. It inches towards that 7-figure mark, I think, every day. But it's necessary, right? We want to. It's similar to as an industry, the hemp industry, the CBD industry, we want to be regulated. We want to have a box to play within because it's been the Wild West, and that's why we have so many bad actors out there and things of that nature. And so grass for CV Sciences was really just a separator for us and a step in that direction to start getting this data and getting this information so that we can create safer products and have a knowledge base to exist in this world.
Yeah. So Eric, do you see, has the FDA kind of failed us in this front, or is it okay that they failed us? To me, the FDA has sort of lost the plant. The cannabis, FDA is the gatekeeper of health products in America. And what do we have? 41 states have medical marijuana laws, no help to the FDA. And now you've got a handful with recreational marijuana. The FDA, have they lost the plant? Can they catch up? And what has that failure done for the market?
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that the FDA has failed to regulate here, right? And I think they've been wrong on the facts too. One of their main arguments for saying that you couldn't market, hemp extracts and CBD products was that there was an application for a drug. But if you look at what Epidiolex is, this drug from by GW Pharmaceuticals. It's a pure CBD product, and a lot of the products on the market are actually hemp extracts. And maybe going back to the new dietary ingredient question as well, I have a little different perspective on that because if you look at the history of cannabis and how it's been used in this country, there's a long history of marketing cannabis extracts. They weren't called hemp extracts, but they were essentially hemp extracts. And they didn't specifically mention CBD, but those products have been on the market for more than a century.
Since before Prohibition,
yeah, since before Prohibition and all that. And so I think there's, there may be some places where a new dietary ingredient application is appropriate or right, but I'm not sure that I agree with FDA's position on that. And I definitely don't agree with their position that these types of products weren't marketed before the application by GW Pharmaceuticals for Epidiolex.
Right, interesting. So you start to see, I saw news that there's a lot of money pouring into lobbyists from cannabis companies, which suggests that the betting money is saying that Congress needs to step in. Because you hear the FDA saying, well, in order to make a rule, it's going to take a couple years, and the industry is like, well, we don't have a couple years to deal with this uncertainty. Should Congress step in here?
They are. I mean, you have states like Kentucky, Colorado, Oregon, et cetera, where hundreds, if not thousands of farmers have gone out and spent tens of thousands of dollars to produce a plant, and quite frankly overproduce a plant, that if all of a sudden the FDA or anyone comes in and says, this is illegal, or puts an X through this industry, then you're talking about bankrupting farmers, and that's the last thing any politician wants to do. And so the pressure from the U.S. Hemp Roundtable and groups like CRN and Vote Hemp is, hey, you guys have to figure this out. This is just like Uber and Lyft, or they can't put the toothpaste back in the tube kind of thing. You guys have to figure this out because farmers are relying on this now. Will they overregulate it? Will they underregulate it? That's debatable, but they have to do something. And so you've got Senator McConnell and Senator Wyden, all these people in the Senate. You got a lot of congressmen up there saying, hey, you guys got to do something. But I think the FDA is coming back and saying, well, this is a give-take relationship. We would like more standards on dietary supplements in general. And so I think they're using CBD as a bargaining chip, in my opinion.
So I think there are lots of ways that Congress can get involved. Some of them are more informal than others. Putting pressure on the agency informally, tying it to their appropriations that come along, holding oversight hearings that call FDA up on Capitol Hill and say, what are you doing? Why aren't you doing more? I think those are ways that we would like to see Congress involved. Of course, the ultimate way is for Congress to actually pass legislation that mandates CBD will be legal in a dietary supplement, and potentially even go so far as to say up to X amount. We're a little more nervous about that approach because, as we look at the dietary supplement marketplace, and we're looking at the entire market, not just one ingredient, we've never had Congress legislate on a particular ingredient. Right. And if they do this here, that sets a precedent. Because if Congress can legislate to make a particular ingredient legal, they can also legislate to make a particular ingredient illegal. And then it politicizes those decisions around the safety of an ingredient and lets Congress make those choices instead of FDA.
Right.
So I'm not saying it's off the table, but we'd really rather see Congress put enough informal pressure on FDA to get FDA to do it, so that the authority stays in the agency that's charged with overseeing it.
And I think that's what's happening. I mean, I think you little inside baseball or whatever, you're getting these senators and congressmen reaching out to FDA and saying, hey, we want you to figure this out. We want you to do it in a timely manner, but we also want you to figure this out because you have to. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of jobs at stake. That it's a big industry. You can't.
But there is this heavy hammer at the end. If you don't do it, there's always the possibility we could just pass legislation.
Well, and Tulsi Gabbard just introduced the Hemp for Victory Act back in July, right? So, like, what does that say, Eric? And what are the political prospects of that? Like, actual legislation has been introduced, right?
I mean, I think it's a next step, right, for the industry. So now that hemp is legal, where do we take the industry, and how do we create the environment, the right environment to stand it up? And so it's not just about CBD, it's broad about hemp, but it basically encourages a variety of research, including some, for example, potential to use dietary supplements, including CBD, for example, for military preparedness or to just study it. And I mean, it shouldn't just be up to the industry to do this kind of research, right? So let's get Congress to pass that. I think the prospects right now are, it's going to take a lot of work to build the support for it. We don't have a Senate version yet, but I think it's a good first step, and that's where we need to go.
And that's a misconception. She was just a speaker via the internet at the Southern Hemp Expo, and I think everyone, that bill was introduced, but I mean, I just recently had to show the Schoolhouse Rock video to someone and explain, like, okay, when a bill gets passed and then it's signed by the governor, like, that doesn't mean that tomorrow hemp's legal. There's still regulations and rulings and things like that. And so, this bill was introduced in the House. There's not a Senate version. Like, it's great, it's good PR, but it's not actually accomplished, until it's like the Farm Bill was signed by President Trump, and everybody thought on December 21st, we can plant hemp in our backyard. And that's just not the case, because you break it down to the states and all the different municipal levels and things, and it just gets complicated.
So Steve, let's just get back to the FDA for a second, because you're really in with them. FDA, for decades, never been a fan of supplements, and really what they kind of their goal is to protect American pharmaceutical innovation interests, right? And so they came out and said, CBD isolate is a drug. So suggesting that, actually in writing in their Q&A online that, we don't think it qualifies as a definition of a dietary ingredient, it should be off the market. No one really listened to that, right? So, I mean,
I guess
because we have like 700, 1,000, 1,500 brands out there. Nobody listened to that, right? NDIs, they're screaming into the night. No one's really listening to that.
So since you're putting words in my mouth, let me just clarify what I'm saying.
No, these are words coming out of my mouth. I want to hear the words out of your mouth.
I think we've got to be clear. whether we agree with FDA or not, FDA's position is not limited to isolate. They're talking about CBD, and if you're calling out CBD on the label, even if you're calling it in the context of a full spectrum product, if you're standardizing the levels of CBD in your product to provide a guaranteed amount to consumers, FDA lumps all of that in. And as precedent for that, you look back to what happened to red yeast rice and lovastatin in the late 1990s. And they went after the company that was selling red yeast rice and standardizing lovastatin to certain levels, because lovastatin, it was that same provision of the statute. It was first studied in clinical investigations as a drug. So FDA does not make this distinction between isolate, the way I know you're making a distinction here at the show between full spectrum and isolate. But if you are doing anything to standardize or regulate your CBD levels, or you are calling it out as CBD on the label, even though you may say in the context of a full spectrum matrix, you've got to be careful with FDA, because they're going to say that is the article, just like they did with lovastatin in the 1990s.
Right, right. So there is that precedent. I think part of that is statin drugs are a multi-billion-dollar drug class, and at this point, CBD isn't. You know, so there isn't quite that pushback. But to be fair, sure, it's on the books that they could do that, and the FDA has taken a $1 billion ingredient off the market with ephedra. So it has been done before. The Farm Bill seemed to say, hey, this stuff should be on the market. So now it's up to the FDA really to thread the needle, right?
Well, what the Farm Bill said was, we're going to take it off the controlled substance list. It's no longer a controlled substance. Yeah. But the Farm Bill expressly preserved the authority of FDA. So whether they intended to or not, they sort of handed this off to FDA.
Right.
Now what's happened is FDA has come back and said, well, because of this provision around drugs, if the drug was there first, they get the monopoly on the ingredient, unless FDA acts. And that's the part that I think a lot of people forget, is that at the end of that provision, it does expressly give FDA the discretion to decide that they're going to let the two markets compete with each other, as they have in other cases.
And the FDA held a much ballyhooed meeting back in like May or in the spring. Hundreds of people testified there. This is all conjecture, but what do you think the FDA took out of that? And what do you think is going to happen? Let's have fun with this, because we don't know. Go ahead.
They spoke at an event I was at in Portland a couple weeks ago, and the number 2 guy at the FDA said CBD should stand for collect better data. And his point was that we all want to go around and tout CBD as this miracle thing, and I'm on this big kick that hemp got lost in the legalization of hemp because of those 3 letters. But CBD, 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 and he says, we need more data. He said, if you're sitting on data, send it to us. And this was maybe a week after the deadline. He said, we'll still take it. We were looking for more information. You were there, yeah. And he has a point. The FDA has a job to do, and that's to make sure that what they're regulating and what they're recommending and those types of things is safe. And there are people out there, and to their point, someone can wake up and have CBD coffee. They can take a soft gel in the morning. They can take a gummy at lunch. They can drink a water in the afternoon, and you start to add all those milligrams of CBD together, to your earlier point, and all of a sudden someone's consuming 60, 70, 80 milligrams a day. Is that safe? What is the safe daily recommended, or suggested daily use kind of thing? And when you have all these different products coming into the market, all these different ways to consume CBD, it might be the most consumable product in ever. And that, so I don't want to necessarily paint them to be the bad guy. They're just trying to do their job, and we need them. Like, there are a lot of bad actors in this industry. There's tons of products on the market that don't have what they say in it. They're not testing for pesticides and residues and things like that. And so, we're, as an industry, as the U.S. Hemp Roundtable, representing the hemp industry, not the CBD industry, not the dietary supplements industry, this brand new hemp industry. We want to see regulation, because we want to see a marketplace where people are comfortable, where buyers are comfortable, where consumers are comfortable, where they can pick up a product off the shelf and trust that they're not getting garbage, they're getting what they're paying for.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I will take on FDA in this case, because I don't think they're doing this in the right order. And I think they've gotten the process mixed up, because they are so scared of letting a product into the market and then finding out that it's not safe, or that people are over-ingesting and taking too much. But if they want better data and they want safety research, they have to give the big companies that have the investment abilities to invest in research, they've got to give them an incentive to come to market, which means they've got to remove the barrier of 321FF, which is this definitional argument with drugs. And that is not a safety question. When you look at that, it was set up as an economic incentive in the statute so that you didn't have a drug company spending millions and millions of dollars doing drug clinicals, and then at the last second, a supplement company swoops in and grabs the ingredient and sells it. It is not a safety question. And if that were not in play, if we did not have Epidiolex in the mix, this would be coming to market. It would absolutely be a botanical ingredient or an extract or constituent thereof. It would meet the definition, and the safety questions would get resolved at the NDI process. Each company that comes to market would have to show that their product, in the way that they have formulated it, is reasonably expected to be safe. And so if FDA wants to have that kind of research, they've got to deal with the definitional question, knock down that barrier, and then companies will invest in the kind of safety research that they want when they come to market and have to meet the requirements of 413, which is the NDI provision.
Right. It's a curious ingredient because people have been smoking marijuana since time immemorial, right? And so I hear I hear radio commercials in Colorado. Oh, you know CBD, it's like marijuana, only it doesn't get you high with all these great health benefits. People know that. You don't need a structure function claim to sell CBD. People get it. You don't need safety testing. People are like, yeah, I've been smoking weed for decades and it's good. It's all good in the hood. It doesn't, like, no pain, no pain, lots of gain. So it's this very curious ingredient that it's been on the market in the black market. It's been on the market as hemp CBD, and the FDA hasn't done anything about it. It's just, and now here's the FDA really trying to protect pharmaceutical interests and trying to figure out, okay, we're gonna try to allow it, but just to have like all of this, the accumulated dosage, it's like, well, that's life, it's like beer, I guess it comes in a six pack. Does that mean that I can drink a six pack? I buy a liter of vodka, that means I could drink the liter of vodka? There's no serving size on a bottle of vodka, I don't think, right?
But FDA doesn't regulate those products. Alcohol is treated separately.
But it's about the same.
If you look at other ingredients, a lot of ingredients that might be like in an OTC drug, the reason they are there and they're not in the food supply is because of the concern for overconsumption.
Right.
And I think we've got to come to some understanding around this. And it may be that FDA ultimately allows CBD in supplements, but not in food and beverage. Because at least with a supplement, it cannot be presented in a traditional food format. So the ingestion of supplements tends to be more intentional. People make the decision, to put something into their water, or they take the pill. Food, as you pointed out, is very easy to have something in the morning, have a water, have something else, and pretty soon you over-ingest. And I think FDA has some legitimate concerns there about over-ingestion.
Right. Go ahead.
On the drug profits issue, from what I've heard, GW Pharmaceuticals is reporting record profits on their Epidiolex product. It doesn't seem like they're having a hard time selling it. And from what I know, it's like $30,000 a year or something for a prescription Epidiolex. So it's a different marketplace entirely on the one hand. And on the other hand, you look at the FDA process, that comment process, they received over 4,000 comments, overwhelmingly positive, in some very passionate responses from consumers, in addition to all the company responses, saying how much that it's helped them and how they're using it in their daily lives. So I think that's important to note too. FDA has to weigh that because they're also supposed to be there to help and protect consumers, not just to protect drug company profits.
Yeah. Okay, so we only got a couple more minutes. A couple big issues when it comes to regulation. Let's try to cover this quickly. Labeling. And so I guess when I say labeling, it's making a statement for how much you have in it, and also health claims around it. All the warning letters that the FDA sends out have said you're making inappropriate, drug disease claims. Is this a problem that still hasn't hit the market? Is this a concern that we really need to?
And as of yesterday, you can add the Federal Trade Commission to this picture too, because they announced yesterday that they've now sent out letters to several CBD companies. Because again, they're not looking at the distinction between a structure function claim or a disease claim. They're just looking at the question, is the claim truthful and not misleading to consumers? And if you're making cancer claims or Alzheimer's claims or something like that, and you have no data to support that, the FTC is also involved. So that is a big issue for the industry, is to figure out what can we reasonably say about this that is truthful, is substantiated, and stays within that structure function context and doesn't cross over into diseases.
Right, wow.
Very exciting to have another three-letter agency get involved in this industry.
Right, DEA's done, here comes the FTC. We're swapping
well,
out.
and DEA is coming back now that people are smoking hemp joints in Tennessee and whatnot. But no, I mean, yeah, to Steve's point, I think we're at this precipice of doing it the right way. And I think there are companies out there doing it the right way. There's a whole group of them at the US Hemp Roundtable that are trying to do this the right way. And we're not trying to recreate the wheel. This exists. Dietary supplements exist. There's an avenue to make this a normal botanical extract. If this wasn't cannabis, there wouldn't be a room full of people here to listen to it. It would just be another dietary supplement that was, you know, hot at Expo West and East for a couple years in a row. But because it's cannabis, we live in this world where we have to justify everything, and we did a good job for the past 5 years of separating hemp and marijuana. CBD blurred those lines, and now we're back to this place where we're having to talk about all this stuff. And because of that, we have to be cognizant of it. We have to be really flexible when it comes to this kind of stuff. And I think, you know, we're working with CRN and Vote Hemp and APA and all these different trade associations and coming together to both represent the hemp industry, but also represent these paths to legalization and treating this like a normal everyday product. But there's definitely still some obstacles in there.
Go ahead.
And if I could just add, you know, I think the one last thing that companies need to take away from this is if you're playing in the dietary supplement swim lane. So if you're using a supplement facts box, if you're putting that statement of identity that you're a supplement on your label, you got to play by all the other rules that you know, oversee the supplement industry. So, you know, you've got to have your facility registered under the bioterrorism law. You should be following the GMPs in 111 for dietary supplements. You should have an adverse event reporting system in place because all supplements are required for that. You know, if you're something that you spray up your nose and is, you know, inhaled, that can't be a dietary supplement because it's not ingested. So that's an easy way to get FDA's attention in a bad way. If you're going to be a dietary supplement with CBD in it, at least follow all of the other requirements for a supplement, and then take your chances with the CBD.
Right. Hire a lawyer, right? Like that should be part. You got your designer, you got your seller. Yeah. Okay, we're about to take a break, but if there's one question, whoever can hop up to the microphone first, you get to ask the one question of our panel here. Going once. All right, there you are. Going up there. We have time for one question, then we're going to take a 20-minute networking break, and I will kazoo at the 2-minute warning and the 30-second warning. Go ahead, miss.
Hello, I'm Jerry Carr. I'm a retailer. So I'm looking for a company to bring in. The biggest, I guess, question people ask, is that product FDA approved? And I've gotten a lot of questions. I mean, I've seen people changing labels now to say with the QR code. Is that something the FDA made them do, or is this just companies trying to separate themselves?
What state are you in?
It's like some companies are putting QR codes so you can scan it to see that it's been third-party tested.
Right.
They're starting to put, if you say 1,200 milligrams, you now have to put per serving. I had one company tell me they only put hemp extract. They didn't tell you how much. And he said, well, if we do that, then I guess that throws them into something else. But me as a retailer, how do you know that this company is following your rules?
So what state are you in?
I'm in Virginia.
You're in Virginia. All right. So the U.S. Hemp Authority does a certification seal that basically goes through all the legal issues. And it also goes through all the testing issues to say this product has what it says it has in it and those kinds of things. That's your first marker of quality, I would say, is the U.S. Hemp Authority seal. And then it's different state by state. Indiana requires a QR code. Texas requires a QR code. Virginia, I don't think does. But that's certainly another step in the right direction of saying, you know, showing the testing, showing the quality control. those type of things. But it's very individual, depending on the company you're talking to, and really just the vetting process. That's why we came out with the authority seal, was to try to expedite that vetting process, mainly for buyers and retailers like yourself, to say, okay, these companies have at least been third-party audited. They're doing what they say they're doing. They're using GMPs, all the things that Steve touched on earlier, and we're actually refining that even more now with version 2.0 to go above and beyond that with GMOs and make sure there's no synthetics and things like that. And so there are things like that in place, but unfortunately as a retailer, you have to really do your own due diligence and research that company and make sure they're kind of doing all those things above board, all the things Steve mentioned earlier.
We're just going to have to leave it at that. Thank you for that. We're going to take a 20-minute break here. Thanks for joining us this morning so far. We'll see you in. All right, all right. Since we're all congregating in the back by the sponsors, I would like to thank our sponsors. We've got Balanced Health Botanicals, Bluebird Botanicals, Charlotte's Web, the pioneers, Lixinol, Evo Hemp, look, they're right there, Functional Remedies, Jancana, Green Roads, CV Sciences with their Plus CBD oil, and Shikai. So it's a veritable who's who of industry pioneers. They're represented back there in the back. You know, when we start, if everyone in the back by the sponsor tables could, what's the acronym? Oh yeah, STFU, that would be nice. We're about to start the late morning sessions. So we would like to thank our sponsors, and so if we can get help from the sponsors to just shoo everyone back to their seats, that would be awfully sporting, or else at the next Hemp and CBD Summit, we will be sure to put the sponsor tables in another room. So there, you've been warned. All right. Next up, through the din, through the inconsiderate din of the back of the room, people, we have Mark Goldfogel. Now, Mark, I met him at the NOCO Hemp Expo, and he's a smart guy. He's a funny guy, but looks aren't everything. He's dressing sharp. He's acting cool. He's going to talk about banking issues. I know there's a lot of issues with merchant accounts, a lot of funkiness in trying to transact some of these financial transactions to keep everyone in business. Mark is the CEO of iworkforcannabis.com. Mark has jumped into the cannabis industry. He's got a number of different companies. He's also the executive VP of the Fourth Corner Credit Union, which is fighting for legal banking. So a lot of dollar signs and insights to come from Mark. Before he takes the stage, sponsors, if you could please help us out by herding your conversational partners back to their seats, that would be great. That means you 10 companies in the back of the room. Thank you very much for your cooperation, what little I hear of it. Take it away, Mark.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you in the back for closing that out so I don't have to talk over you. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. Wow, that helped. Everybody back there, please come forward if you would. I appreciate your attention, and I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to try my darndest to be entertaining. You'll see a picture of me sitting in front of a crocodile mouth that was taken about a week ago at Burning Man. So I'm not terribly coherent, but I'm going to do the best I can for you today. My name is Mark Goldfogel, and I'm here to talk to you about banking and the cannabis industry. And I know that I'm not at a cannabis convention, I'm at a natural products show, so you guys aren't necessarily familiar with the brain damage that you're about to encounter as you enter this industry. And I encourage you to talk to the people along the back wall, because most of them I've known for years, and they have been encouraging this brain damage. So I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I have 7 companies under my belt, 4 that I have started in the cannabis industry since 2010. And in 2010, I was lucky enough to have a breakfast meeting with the first regulator in the state of Colorado for marijuana. And in that breakfast meeting, I proposed seed-to-sale tracking as a mechanism for diversion control and health and human safety. And he said, seed to sale tracking, I like that. And we said, seed to sale tracking, we filed for the patent. That company is now on NASDAQ today. That got the room quiet. All of a sudden, people start listening. Now there is a compliance mechanism. Granted, it's not a compliance mechanism recognized by the federal government, but it is a compliance mechanism recognized. And today it is the only compliance mechanism recognized in the marijuana industry. Seed to sale tracking is used in every state and in every government that controls and regulates and taxes marijuana, the version of cannabis that contains 0.3% THC or more. I founded the first company that met that guideline called MJ Freeway, and it made it to NASDAQ in 2019. It's now called Akerna. I left that company in 2013, and the next week founded a company called C Forever Systems that was designed to do for banking what MJ Freeway was designed to do for governments. MJ Freeway promised any government compliance necessary for the legitimization of marijuana. C Forever Systems promised banking compliance for any legitimization of marijuana, and the problem was there wasn't any banking compliance. And 4 months later, the federal government released guidelines on February 14th, 2014, on how to legally bank marijuana transactions. And for the second time in a row, I thought I was a genius. I built a point of sale system, and then I proposed seed to sale tracking, and everybody needed the point of sale system that nobody wanted. I built this cash management system, and then the federal government comes forward with cash guidelines in 2014 for how to regulate marijuana, and I had 4 banks in 4 states and 700 clients ready to sign up for my kiosk as long as it provided banking. And one by one, the regulators knocked on those banks and said, you know what? I know we gave you these guidelines for how to do it, but you're not really capitalized well enough to handle marijuana. You've had a problem a few years ago and we're not comfortable with you taking on marijuana. We don't like the paint color on your building and we don't want you to take on marijuana. You get the hint. And so when that company didn't successfully deliver banking, I joined a group called the Fourth Corner Credit Union, where I am a pro bono executive to this day. In fact, I'm the only pro bono executive. And the Fourth Corner Credit Union was a financial institution whose mission was to provide banking for the hemp and cannabis movement. And I want you to embrace this, because if you are going to get into the cannabis side of this business, you are going to be part of a movement, and you need to realize that this is going to be a bigger picture for you, that you're going to be making financial mistakes, that you're going to be doing things for the right purpose that are going to cost you money. And if you're not interested in that, leave it alone. There's plenty of other opportunities, there's plenty of entrepreneurs, and this space will grow. You can wait until it's all been figured out. But if you're coming into CBD today, it has not been figured out, and you need to be committed to the movement. That's where I come in. The first thing I want to do, and the most important thing I want to do, is educate you that cannabis is not one plant. Cannabis, for the sake of this conversation and for the sake of your mindset, should be thought of as 4 industry categories: food, fiber, fuel, and feelings. The 4 F's of cannabis. And when the federal government legalized hemp, it legalized all versions of cannabis that are 0.3% or below in THC. So it legalized food, it legalized fiber, and it legalized seed instantly. Anything from cannabis made from the seed, anything made from the stalk, and anything made from the food or extracted as oil for fuel is a legitimate product today. It's available for banking, it's available for insurance, it's available for all sorts of things that as of January of last year, it was as illegal as marijuana. But everybody in this room and everybody talking about cannabis all wants to talk about the 4th area of the plant: feelings. And you just heard a panel of people talking about regulation. Everything they were talking about was feelings. Food. The DEA is responsible for food. Cannabis seed, hemp seed, is a recognized food. It does not contain much CBD. Everybody's got it. You can sell it. You can add it into your stuff. Banks are not going to shut you down. Seed-based hemp is legal in the United States now to grow, to process, to do whatever you want to do with it. Stock is legal to grow, do whatever you want to do with it. If you want to make oil, gas, diesel, biodiesel, from the oil of the hemp plant. It's the most luxurious plant on the planet to make biodiesel. Go for it, it's legal. But if what you're doing is creating a product that imbibes feelings, now you're getting into those 3 letters from the government that we talked about before. And CBD as a feeling medicine has been approved by the federal government to GW Pharmaceuticals as a pharmaceutical. In that category, feelings is legal. GW has a legal right to sell it $24,000 a year to little kids to stop seizures. That is the only legal use of the hemp cannabis plant today for feelings. Now, we all have this talk of CBD, it doesn't cause anything, it should be a supplement to the FDA, it should be all of these things. Yes, and it's not. As of today, CBD as an extract is regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. And the previous panel spent a lot of time talking about how far that will go and what happens. And then the very bottom of this, where you go from green into red, is THC. THC is not legal, period. But states have built their own mechanism for it. So there's state legal marijuana programs going on, but they all have their own additional regulations called seed to sale tracking, well beyond that of any other industry, including nutraceuticals. And here's the most critical thing to know about these 4 categories. The feelings version doesn't play well with the other 3 categories. If you're growing the cannabis plant for feelings, you're growing it for the flower, which means if it makes seed, it doesn't make the flower. It means if it makes stalk, you're not growing for the flower. And it means that if you're growing for seed, you want to pollinate the flower, and if you're growing for feelings, you don't. So if your neighbor is growing for seed and you're growing for feelings, and you've got a frisky male plant that fertilizes your entire neighbor's crop, you've just ruined his business. And cross-pollination will be the single biggest nightmare of the CBD industry because marijuana gets ruined when it's cross-pollinated with hemp. So what I'm going to talk about really quickly are banking, credit card processing, and insurance. And really the good news is we have legalized hemp. The federal government has legalized all versions of the cannabis plant, 0.3% THC and below, and unquestionably for food, fiber, and fuel. Credit card processing is coming. It's a little more slow, and I'm going to talk about that. And then there's outdoor crop insurance, which will be down the road. But you guys are mostly entrepreneurs from the other side, so I really want to focus mostly on the banking and on the business side of this. So first of all, banking. Most of you are in business. Well, let me just say, are most of you in business today? How many of you have a business today? Raise your hands. And how many of you have a bank account for that business? Keep your hands up. So if you take on something that can be interpreted as a Schedule I drug, which frankly is any version of the hemp plant used for feelings, you can lose your bank account. You are now transacting in a Schedule I drug, and your banker's responsibility is to know that and to kick you out of the banking system. They have a legal fiduciary responsibility to keep drug traffickers out of the system. And you're like, but wait, I'm doing CBD. Don't lie, don't be suspicious. Let them know the truth, because the only way this industry is going to evolve is through education. And the story I've got behind that was when I built that computer system and I had all these banks coming forward, and then the Federal Reserve came along and said, we don't care what systems you've got, marijuana is a Schedule I drug, we will not allow it. And so the credit union that I helped found ended up doing something I never thought was humanly possible. We got an act before Congress. It's called the Safe Access to Banking Bill, and we got it before Congress in 2014. We got an act. This short Jew got an act before Congress. I'm a computer nerd. I have no more business getting an act before Congress than I do, anything, building a credit union. But this is what happens when you plug on a string. Now that act took 6 years from the time that it was a bill before Congress, before the time it was heard before Congress. It was just heard at the end of the 2018 session. And that was because of one man, a guy by the name of Pete Sessions, no relation to Jeff Sessions. And Pete Sessions was the head of the Banking Appropriations Committee, and he single-handedly kept this one bill from being heard for 6 years. That's democracy. If you have banking, and that is going forward, it hasn't passed yet, and it may not pass. But if it passes, that will provide that safe harbor that the banks need to bank marijuana businesses. There's also a rider provision for hemp, but the reality is marijuana and hemp are in two entirely different product categories. And yesterday, or in the speech before mine, you heard somebody talk about red yeast rice and statin. Same situation. Red yeast rice is a food product. Statin is a medical ingredient. Cannabis can be both of those things. It is two products. So make sure you know where you're in and the liability associated with that. The rest of these are the things you need to know if you're going to be in banking. The last one I added for this, which is diversify. Banks are a lot more comfortable taking on your business if they know that 90% of your business is not cannabis related and 10% of it is. The problem is if you're in this industry, it is so difficult and so unique that if you're not really dedicated to this vertical, you will burn out, you will fail. The good news is we have legal banking, which means as it's coming forward for food, fiber, and fuel, you're going to get ACH, debits, loans, everything. Most importantly, everybody, free yearly calendars, right? Credit cards. If you're a nutraceutical company and you start selling CBD products, don't be surprised if all your credit card processing gets shut down. CBD is still regarded and regulated as a Schedule I substance. Now, it is a carve-out, and we're all hoping that the government will consider it a nutraceutical, but it is not today. So, you're going to get a lot of credit card processors promising to do all sorts of things for you. A lot of them will pull out. Credit card processing is expensive, it's hard to find, but it is available. Elevon, in March of 2014, pulled out all of their credit card processing. So if Elevon is your credit card processor today and you are adding on CBD, be warned, you could get shut down. But there are millions of ISOs trying to do this, and credit card processing has so many steps along the chain that it's easier to do the workarounds, although the liability for the processor is much greater. And the reason the liability is so much greater is because the DEA decided that credit card processing is small business financing for drug dealers. And it makes sense. If I live in Kansas and I want a little marijuana selling business, I go to Colorado, I buy as much weed as I can on my credit card, I drive back to Kansas, and guess what? My credit card has now financed my drug dealing business. And that's the core root of why credit card processing is so dangerous in here. Insurance is also dangerous in here. If you have insurance for your other products and you add CBD, it's very likely a different policy for liability, for everything from growing and what have you. There are some weather-related events for insurance, and the RMA, which is the government agency for insuring crops, has said that they will have crop insurance by 2020. My guess is they will have crop insurance in 2020 for the 3 categories that don't involve feelings. And once you get into the category that involves feelings, it's not their department. But there are crop insurances out there for, weather-related excessive heat, different planting things. There are product liability insurances out there, but they're specific for cannabis. So don't think that you're going to get there from here. And I've rushed through this a little bit because I want to have enough time for questions, but pathetically, in the 10 years that I've been giving speeches to this industry, this is the most optimistic speech I've got. We actually have a safe access bill to banking that is not being prohibited and will go through Congress. We actually have legalized hemp. We have banks, hundreds of them, openly taking deposits. They're charging fees, in some cases exorbitant fees, for the compliance necessary to take that, but they're doing it. And we've got banking, processing, and on the forefront, marijuana legalization. But we're not there yet. And so what we need to do is, as the previous panel, and frankly every panel that I know of has advocated, education, education, education. Everybody needs to understand that CBD is not marijuana, and we all need to understand what CBD is. and be very, very careful about saying what it is not. Even if you've got someone who will swear to you that CBD cured their cancer, if you put their testimonial up on your website, you are lying. A patient can't cure themselves of cancer, and they can't announce that on your website or anywhere else that is publicly promoting your product. You really need to take not only a diligent approach with this, but a more than diligent approach with this. I'm going to take questions here in just a second, but I think and so feel free to line up at the mics. But the most critical thing that I really want to bring forward to this is seed to sale tracking as a paradigm is the paradigm that regulates the marijuana industry, and I proposed it. And at the time that I proposed it, I had no idea how marijuana was grown. I eat beef, and I'm not really sure how cows are grown either. And marijuana is not actually commercially grown from seed. It's grown from clone. They don't propagate from seed because of diversity and variations and all this stuff. So the only legal paradigm in the industry today that regulates marijuana has 4 words in it proposed by me, one of which has absolutely nothing to do with the industry whatsoever. What sort of moron would propose a paradigm that has no relationship to how the plant's actually grown? And the moral of the story is you don't know what you don't know. And if you want to get into the CBD side of this business, that's great. But if you don't understand that you are not operating in a business that follows the same fundamental blocking, tackling, and punting guidelines of any other business, you will burn out, you will get frustrated, it will drive you crazy, and you will let the entrepreneurs who are willing to bang their head against the wall 9 hours a day do this. I didn't build 4 companies in the marijuana industry because I'm a glutton for punishment or because I love building companies. I actually don't. I don't like working that hard at all. But this is a problem that needs to be solved, and anything worth doing is worth doing over. If you're going to come into this industry, own that mentality. Be willing to bring it in knowing that we don't know what we don't know, and we're willing to experiment and we're willing to fail, and that will get us there. Go to your banks open-handed and say, this is what I'm doing. I need a partner who's going to be with me long-term. Because if the bank finds out that what you're doing is what you're doing and you've hidden it from them, they're a whole lot less friendly towards you. And if a credit card processor finds this out and you're blacklisted on your credit cards, you will never get credit card processing again. Now, I'm going to give you the pitch and then I'm opening up. Please feel free to stand up and I'm going to take questions now from anybody that's got one. Anybody that wants more information, I had a very brief time, so my email is up here, my website is up here. If you send me an email, I'll send you a copy of my book called Smoking Something, The Cannabis Paradox, which talks about both marijuana and hemp. It's available on Amazon, but I'll send you a copy for free. An article I just wrote called Capitalizing on Legal Hemp that goes into the 4 F's in much better detail. And my email, should you need it, for a free call. Woo, woo, woo. That's my email, that's my phone number. First question. Go for it. I think you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. Great presentation. What do you think of overseas processing?
Great question. What do I think of overseas processing? So let's just step back a second and ask the question, what am I selling? If what I'm selling is orange juice, overseas processing is fine. Quite frankly, if what I'm selling is hemp seed, it's a food product, overseas processing is fine. If what I'm selling could be defined by any 3-letter agency of the government as a feelings-created substance, now it's a drug. And as soon as you take a drug overseas for the transaction, you've gone from drug trafficking to international drug trafficking. Same question, what about alternate currencies? What about Bitcoin, Potcoin, Weed Coin, My Coin? Why can't I just take this to another currency, do the transaction, and bring it back? The federal government considers alternate currencies an overseas transaction. It's the same answer. If you are processing a transaction in a currency other than US currency, you are processing that transaction on a territory other than US territory. If you're going to do that for something that causes feelings, it may be a drug, and that may be dangerous.
Hey, I have two questions. On the credit card processing side, what kind of rates can we expect for CBD? And also, you mentioned that there are banks giving loans. What kind of interest rates are you seeing on those?
Great, a simple question and one word answer for both. Exorbitant. Next. I mean, really, that's it. Because as far as they're concerned, loans at this point in time they have no history on collecting them. And if your loan is in marijuana, they have no legal recourse for collecting them. So the odds of you getting a bank loan for marijuana are 0. The odds of you getting a bank loan for hemp are slim but possible. And if you're going to get a loan for anything or credit card processing, it's going to be high risk rates for both of those things. So you can probably double what you think is fair, and you'll probably be about in that range.
Thank you.
Joe.
Hello, Mark. So you helped invent the seed to sale tracking on the marijuana side. What do you see coming down the pipeline for CBD, and how can CBD companies continue to integrate seed to sale or track and traceability on the logistics side?
Great. Seed to sale is the most involved traceability mechanism in any industry. No industry tracks all the way down to the plant other than this. Even in the pharmaceutical version, it does not literally go to the stock of individual plants and what nutraceuticals were added to that plant when you get to the candy bar at the other side. That's what I proposed, that's what we implemented, and it is a nightmare. It has no position in hemp. It is not worth it in hemp. It is useful. It is useless in CBD. It is useless in industrial grows, and it is useless in California, and California adopted it anyway. So just because it's useless and it doesn't work doesn't mean a government's not going to bring it forward. I can't promise you that our government's not going to take seed to sale tracking to CBD, but I can tell you as the guy who invented CBD that it has no place. So now the question is, where should it be? If it's going to be a nutraceutical, it'll be regulated by like nutraceuticals, like other nutraceuticals. And the fly in the ointment for that is that the government owns the patent. The federal government owns the patent on cannabis as a medicine. I'll say that again. The federal government owns the patent on cannabis as a medicine. I understand the federal government has deemed cannabis a Schedule I drug, which means it has no medicinal value. Paradoxically, they also own the patent on it, and they've granted that patent to GW Pharmaceutical for the use of treatment with children. If the government wishes to enforce that wholly, you do not have a nutraceutical for this. You cannot go out and add statin into your nutraceuticals. It is a pharmaceutical. And so likely there will be some area, some amount of CBD where this will all come washing out. I do not expect seed to sale tracking for CBD. I do expect nutraceutical tracking for it, and I do hope that that's where we're going to go. But I've been 10 years in this industry, and there's 2 lines that I'm going to leave you with. The first one, most important one to remember, is when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you're the FDA, that's my timer going off. Sorry. If you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you're an FDA, you're in charge of the food and drug safety. If you're the DEA, you're in charge of enforcing whether or not people are distributing drugs. Each agency has their hammer. And unless you can meet each agency's hammer, you will never go forward. And the last thing I will leave you with is the same thing I started with. Cannabis right now is not a plant. It is for industry groups, and it is a movement. And if you wish to be part of the movement, I would encourage you. Here's my phone number, here's my email. Call me, write to me. I will do everything in my power to help you be successful. And if you don't want to be part of the movement, watch us go and come join us down the road once we really know what this product can do and where we can go with it. Thank you very much.
Mark, I didn't know you were a burner. I mean, let's hug, man. Fuck.
Are you a burner?
Hell yeah.
Did you burn this year?
Not this year. That's another conversation. Cheers. All right. Well, we're going to ride out the morning into lunch with what I like to call the genius session. We're going to get smart, people. I hope the caffeine is just ricocheting through your mind right now and you're ready to just grok what is about to hit us. This is just a fascinating panel discussion we're going to have here. I think you're really going to like it. The 4 people that are up here are smart people. First, Jennifer Cooper, if you want to come on up here. She is the Chief Science Officer of Savant Sciences. Jennifer has been responsible for about 300 products on the market in 20 different companies across a wide range of classes. We're talking homeopathics, we're talking supplements, we're talking medical devices, functional foods. You're the one. Very excited about that. Joy Beckerman is next, and I have to read this because she just rocks the world. Not only were you the 2014 National Hemp Activist of the Year, boom, you're a consultant at Hemp Ace. You're no deuce, you're an ace, woman. President of the Hemp Industries Association, VP of the U.S. Hemp Roundtable, board member of Normal, and a regulatory officer and industry liaison for Elixinol, one of the leading pioneering companies here. Joy, thank you. Thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate that. We have Melody Harwood up here. Melody, we have been friends for so long. I knew you since you were a Cantox girl, the original Canadian toxicity girl. For some reason, I'm attracted to toxic girls. And let's see, now Aker, that was a krill company, Neptune, which was the original krill pioneering company, and then you guys decided that you're not really a krill company, you're an oil extraction company, and what's more fun to extract as an oil but cannabis and hemp, and so you're up in Canada, right? Actually, you're in LA, but company's up in Canada, so that's really cool. And leading this conversation is just a gentleman and a scholar, John Grube, who is the managing partner at Summit Venture Management. John's been around, he knows everybody, he knows everything, and I really appreciate John leading this conversation. Come on up here, let's get smart, people. Thanks.
Good morning. I am going to take about 12 minutes to set up the conversation with this group, so bear with me, and I want to give a little bit of context, and I will gloss over what's already been covered, but we'll talk a little bit about the history of this plant, which is quite rich and storied. I want to talk about a bipolar relationship that the USDA has always had with the plant. And then a little bit on size and growth, market development, regulatory status. I'm gonna just hydroplane right over that because you've had that covered thoroughly this morning. And then that's in service of talking about some future scenarios with this panel. So a few interesting historical markers. This plant goes back at least 6,500 years in China, used for rope, nets, scrolls, food, and oil. In 1150 AD, the Moorish Spain, the first paper mill was established. Of course, many of our great Renaissance paintings are on hemp canvases, and in 1700 England, hemp was the most important cash crop in the country, used for sails, ropes, and one could argue that the U.S. may not have been colonized were it not for the hemp that went into those sails. In 1914, the World War I began, and hemp imports ceased. So in 1916, the USDA enthusiastically embraced hemp, and the quote from the USDA is that every tract of 10,000 acres of hemp is worth 40,000 acres of timber pulp. So very, very enthusiastic, but that enthusiasm did not last long, as you'll see. Kentucky first grew hemp around the time of the Revolution, was the largest cash crop in Kentucky until 1915. And then 1932, the USDA has second thoughts and really advocates southern pine versus hemp. And in 1937, it all got really shut down with the Marijuana Tax Act. It technically allowed for the growing of hemp, but the licensing was so onerous that essentially farmers said enough. And we really lost at that point the history of cultivation in this country. 1970, of course, Schedule I drug. We flipped again in World War II, again because of the utility of this plant. And then in 2004, Hemp Industry Association successfully sued the DEA, and hemp seed oil was deemed legal. So then 2014, the door cracks open with the Farm Bill that Obama signed, and of course in 2018, the doors are wide open and driven by this interesting bipartisan group. I don't know that these folks could be much different, but they are aligned on the pragmatic economic considerations that have the chance to revitalize rural America. It is a state-by-state regulatory patchwork, and the good news is that there's a lot of legal status. The bad news, it's really complicated, and also, fortunately, research is now legal, so lots of good things in the pipeline. So as Mark mentioned, hemp is much more than CBD. There are, in theory, I keep seeing this number of 25,000 applications. I don't really know how that could be, but we're talking textiles, paper, industrial products, building materials, and potentially many other therapeutic applications. Hemp has 6 times the tensile strength of cotton and delivers twice as much fiber per acre. And as you probably know, cotton is a very, very dirty crop to grow. Somewhere between 100 and 120 cannabinoids. So we will ask the panel about some of these lesser celebrated cannabinoids. The NIH, as far as they are concerned, they classify cannabinoids as phytocannabinoids, those found in plants, and not just hemp. Phytocannabinoids in clove, echinacea, black pepper, ginger, peony, and others. Endogenous cannabinoids, which are in our body, purified and isolated cannabinoids, and then synthetic cannabinoids, and we'll also discuss that. On the right of the screen is the endocannabinoid system, discovered in the 1990s and articulated, whose job it is to maintain internal stability amongst external flux. So I think of it as very much analogous to the adaptogenic herbs, and I don't know if they interact with the receptors, but we'll ask that of the panel. Very, very curious about the lesser known, less celebrated cannabinoids, THC and CBD really getting a lot of the celebrity status, but the entourage effect and many, many other cannabinoids now hopefully being researched for other potential therapeutic benefits. We are also entering the age of biosynthetic, biofabricated CBD. Bioreactors increasingly are augmenting chemical factories, and the gene that expresses CBD has been identified. So we certainly expect that as DHA was coaxed from algae, that single-celled bacteria, yeast, mycelium, algae can essentially be programmed into biosynthesis of CBD. And that's not even counting CRISPR and similar technologies, which are very precise mechanisms for engineering those genes in a non-transgenic way. The FDA and USDA are kind of wrestling over who has regulatory authority for genetic modification in plants and animals. Large and growing market. We're not going to quibble here whether you like a $2 billion estimate or a $22 billion estimate. There's an enormous range of forecast for sales by 2022 to 2025. Claire and her team at NBJ are trying to rationalize these numbers and would suggest that the range isn't actually as wide as it appears when you consider product forms and different channels. There's lots of different ways to count, but large and growing quickly. Here is the acreage under cultivation. You can see 2017 was about 18,000 acres. Is that right, Joy?
2017, we grew just under 26,000.
26,000, 78,000 in 2018, and Vote Hemp just reported 500,000 domestic acres licensed. Little caveat here, which is that licensed acres do not necessarily tie out to planted acres, and planted acres do not necessarily tie out to harvested acres. There is plenty of 2018 biomass and crude oil sitting in warehouses, so this tremendous increase in supply will undoubtedly impact the market. And that is not counting the imports. Anecdotally, we hear of a great deal of hemp being grown in South and Central America and China, where CBD is illegal. In China, a huge hemp tradition, primarily for fiber, but the Chinese government has licensed a very large extraction facility for CBD exports. So we expect that to have an impact on supply and demand as well. Where we are in the life cycle, early. I like the Cowen and Company estimate of 16 billion, and even that implies a 45% compound annual growth rate, so really torrid growth. And what we know is that we have a gradual de-risking and destigmatization despite the risks in the hemp marketplace. There are 4 states that do not yet have hemp legislation, but the point here is that talent, funding, adjacent expertise, and other resources are pouring into this market. Why? Well, because it's huge. Look at the adjacencies here, whether it's pharma, alcohol, tobacco, functional foods, and of course supplements, personal care, and pet. Everyone is paying attention to this market, and if they're not actively participating in a way that's publicly visible, you can bet that behind the scenes there's work underway with respect to intellectual property and preparing a swim lane, if you will, for how to participate. Regulatory roles and responsibilities really has been discussed. FTC now getting in the game as they would with supplements with respect to claims, websites, advertising, USDA in the rulemaking process. And I'm going to say it again, CBD is a FDA approved drug and therefore cannot be food, beverage, or supplement. That doesn't really square with what we see in the marketplace, but that is the law until the agency or Congress change that. There are potential pathways to legality as a new dietary ingredient. While hemp seed oil is generally regarded as safe in the food supply, as has been discussed, a food cannot also be a drug. The only exception I know is fish oil, and I guess red rice yeast maybe falls into that exception as well. So there's real urgency for the agency to get their safety data, get their efficacy data, and do something. It's remarkable how far this horse is out of the barn and is not going back. So we're hoping for some self-regulation, but the point here is that that requires a self. Who is the self here? We have trade advocacy groups and trade associations, and hopefully the Deshay model will serve as some sort of a benchmark to how to successfully self-regulate this industry. And with that, I will move to the panel. Thank you all. I appreciate your being here. I would like to start with this whole slug of cannabinoids that are lesser explored and merchandised. What outside of THC and CBD, what are you seeing with therapeutic promise, and what kinds of benefits do you expect? I'm just guessing that with 100 plus cannabinoids and 2 obviously very powerful ones, that there's some interesting therapeutic benefits lurking somewhere else in the flower. Melanie, you want to take a crack at that?
Yeah, I mean, the cannabinoids as well as the terpenes and the flavonoids, due to prohibition pretty much on a global basis for the last 70, 80 years, so there hasn't been a lot of research done on the minor cannabinoids. One, because they are minor, so it's hard to get an isolate to be able to do some traditional clinical type studies or even preclinical work. So yeah, there's emerging research on several of them. I think Jennifer is presenting later on the science. So you have your CBG, CBC, and also, I think what of interest as well are the acidic versions of the cannabinoids, which are those that are present naturally in the plant. I mean, they have relevant antibacterial properties and insecticide properties, which is probably why the plant makes them like that as well. So looking at the different even versions of the cannabinoids themselves is going to, I think, open up possible new areas for potential benefits.
Anything to add?
CBG and CBN, we're starting to see a lot of work with those, also in the regulated medical and adult use market. CBN being so wonderful. CBN is cannabinol. CBG is cannabigerol. And for sleep and many other benefits. I just saw on an exchange, I was in Toronto less than a week ago, and there was 13 kilograms of CBG isolate available on this exchange. I found that to be fascinating. And certainly Jennifer is more on the scientific level there. There was a couple of things I just wanted to make sure I supplemented. And the reality is that the FDA's position that it is a violation of federal law to market CBD as a dietary supplement or a food is guidance. We disagree. The informed legal opinion of the industry is that it is not the law. It is not the law until the agency makes a final determination or a final agency action, and it has not done that yet. So their FAQ on their website stating it is a violation of federal law, that's guidance, and thank you, FDA. The near 23 warning letters that they have issued to CBD manufacturers since February of 2015 that were not cease and desist letters, that did not result in corrective action or any form of discipline, that in most cases resulted in corrected self-correction and self-regulating action. They mostly revolved around medical claims. Again, guidance, not a final agency action, not a final determination. And former Commissioner Gottlieb's op-eds, press releases, all of those public statements, whether they're Amy Abernathy or others, again, a guidance position, and we say no, that's actually not the law. When you make a final determination or a final agency action, then we'll have some issues, and then of course we could appeal that ruling through the Administrative Procedures Act. And the HIA, and thank you for bringing it up, has sued the DEA 4 times. We were founded in 1994. We've won 3.5 times, arguably. And so lodging those public comments, making sure that we're preserving our rights and preserving our legal standing through every step of the administrative process. And again, we haven't even had an opportunity to do that other than a public comment because the FDA has not issued that final agency action or that final determination. We do that all along the way because if at some point there needs to be litigation there as well. So I just wanted to make sure folks know that. Also, Ohio actually passed a hemp law. It's the last day of its session, which was fascinating. So we've got Idaho, Mississippi, South Dakota, and New Hampshire that don't have hemp laws. New Hampshire actually has a law to study, but they don't really have a program. And finally, and then we'll move back on to your question, I just had to supplement some of these things. In addition, of course, to paper and textiles and building materials, we're talking about energy, fuels, supercapacitors, nanotechnology. Sure, we have more tensile strength than cotton, and I apologize, I say we when I'm talking about the plant. The plant is more tensile strength. It's an ethnobotanical thing, guys. We have an endocannabinoid system. We are one with the plant. But we're actually second in surface area and tensile strength to graphite whiskers and carbon nanotubes. So understand that those properties are cost prohibitive to perform R&D on, to say nothing of to be able to create products that mere mortals like you and I could afford on the shelves of the stores at which we shop. So to be able to perform some of those functions, many of the functions that graphite whiskers and carbon nanotubes currently serve, with a fast-growing renewable crop with so much biospheric and planetary healing promise, is just a game changer entirely. And of course, biocomposites, bioplastics, industrial sealants and coatings, human and animal nutrition. The hemp seed is the superfood. That really needs a cape. It's a complete protein, the highest digestible form of protein in the entire plant and animal kingdom. And of course, in just 3 tablespoons of hulled seeds, generally speaking, 10 grams of digestible protein and a full day's supply of omega-3s and 6. So serving all of those markets. And with that, will you talk about the minor cannabinoids?
I love the passion. I love Joy and her passion for the category, and this category reminds me a lot of our own category, maybe pre-Deshay. There's a lot of gray area, and we're not the only industry that's interested or is a stakeholder in the outcome of all the regulatory and scientific issues. But I'll tell you what, we are the industry that is most familiar with the gray area, because I speak at a lot of pharma conferences, and you would be amazed at how much CBD and hemp and cannabis come up in some of the world's most conservative companies. But if you think about it, the best categories on the planet for pharma and OTC include things like pain and sleep and mood. And so they have a lot, they're very conservative and they're risk adverse, but they're very interested in what's happening in the category. And they're also big players, and potentially to be very exclusive players on the intellectual property side. And of course, all the things that Joy said is what influences, has an influence on the science. I personally am really high on CBN, but it's not like cannabinoid number 98 that you've never heard
really
of.
High.
Yeah, no pun intended.
Sorry, pun intended. I think CBN is the next CBD. How's that?
Yeah.
And but I'd love to pick something super obscure that you've never heard of before. The issue is, because of all the things that Joy just said, is that if I'm picking something where the science truly is emerging, we just haven't had the bandwidth because of the regulatory issues and funding and everything. We haven't had the bandwidth to study the really truly minor, let's not say minor, obscure cannabinoids. But even something like CBN, the intellectual property issues there, because there's enough prior art and enough in the literature, are going to be a little bit convoluted. The real intellectual property opportunities are going to come in those obscure cannabinoids. And in case you're daunted by that, really it's an opportunity for combinations of the cannabinoids, because not all of them act on the receptors in the same way, and something like CBC that really can impact the activity of other cannabinoids and everything. There's going to be an opportunity there in combinations. And I'm also really interested, because of the regulatory issues, and I do a lot of work in Europe, I'm interested in phytocannabinoids that come from plants other than cannabis as well. That's a really fascinating area of study. So I think the intellectual property there's going to be, I envision this, I said this on the phone call, you know how in the Old West when they were going to give out land, all the wagons would line up on the line and they'd shoot the gun off and everybody'd go racing out into the field to get their little plot of property? That's what the patent environment's is crescendoing to.
Already.
Yeah, we're in the land grab right now, and it's going to get worse.
Thank you, and certainly the pharmaceutical industry and bioscience industry are immensely sophisticated in that realm, more so than most entrepreneurs. I'd like to tease through an issue that's a particularly hot topic for retailers, and that is the whole question of full or broad spectrum hemp oil versus CBD isolate. We know of the so-called entourage effect, that the full spectrum oil purportedly has benefits at much lower doses than CBD isolate. At the same time, we know that the cannabis plant is a bioremediator, and so in theory, a CBD isolate would carry less risk of contaminants, heavy metals, pesticide residues. Thinking about it from a retailer's perspective, there is an abundance of caution, and many retailers are only allowing full spectrum oil versus isolate. I wonder if you would talk about the sort of balance sheet here on the virtues of full spectrum, including the terpenes, flavonoids, and other polyphenolic molecules that influence the body versus CBD isolate, which again is a drug.
So besides the regulatory issue, you know, I feel like I'm going to be a little bit on thin ice because the idea of the entourage effect is so ingrained in the category, and this term, the entourage effect, is by one of the most acclaimed, possibly one of the fathers of the industry, which is Dr. Russo. There's a paper published just a couple months ago that said, after meta-analysis and reviewing all of that the entourage effect was placebo effect. And I don't believe that that's true, by the way. I think that the limited amount of data that we have to do reviews on, I think the lack of the ability to measure and quantify all of the obscure cannabinoids, I think there's a lot of factors that are making the data mixed and that are going to, but we treat the entourage effect like it's a done deal and we know it and it's well established. And I think it is a true principle, but there's more scientific work to be done on there. There's more to be had from looking at it from a metabolomic standpoint. And I think metabolomics has the potential of really shaking up the research area. I'm very excited about the research houses that are looking at cannabis and related species from a metabolomic standpoint, but it's still controversial. That being said, there's an entourage effect, and those of us that have been in the industry for a long time, nature's super clever about providing helper and complementary molecules in the same plant, and we know that it reduces. We do know this meta-analysis was on efficacy. We know, and didn't address this issue of side effects. We know for sure that whole plant extracts have less of a adverse event profile. And so I think we're still learning. We're still evolving on that, and it's the right thing to do. And the whole plant extract for all the regulatory reasons, but there's a lot of emerging science that says that combinations or whole plant extracts are at least as efficacious and certainly safer than purified substances. And that, you know, the quality issues notwithstanding, we're figuring that out. You know, when the pesticide rule went into effect in California, I have a chart of how many lots failed for pesticide over a 12-month period. And as soon as we start testing for it, lots start failing, and then we figure it out, and you can see over a 12-month period where we're able to resolve that. But we're gonna have more of those type of quality issues, or it's gonna get a little worse before it gets better.
Yeah, you can look at it from so many different ways. From a regulator perspective, I would say it's a lot easier to regulate more like a mostly pure compound. You know, developing a standard or a specification for a hemp extract, I mean, what does that mean? The hemp plant could develop its own profile of cannabinoids, terpenes, flavonoids, depending on where it's grown, what time of year it's harvested, how it's cured, and before it's processed, what happens in the processing. I mean, you get conversion of the acidic to neutral cannabinoids. So how do you define an extract for a plant that has, you know, hundreds of potentially bioactive compounds? And to Jennifer's point, I mean, we're still understanding what the combinations from a medical standpoint or a benefit standpoint are. But then as well from, you know, a formulator or a retailer, maybe CBD isolate is a better form to put into your cosmetic product, because then you don't have the whole terpene smell, and it's water soluble, so you don't have the solubility issues. So there's just so many ways to consider about what is the best form of the product that you would want to put into a retail product.
And we can make water-soluble isolate, we can make water-soluble full spectrum. Elixinol has a water-soluble full spectrum product. This issue of phytoremediation, I'm so glad you brought it up. It's an opportunity and a challenge and a mandate to educate the consumer. So when we go to make those purchases of CBD, the consumer needs to be educated, and the industry leaders are doing a tremendous job, doing their best to educate the consumer. They need to ask the question, how was this grown? Because hemp is an uptake agent and it can remove soil contaminants and heavy metals. We need to use our best soil for that which is being grown for human or animal consumption. And skin is also, of course, a consumer. So then the actual consumer it's a consumption of cannabinoids in the products, the topical products we sell. But the consumer needs to ask the question, you know, where was this grown? What practices were used in the growing of this plant that has produced this product? And it needs to matter to the consumer. We're seeing a huge glut right now in the isolate market because all of the moldy plants that weren't stored properly, you know, are being made into isolate. Well, I may prefer isolate for certain things, but not from a plant that was sitting in somebody's barn and was moldy, and just because there were filters and other things that allowed them to remove all of that contaminants to give me that isolated molecule, you know, it needs to matter to the consumer. And of course, I would say that many products out on the market, they start with a full spectrum, and then other oils and properties are added to them as well. So to keep in mind that full spectrum means different things to different people. So does broad spectrum. Even the word biomass means different things to different people. For some it includes the stock, for some it doesn't. So as we navigate our way through this emerging and rapidly developing industry with various levels of intellect and various levels of integrity and ethics, we want to make sure that we're using the same dictionary.
Well, and I'll just give my plug on here, and this is the single greatest thing we can do for ourselves today in the industry, because all of these issues are made worse our regulatory issues, defining what is a spec for certain things, by the fact that we have not reached a consensus on testing methodologies and on standards. It's an impediment to self-regulation. It's a problem in terms of standardizing things. It's an awful problem in terms of forwarding the clinical research, because even if we're going to defy the clinical standard, which is one variable, and put things into clinical studies that are more complex than that, we need to be able to characterize them and do it in a very consistent way. And look at it this way, you guys. The methodology, and this is published, methodology between labs, good labs, varies 10 to 12% and can be up to 20% in labs that are on shaky ground. And then you have the variability within the crop, even grown in the same land in the same season, that can be 10%. And so even under the best circumstances, nobody's cheating, no one's trying to, you know, skate on the system. We can still be off by 20%. And think about things like the new DNA testing and the issues we had with state AGs, with them inappropriately applying those methods and standards to products. If we're serious about protecting ourselves and our business and about self-regulation, we have to clean that mess up. We need to collaborate, we need to get everybody on the same page. It's the first step in being able to manage many of the complex issues that we're facing.
Great. I'm going to ask one more question, and then we'll open it up to your questions. Building on this last topic, let's talk a little bit about synthetic and biosynthetic product. And as if it weren't complicated enough, full spectrum versus isolate, what are you hearing about the progress of biosynthetic and synthetic CBD?
I think it's moving at a very fast pace. I think there has been a lot to adopt from in terms of, like you mentioned before, the omega-3 industry, where the algal oils came out on the market and they were developing high concentrates of EPA, DHA. I mean, you're seeing biosynthesis using yeast and E. coli. Those will come to market. I think, you know, there might be some regulatory hurdles to get over there if they're using some genetically modified yeast or bacterial strains. But in addition to that, you know, there's like the CRISPR technology. It makes it so easy now to just insert genes to upregulate or downregulate the synthesis of cannabinoids in the plant itself. So you're not introducing an additional gene in there, and in some jurisdictions, it's a lot easier to bring that to market. So you could have a seed variety that might be a high producer of CBC, or you can even have seeds that will decrease the THC, which is how hemp evolved and is defined over generations. You know, they've been able to crossbreed the seeds to decrease the THC content, but I think even moving forward with that kind of technology, it's unbelievable the amount of different potential opportunities there is for developing cannabinoids in different ways.
Poor Todd, he couldn't read all of the rules. I'm also the vice president of the U.S. Hemp Authority, which, when we talk about self-regulation, has created a seal for good manufacturing practices and good agricultural practices in hemp. And when it comes to, and we're in a public comment period for version 2.0 right now of that program, and we have addressed in this program, or the technical committee and the public, including the HIA and the US Hemp Roundtable and Vote Hemp and many others who have lodged these public comments to create this version 2.0, we are addressing now in version 2.0 synthetic cannabinoids, biosynthetic cannabinoids, and cannabimimetics, which are, of course, the properties that you discussed, echinacea, black pepper, carrot, these other plants that have properties in them that antagonize, stimulate, or otherwise modulate the CB receptors. We don't take issue, particularly with biosynthetics, but we won't be certifying them because, of course, it's the U.S. Hemp Authority, so we will be specific to hemp and probably will not even entertain. The board approves what the technical committee gives to us, so I'm just giving you a foreshadowing, giving the amount of public comments and agreement around it. Although there's certainly a market for that, and there are folks within all of those circles and within those comments that are proponents of it, but understand that it's the U.S. Hemp Authority, so why would we be certifying that? When it comes to bioengineered and genetically engineered hemp, we are taking a stand and sending a strong message. The foreshadowing here, because everyone seems to agree on it, is that we wouldn't be certifying genetically engineered or bioengineered hemp beyond traditional selective breeding, agricultural practices. So this idea of gene editing, CRISPR and the like, at present, we will not be certifying that. If I could foreshadow what version 2.0 is going to be approved, because it's overwhelming all of those opinions.
But we produce now, the methods are available, and we produce many bioactive compounds, some that we sell in this industry through yeast fermentation and things like that. And an article was just published this year, so 2019, in Nature, so top tier, the highest tier of journals and publications on. They produced a wide range, not just the classics, but into some of the obscure cannabinoids through yeast production. And so you're right, it's coming very quickly. We're adapting methods that already exist at a commercial level to be able to produce these synthetics, and so it'll be here.
And the idea that we can convert from one cannabinoid to another is also fascinating, and I think we're going to see a lot of research around that as well. There's an issue when we extract hemp for our legal hemp products. There is a place in the initial crude unrefined oil where we are above 0.3% THC. And so when we're above 0.3% THC, most regulators are aware of this, most states, others don't know, and then it gets diluted into a full spectrum product. But the issue now is coming up from regulatory and waste, what to do with that THC that is left over. What are we going to do with it? Well, it can actually be converted into other cannabinoids. And so that's another regulatory issue where some jurisdictions having authority will say we want it destroyed. Well, we would say we like to choose the words when we're writing law or regulation, disposed of, including, and what are these acceptable areas of disposal? And we would like to see that some of those acceptable areas of disposal will be conversioned. Yeah. So it's a fascinating area.
And I mean, these biosynthetics and synthetics, I mean, that's, I think, where the majority of patenting is probably going to happen, because as you know, you can't necessarily patent a plant or a seed unless you do some modification to it. So I think that's probably going to, that area of patenting is probably going to grow a lot, even though there has been some trademarks allocated to some of the strains, especially in the rec or the medical space. I think you're going to see quite a bit more work to try to protect that.
I do just want to add that hemp is much different than medical and adult use cannabis in that, of course, and we choose to use the term varieties, cultivars, and chemobars as opposed to strains, just the popular vernacular. But there are certified pedigreed seeds, hundreds of them, that global seed certifying agencies such as AOSCA, the Association of Official Seed Certifying Agencies, and the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperative Development, they have had seed certifying schemes in place for legal industrial hemp plants for a number of years now. So America is sort of behind. We've had 31 developed countries that have been regulating this plant and maintaining beautiful certified pedigreed seeds in their breeding programs that are very reliable. And so the USDA has opened up the Plant Variety Protection Act to us, so those applications can happen, but understanding that AOSCA and OECD also have these schemes, and intellectual property is happening. And believe me, these material transfer agreements, when breeders and suppliers of genetics sell these genetics, are serious legal documents.
What questions do you have for Melody, Joy, and Jennifer? Anybody?
Hey there, how are you? Thanks so much. Do you have any favorite books or otherwise maybe a documentary to learn about the hemp and the products? And there's just so much complicated information for new ears like this. What would you recommend for informational books?
I first recommend that you stay away from Google and that you go to Google Scholar. Many folks aren't aware of Google Scholar, which there is peer-reviewed research, and of course there are debates around the legitimacy of peer-reviewed research, but notwithstanding that, Google Scholar is a great place. I would say that if you're starting from the beginning, even though there's a lot of bravado in there, The Emperor Wears No Clothes is actually the Bible of the hemp movement in terms of what was our history, what are the uses of that plant. It was written by Jack Herer in the early 90s. And beyond that, though, I would say that there are also some universities really taking, just in terms of free information, really taking the lead here. Cornell University, if you were to go on, this is one way you use Google, Cornell University Industrial Hemp, tons of valuable information there. Most of the trade associations as well. Rutgers is even getting involved, certainly Colorado State University and the University of Kentucky. So if you took those land-grant universities that are heavily invested and heavily engaged in hemp research and associated that with industrial hemp, you would come up with their main pages where there's wonderful vetted information as well.
Other questions, please?
Yes, Jake Felice with Manitoba Harvest. Joy had mentioned lots of different definitions of full spectrum. I've tried to wrap my head around what exactly full spectrum means, and it seems that any definition that I come up with to some degree doesn't make sense. I'm not saying that there's not an entourage, and I'm not saying that there's cooperative effects between botanical molecules. Would it serve the industry better to use different terminology or to have a specific definition? Just curious your thoughts on that. Thank you.
One of you ladies.
Yeah, it is difficult, and I've heard people use full spectrum in different ways or broad spectrum in different ways. I think just if you're looking at the processing part of it, the full spectrum would be everything you're getting from that initial extraction run. So you can then further work on that extract with post-processing methods to remove some of the impurities or unwanted contaminants. So usually something like a broad spectrum would be maybe a little more concentrated, and you might be able to take out some of the waxes that might not necessarily be what you're wanting in your final extract. And then you can further go down there for distillation to concentrate the cannabinoids and all the way to an isolate. So, so the United States Pharmacopoeia, everyone knows the USP, they have developed a standard for dried marijuana, or dried cannabis, I guess. And they're now working on developing a standard for a cannabis extract. So I'm hoping, with the USP and other standard-setting organizations like ASTM and AOAC, that these terminologies and the definitions of the different type of extracts will get defined to a greater degree moving forward.
And talk about case in point, most of the industry broad spectrum means full spectrum where the THC has been removed.
There you go. Yeah.
So it's just case in point.
Yeah.
Any final questions for the panel, please?
Yes. I'm Laura Sheehan from Winchester, Kentucky. I'm a retailer, and you had mentioned that in like 2017 there were 26,000 acres of hemp grown, and in this year 500,000. One of the main questions I get from my customers, not only what's it for, how can I use hemp, but why is it so expensive? So will this bring the price down? Thank you.
I want to first say that it was 511,000 acres that were licensed to grow, and John did a fantastic job really trying to make that distinction for folks, that what was licensed to grow, again, intent is a good indicator, but only about 230,000 of those licensed acres were probably actually planted, is the estimate. And of those 230,000 acres, only 50 to 60% will be successfully harvested. And by the way, why that wasn't grown first would be lack of genetics, lack of experience, but why only 50 to 60% of that will be successfully harvested? Lack of experience, crop failures, also non-compliant crops, because most of these crops are being grown for extract. And so when we're breeding up these higher resin hemp plants, we're coming much farther up to that 0.3% THC, whereas these certified pedigreed varieties I discussed earlier are in oil, seed, and fiber, and the THC has been very stabilized, way below 0.3, but non-compliant crops mean they'll shoot above. So keep in mind that it's nowhere near 511,000 acres that were actually planted. And yes, the more we grow, the lower the price will be. So we've been asking farmers to grow a crop for which there is very little infrastructure. We've been asking investors to invest in an infrastructure for which there has been slowly increasing crop. But one foot in front of the other, we're getting there, and those prices will come down.
We are out of time, but please join me in thanking Melody, Joy, and Jennifer.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a lunch break, but before you go, Sean over here, we are live streaming this, and just for archival footage, we want everyone to be a little excited. Sean's going to roam, and come on, a little hemp hooray, people. Let's get excited for the cameraman. You're on screen. You're on camera. Thanks, John. All right, see everyone in an hour and a half. Thank you. It has slightly missed the boat. It's still only at about 5%. What's wrong with America? It really needs to get bigger. And as it turns out, hemp could be the poster child to drag organic into the mainstream. You know, there's about 80 million acres of GMO soy grown in America. There's about 80 million acres of GMO corn being grown. Just about all of it goes to feed cows. Awesome for burgers, right? Or you could burn down the rainforest, you know, what have you. And as we saw, maybe at the most, we have 500,000 of hemp, but it's growing like a weed. Sorry. And this could be the thing. Now, the EPA is about to roll out a list of 10 pesticides that they're going to allow, 10 chemicals that we could dump on hemp so that big ag can get into the game. We know that synthetics are coming. We know that industrial U.S. big ag is going to want to try to, you know, they're going to want to, oh, here's hemp with a, you know, a GMO so that it can take Roundup. You know the bastards are going to try that. And so what we need to do, what we're advocating here at Expo, is to get hemp growing out of the ground as a commodity crop so the prices come down so that it's available for some of those 25,000 uses as an organic plant. Wouldn't that be a more perfect world, right? Yeah, it would be great to just learn lessons without making mistakes. Well, so we've made some mistakes, and let's learn the lesson anyway. And so if we can get hemp off the ground as organic, that would be great. If we can get hemp brands to be labeled USDA organic, that happy little logo, that would be great. And if we can get consumers to understand a little more than they understand now, because they don't, what organic means. Consumers think organic is natural and natural is organic, and natural doesn't even have a definition, but organic does. Problem, right? So we're really going to dig in a little on organics here, and you know, one of the things we did, we have Nexty Awards in about 24 different classes of products throughout Expo that we reward. And I was on the judging panel for CBD products, and so we got dozens of products in, and then we whittled them down to finalists, about a handful of finalists. And we decided that every last one of the finalists, that in order to just qualify for a finalist, you need it to be USDA organic, because we want to make that important to everybody. We want to make it important to brands. We want to make it important as a story that retailers, you can tell your customers. And it's another way to tell the story of organic for all the other products that you have in your stores that are organic. So we really feel like that's important. So to that end, we're going to start with the first session of the day with Tara Caton at Rodale. I think everyone knows the Rodale Institute. They do a lot of research on organic. I think you guys even started planting some organic hemp just to see how it goes, and there's learnings that go along with that. And so what we're going to do is Tara's going to come out and give a relatively quick, I think it's like 15-minute presentation, and then we'll open it up for some questions there specific to her. And then Tara's going to stay on stage, and then we're going to bring up some other organic leaders, and we're going to have a discussion around stepping up to organic, hashtag step up to organic. And let's really dig in on this issue today. I hope you have a good afternoon. And Tara, come on up here.
Do we have a clicker? Okay. Let's just see if I can work this here. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today, to the organizers of this event. I'm really excited and honored to be standing here in front of all of you who are just excited about this next great American commodity crop, as I am. And so I'm really excited to share the work we've been doing the last 3 years and how it fits into many of the things that Todd just mentioned. We have a real opportunity to start this industry off right, to use this crop as a tool to heal our soils, aid our farmers. And so I'm really excited to tell you a little bit about how we are going to attempt to do that. For those of you that do not know, the Rodale Institute is a nonprofit research and education farm with its home base in Kutztown, Pennsylvania, slowly opening resource centers all over the country. It all began with a man and his family and his real mission to grow their crops and their food organically. And as he began on this small farm to grow his crops organically without the use of synthetic chemicals, he noticed that the land that he was growing on began to improve. He noticed that his health began to improve, and he wanted to share this with the world. And so from there stemmed the Rodale Institute. And he wrote on a chalkboard in 1947 that healthy soil equals healthy food equals healthy people. And so we really want to use hemp as a way to explain this, as a tool to heal the soil, because we know that the root of all of this is to heal the soil and heal the health of the crops that we grow, the people that we feed, and the planet that we live in. We know that industrial hemp has great potential, from many uses, from food to fiber to medicine, plastics, and more. So we already have a great hint at the economic potential that this crop has. But we also want to dig into the agronomic benefits that it can provide. And so with that, and keeping our mission in mind, ultimately to heal the soil and the planet, we began our research. We also know that with this, the only way to heal the soil is through regenerative organic agriculture. And so there are 4 main pillars of regenerative organic agriculture, and that's the use of cover crops, using natural fertilizers like compost, rotating your crops into a rotation and moving them around your farm, and reducing tillage. All of these factors are things that we've been incorporating and studying in our farming systems trial for the last 40 years. We have 40 years of data showing that by using these methods, we can improve the health of our soil and our crops, and that we can do it organically, and that we can have equivalent yields and ultimately heal our soil, which is our goal here. So with that in mind, we designed this study. In 2017, Pennsylvania was one of many states that launched industrial hemp research pilot programs with anticipation of the most recent changes to the Farm Bill. So we wanted to use industrial hemp, and we wanted to take this crop and incorporate it into a farmer's already existing plan and use it dually as a cash crop, because we know its great economic potential, and a cover crop to suppress weeds. We know that it has this great ability to grow very tall and a natural ability to suppress weeds. Another thing we knew about hemp historically is that it has this extensive root biomass. And so with that, we thought that this was a great tool to kind of break up the compaction that you might see in your soil and increase water infiltration. And so with that, we also thought that maybe we could use hemp to reduce tillage, which is one of the main pillars of regenerative organic agriculture. And so by incorporating it into the rotation, its natural ability to grow tall, shade out weeds, and get down in the soil and collect water, that maybe we could use it in a complete no-till system. Just a little bit for those who don't have as much background on the agriculture side, tillage is the main tool for organic farmers to fight weeds. But we know with our 40 years of data that it is detrimental to our soil physical and biological health. We know that, but we also know in terms of establishment and yield that continuous organic no-till is a challenge. And so we're always looking for ways to improve that and to reduce tillage. So typically what we use is what's called a rotational no-till approach. I'll zoom in on this. And so this is one of the methods that we use is with our roller crimpers. This is where we plant our cover crop in the fall, let it overwinter, and in the spring, when it's ready, we'll roll it down with the roller crimper that we had designed at the Rodale Institute, and we'll directly seed our cash crops behind. This is one method that we use to reduce tillage where you're not having to plow your fields before establishing that cash crop. Typically, our rotation looks something like this, and again, this is a rotation that we've been using in our farming systems trial, kind of the study that launched our research at the Rodale Institute. But the thing with this rotation is that we still have to use tillage to establish those cover crops of rye and vetch, as well as our small grain of wheat. And so you're still seeing several instances of tillage, heavy tillage, in this rotation. And so with hemp, we thought that there was a few options with incorporating it into this rotation, because like I said, we don't want to take this crop and encourage people to grow it as a monoculture. We want to kind of have them plug it into their plan, fit it into their farm, and rotate it around. And so we decided to go with option number 1, where we're using hemp in replacement of oats, in this case in hopes to increase the economic potential of this rotation, as well as provide benefits to the other crops that follow. In this case, the cover crops do not need to be established with tillage, at least that's the hope, by incorporating hemp into this rotation. So when we first started, we knew we had a lot to learn. It had been almost 80 years since hemp was grown in Pennsylvania, and we're missing so much information. There was little to no published data on what they used and how they did it and what they used it for. And of course, so much has changed since then with the genetics that are available to us, as well as our soil and climatic conditions. So we knew we had this huge learning curve that we had to begin with. So we started with a simple variety trial where we were getting as many varieties as we could from all over and simply growing them in replicated trials to study how they grew and how they performed and how they impacted the health of the soil. We also started our weed suppression trial. So this is that trial that I mentioned where we're incorporating it into a rotation. And so really, in our first year, we had this gorgeous visual that I'll zoom in for you. So on the left, you can see we're using sorghum Sudan grass as a comparison because we're using hemp in this case as a weed suppression cover crop. And sorghum Sudan grass is often used in that way. And since we know very little about hemp at this time, we need some type of comparison. And so you can see here on the left is your sorghum plots. On the right is a fiber variety of hemp. In the center, those are weeds. So those were fallow plots. In this case, those are our control plots where we're allowing the weeds to go wild. And so those are pigweed and ragweed and lamb's quarter, these awful weeds that are really detrimental to farmers. And so I'm just going to take you into the hemp forest. As we're sampling here, you can see if you take a look at that floor, you kind of go into this forest of hemp that's 10 feet tall and there's nothing growing on the ground. The same was true with the sorghum as well. And so that was really exciting for us to see in year one. Of course, we have a lot to learn. We just, like I said, basically we need to learn a lot about how this hemp grows, the amount of biomass it's producing, because that's very important in how it's acting as a cover crop, the amount of coverage it's providing to cover the soil, to hold on to soil, and to suppress weeds. We also, of course, want to know that it's providing both fiber and or grain yields, depending on the variety, for the economic output. And then we also need to better understand the nutrient data, the minerals. What is hemp taking up and how is it fixing it into its materials? And of course, the basis of everything we do is understanding the soil. So what is happening as we're growing hemp on our fields? We know that with something that's going to grow 12 feet tall, we know it's going to pull a lot out, and so we want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that we're healing the soil and not harming it. And then, of course, the weed suppression data. But we're not just looking at the ability of hemp to suppress weeds at the time that it's growing. We're looking at the continued effect of weed suppression that it might have in later along in that rotation when you have wheat, corn, and soybeans growing. And so just a little data for you, because I can't help myself. Really, it's important to see over here on the right is your biomass. So we're seeing really large amounts of biomass. Really anything above 8,000 is well above what you would expect and hope for a cover crop. And so that was really exciting to see. We saw a similar thing in year two, but of course we did see a decline. And this was after growing hemp. This was from our variety trial, growing hemp in the same field 2 years in a row. So it really had us looking at why that was happening. We wanted to look at the minerals and the plant makeup, and so just one thing to point out, we can see that hemp is very heavy in its nitrogen uptake, as well as its accumulation of heavy metals, where there was none present in our soil. And so that's something that we're going to have to continue to keep in mind. We know this is a great potential for a bioremediation crop to kind of clean these heavy metal sites. And so we're going to continue to track those heavy metals. But this plant is really smart in that it isolates it in areas where it is not coming out in our food products. And so it's definitely something we want to continue to monitor. But of course, if we start to talk about, if you're pressing for oils and the CBD industry, heavy metals are moving in the plant very similar to the way pesticides and things are. And so that's definitely a huge concern. And that's why we're here today. And that's why we're here to talk about why hemp needs to be organic. And of course, like I said, we really want to look at yield. So one of the things we looked at was in our grain varieties and really better understanding these plants. So for example, the grain variety is the Kanda on the right. We were told that this was a 110 to 120 day plant. You're seeing a drop off in grain after 70 days. So that just shows us that we can't just take what the people, from the companies that we're getting seed from other countries are telling us, because our soil and climate is so dramatically different. So we know we have a lot to learn, and we also know that we need to make a big effort into having varieties that are bred here. So just to point out a few, some of our major problem weeds, ragweed, foxtail, pigweed, those were reduced and suppressed by hemp and sorghum equally, whereas in our fallow plots you can see, and you could see in that picture, that they're growing very tall. I'm gonna go past this. So in year 2, what we did, just because we wanted to get an idea of, by using hemp in a complete no-till system, if there was a benefit in comparison to our rotational no-till approach, so we split the field in half, and on half the field we used tillage to establish our cover crop, on the other half we did not. And what we saw was that they were pretty equal in their weed pressure. And so we were really excited to see that. I just wanted to point out this weed because people see those bars and they're like, whoa, those are really ugly, but that is actually Pennsylvania smartweed, which is really funny because if you are from the East Coast here, you know that we had an increased amount of precipitation last year, and so I think that was just an indication as to what last year looked like, and so that's kind of curbing a lot of these results. Like I said, this is only year 3, so these data sets are very limited. Overall, we had low weed pressure and record-breaking yields. And so in our second crop, which was soybeans in the rotation, you can see that dotted white line is the national average, and our plots that had the hemp and sorghum were well above that. This year, we had wheat in our rotation, a winter wheat, and we saw a very similar thing. And this was also compared to other fields on our farm with very similar soil. Whereas only in these fields where we had the hemp and sorghum in that rotation did we see these increase in yields. In some of our fields, we had a complete crop loss of our soybeans in year 2. Overall, we found that fiber varieties produce this high biomass and height, that hemp mined and accumulated heavy metals in its tissue, that it was a viable weed suppression cover crop, that soybean and wheat yields were increased following hemp while weed pressure was reduced. Overall, hemp is a viable weed suppression cover crop, but is of higher value than something like sorghum Sudan grass. We know we still have a lot to learn. I'm just gonna kind of zip through these. We know we need to try different varieties, move it around, try different soils, try different states, play with our seeding rates and timing and so many things. I mean, the list is endless, and so it's really just telling you how much we have to learn yet, and we kind of all have to do it together. And like I said, in year 2, we saw that decline in that biomass, so we really needed to understand that. So we did get some funding from our state to launch a nutrient management trial to really fully understand the cycling. I mean, if you go out there and you want to plant, like say, a field of corn, there are requirements out there that tell you a formula of how to grow, how much of nitrogen you need, how much phosphorus you need. It's all there in plain writing. That doesn't exist for hemp, and so we have to create that. So that's something that we're working on to really help our farmers and make this easy for them. And of course, you saw these amazing results that I wanted to share with you. But when something goes really well as a scientist, you don't believe it, so we're doing it again and again and again, all over our farm and other farms as well. So we're repeating these studies. I also did want to mention we are taking part in some research happening on one of our partner farms, and this is mocking our nutrient trial, but with CBD varieties. So this is really to understand what this crop needs and how it's performing. And so this is something we are working on in partner with the Pocono Organics farm. And so just wanted to show some cool pictures of what that looks like. It's very different than what we're doing on our farm, and so it's really exciting to begin to explore that and kind of see the parallels between the two. Overall, none of this would be possible without the support of our industries, and so we're really grateful for them, because at this time we know that funding is very limited, especially federal funding is very limited and actually doesn't exist in the most case. And so we have a lot of work to do. Like I said, I just kind of showed you us scratching the surface of what we have to learn and what we have to accomplish to provide these answers for our farmers and for our consumers. And so I'm really excited for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we're up to. And I hope that you follow us along in our journey and see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Yeah, of course.
Have a seat. You want your water?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Of course.
Great data there. And now I'm Bill Giebler. I'm with Nutrition Business Journal at New Hope. Some of you saw me up here this morning talking about numbers. Now we're going to talk about organic and regenerative agriculture and the importance of the work that Todd set up so nicely and that Tara just drilled into. So joining me up here, Gwendolyn Wired, come on up as I talk, Vice President of Regulatory at Organic Trade Association, and John Rulak, who is founder of Nutiva, you saw that logo a minute ago, and founder and Chief Hemp Officer at Re Botanicals. So happy to have these folks joining me on stage here. Tara, one question that came to mind as you were talking, and I love seeing hemp as a rotation crop. I'm curious about the incentive, and I'm wondering if perhaps you don't have an answer to this, but I'm wondering about the incentive for a farmer to grow hemp as a rotation crop when it's going to command theoretically, it's going to command a higher dollar per acre than any of the other cash crops in that rotation. How do we maintain that or create that incentive?
Yeah, I think there's a bigger story there. We know that hemp has this great potential to make our farmers money. However, if we continue farming in the way that we are, non-regeneratively, then they won't have land to grow on. So monoculturing is one of that, monocropping is one of those things. And so if they just grow hemp all the time, they won't have soil to grow on in a couple years.
Yeah, so can we, is that true though? If they grow conventionally, can't they just keep growing it and add synthetic inputs and keep growing hemp? And
I mean, we've already seen what that's done to our land. It's estimated that we have 60 years left of growing based on the way that we've been farming with these synthetic applications. And so, it's hard to say because maybe they won't see it in their lifetime, but we have to really make an effort towards the future.
One of the things we've seen in organic agriculture across the board is a premium. If you grow organic tomatoes, you can sell them at a higher price than if you grow conventional tomatoes. Corn, soy, true for those as well. Maybe I'll throw that to you, John. Is there a premium for organic hemp on an ingredient that's already a premium ingredient?
Yeah, there is a premium, and many people realize that we may be going into long-term storage trials of hemp CBD flower and products in the next year or two. And so those of us who are interested in organic or regenerative are hoping that the market is going to go to those who are taking care of the earth and focusing on healthy soils, and non-organic farmers won't have the market for hemp. And that's one thing that I also want to mention in terms of the benefit of growing hemp as rotation. There's some studies out of England showing that growing hemp and then winter wheat following it, the winter wheat had a 20% increase in yield after hemp crop because of the suppression of weeds and improving the tilth of the soil.
So hopefully there'll just be a benefit to the farmers straight away. You made, maybe it's not a joke, maybe that's an overstatement, but you said something funny and there was no laughter. And I want to make sure people understand what you were getting at there. Yeah, I think Gwendolyn's the only one who laughed at your storage.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's the amount of hemp that's grown versus the demand is. People have different perspective, but those of us who are in the CBD world understand we might have like 2, 3, 4, 5 times the amount of flower as there is demand right now. Growing depending on how much is going to get harvested. It's really hard to say. There's a lot of permits. How much will actually been grown and harvested? Some people are getting feminized seed and they're getting a lot of males. They're having reduction in yields, but it looks like there's going to be a gigantic harvest, and the market it's a little ahead of themselves, the farmers versus the demand, and so that's going to cause storage trials long term until it's sold.
Yeah, it can stand up to that storage. That's really not the point, actually. So Let's skip that question Your product is USDA certified organic, which is confusing. Like it's not clear. It's not clear to me. It's not clear to a lot of people in this room. I'm looking at you. I'm talking about your product, and I'm going to ask Gwendolyn that question.
I'll turn it back to you.
Talk about the certification. Is hemp a certifiable crop from an organic standpoint?
Yep, absolutely. So the short answer is yes. Hemp is an agricultural crop. Organic certification has been possible in the United States since the 2014 Farm Bill under the provision for the research pilot programs. So at a research stage, that has been going on. Certifiers have been working with growers and growing as well as processing organic hemp. Another way that we have seen organic hemp in the United States is through an equivalency arrangement that we have with Canada. So industrial hemp has been legal in Canada, I think, since 1998. So the United States and Canada have an equivalency arrangement. So organic hemp has been coming into the United States and then being processed. So some of the processed products that we've seen on the market have been made possible through microphone. Oh, here we go. I'm back. Through that equivalency arrangement. Now the real opportunity, of course, is now through the 2018 Farm Bill. The 2018 Farm Bill, hemp is agricultural. As it turns out, organic is a federally regulated term. It is enforced, it's regulated by USDA and the National Organic Program, and the National Organic Program certifies agricultural crops. So we're kind of straddling right now, though, this 2014-2018 space, where in order to have an organic certified crop, you have to be in compliance with the 2014 Farm Bill, and as soon as USDA finalizes the rules based on the 2018 Farm Bill for the 2020 planting season, it'll be full steam. Little less complicated gray area certification will be happening under USDA's National Organic Program. First, you have to be a hemp farmer. Okay, so in compliance with the 2018 Farm Bill, and then you need to work with your certifier and become certified. And I just want to break this down a little bit more because organic certification starts at the farm, and it is a full supply chain certification. That means if you have a product, if you have an extract, any kind of product, if you have the term organic on the front label, that product by law must be certified. So if you're using organic hemp and you're not certified all the way through the process, farm level, post-harvest, all the way up to that finished product, you shouldn't be calling it organic. You have to get the farm certified, then you also have to get the process certified. And this is possible. We currently have the tools available to certify hemp at the farm level, and we have the tools available to certify the processing of it as well. And the last point I'll make, and because I know John is really itching to say something and I want to hear it, is that if we want to go beyond CBD and talk about fiber, there's also opportunities through the Global Organic Textile Standard. This is a private standard that starts at post-harvest and goes all the way through. For example, the shirt I'm wearing is a GOTS certified shirt. So there's organic certification possible for all the types of products that are out there that are agricultural or fiber and textiles.
Was she right, John? Do you have something?
Yeah, I think you covered it very well, probably better than I could have. But it is a little challenging sometimes to get a new crop, get it certified at the farm level, at the processor, all the ingredients. You have to, kind of check all the boxes. And so, some people have said, well, how can Reed Botanicals be organic? You can't do it or what have you. But we've had the certificate since January, and so I've kind of been to the rodeo before around organic hemp and dealt with the USDA and DEA as founding Nativa back in 1999. So we started selling organic hemp bar in 2001, which the DEA said was in the same category as heroin. But luckily we won that lawsuit with David Bronner and Dr. Bronner's and Nature's Path and the Hemp Industry Association. So, but I think more and more people I kind of find it ironic, you go to a co-op and you look in the dairy case and everything's organic. you don't see a lot of non-organic milk at a co-op usually, but you go to the CBD case, there's very little organic. And those of us who are fans of healthy soil, healthy planet, healthy oceans, we'd like to flip that in the hemp CBD world to be, when you go to the section where there's CBD, that it's going to actually it's going to be organic. Is going to be like just the basic ticket to get into the arena versus just being like a smaller role in the industry. But the industry's young, so we're growing and it's being made up as we go.
Todd asked for a show of hands, and it looked like we had more retailers in the audience at that point 20 minutes ago than we had brands. So what do retailers need to know? What do retailers need to look for in order to get an organic product on their shelf?
Well, I think one is it's important that if they do have a USD, or if they are making a USD organic claim, that they actually put that on the website, so that they have that and that there's the certifiers listed. I find it kind of ironic. There's so many companies today in the retailer shelf that are making claims of organic. I even saw one recently. They actually create their own logo that says organically grown with like a little leaf on it. Kind of reminded me of the hemp seed business 10 years ago, but now we're starting back in the CBD world. So which is in violation of the U.S. NOP. So I hope our industry can do better self-policing, because the NOP doesn't seem to have so much interest in actually enforcing the USDA NOP laws when it comes to some of the crops, which is unfortunate. Hopefully they'll get better at that.
So it's interesting then, as one of the goals that we've talked about as we prepared for this panel is, and it's been mentioned a couple of times, how before hemp becomes a commodity, how do we make that commoditization organic? If that's even the right way to phrase it, I'm not sure. But Tara, I wonder if you have a comment on that. I'm curious, it's almost good news if we're growing too much and there is going to be a storage trial, as John put it. Maybe that's going to slow things down, and maybe there won't be this land race. I wonder if you have a comment on, are there ways to ensure that we do this right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously education is everything, and that's why we're here today. We just hosted an event at our farm this weekend, and one of our keynote speakers said something that I think I'm gonna use. He said that we tend not to remember things or hold on to things if it's positive. But if we scare you guys, you're gonna remember it. So I think maybe that's what I was trying to do, because there really is a lot of data out there about what if we don't farm organically, and the detriment that we've seen from that. So I think that's one way. And then also you mentioned earlier an incentive or something. So to find ways to incentivize farmers and convince them that this is the way to go. We've been trying steadily for almost 40 years or more to kind of educate people on why organic. And so I think bringing it into this space, I mean, look at how many people are at this conference, and bringing it into this space that has brought so much interest. I mean, that still surprises me. I get phone calls every day from people, farmers sometimes, but also people who've never farmed in their life, and they say, hey, I have some acres and I want to grow hemp, And so it's this interest that we have, and this audience out here, and the excitement that's surrounded by this. That's an audience. That's an audience to use and to show and to educate and to work together to learn about organic and its benefits.
Yeah. Hey, Todd mentioned 80 million acres of corn, 80 million acres of soy. Gwendolyn, is it indeed harder, once we've established a big commodity like that, is it harder to turn that beast toward organic? Then an argument could be made, it seems, well, let's just see if this hemp thing sticks. Let's grow a lot of hemp, and then we'll worry about organic later. Any thoughts about that?
Well, and I'd love for John to weigh in on this as well. I mean, of course, you know, now is the opportunity. I mean, we've been trying to turn the boat, so to speak, on organic. We have, you know, as Todd mentioned, we're 5%. You know, we've been talking about the CBD market at $45 billion, supplements at 40-something. The organic entire total food and non-food right now is at $52 billion. We're a drop in the bucket, yet we're the fastest growing sector in agriculture, and we have been since 2002, yet we're still so small comparatively. So now is the time to establish. Now is the time to say we're going to do this sustainably, and what does that mean? That means we're going to grow it organically. I think that once the ship leaves, once the horse is out of the barn, it will be incredibly challenging.
I think across the industry too, we're seeing with the term regenerative bubbling up and getting so much attention. It's possible, I don't know if there's any evidence of this, actual evidence of this, but that it might be harming the validity of the organic seal. Organic's not enough, organic doesn't do enough. Now we're turning to organic, which doesn't even, or to regenerative, which might not even have to be organic too. You're furrowing. I don't know if that's, because you haven't.
Furrowing.
It's a concerning trend, or it's a concerning concept. Do you want to comment on that?
So, you know, the Organic Trade Association is absolutely supportive of regenerative organic agriculture. For us, you know, we look at organic, USDA certified organic as the on-ramp. And the requirements of USDA organic requires that you maintain and improve soil quality. It requires crop rotation. Fundamentally, at its core, it's about improving soil practices. And this is incredibly important as we talk about climate change. And there's some really fascinating studies that are out right now. One in particular that comes from the Organic Center in Northeastern University, and it's a first ever of its kind that looks at a comparison of organic soils to conventional soils across the United States, 600 organic samples from 39 states and a little over 700 from 38 states. And it specifically looks at the humic substances. And the humic substances are critical because this is what traps carbon. This is what holds carbon in the soil. And what this study shows is that right now, in looking at organic farms, certified organic farms compared to conventional across the United States, that organic farms have 13% higher total soil organic matter and 26% higher potential for long-term carbon storage. So that's where we're at right now, and we know that when we look at the spectrum of a farmer and farmers across the United States and their soil practices, some are really good, some have lots of improvement. The organic regulations require that you maintain and improve soil. Everybody's at a different place on the spectrum of continuous and improvement. This is where regenerative organic comes in. This is where you're taking the next step and really challenging every farmer to do better, to really focus on that fundamental requirement of organic soil health and do better. So I think that organic is on the spectrum of continuous improvement. We have a lot of room to improve, and regenerative is going to help push us to be better.
John, I notice your product is USDA certified organic, and you donate to regenerative ag. Is that a recipe that you'd recommend?
Well, I would say that climate change is the #1 challenge that humanity, we all face, and all the species that live on this planet with us. And the degree that we're able to solve this issue is going to determine whether we're going to really be able to live on this planet in any form of positive way. 98% of our Pacific sardines have disappeared since 2007. Sardines are like the canary in the coal mine in the Pacific Ocean. You know, we are at the brink of ecological collapse in the world. We're right now at the edge of kind of like the end of nature as we know it. Many of us understand this. Some of us are in denial. Some of us think that like putting more, like another Tesla car or more solar is going to solve it. But if you really do the research, it all comes down to what are we going to do with the legacy load of CO2 that of the last 250 years? And there's one place it belongs, and where does it belong? The soil and in the grasslands. So the only path forward is to regenerate our planet, and we do that through organic regenerative agriculture, along with people who aren't in the organic camp today, but they can introduce regenerative practices. So I'm a big fan of regenerative agriculture, and so as part of our 1% program, back to that, is we're working to help educate farmers around that. There's a film that I'm producing called Kiss the Ground. Woody Harrelson's doing the narration, stars like Tom Brady and Gabe Brown and different celebrities, and also regenerative ranchers. So we're hoping to get the word out about that. And what's really driving, I was basically semi-retired a couple years ago. I didn't need at 60 to do a startup, But what's driving me, besides the challenge and the opportunity, really is, can we take hemp's 15 minutes of fame, and this, and it's definitely everybody's subject. Can we use that opportunity to teach people about the power of healthy soil, healthy planet, healthy ocean? That's what I want to do.
And regenerative, not at the cost of organic, it sounds like. At least that's been your company's commitment.
Yeah, we're focused on USDA organic, but ironically, I'm a big fan of working with non-organic Monsanto farmers who are doing that in terms of whatever crop they're growing, in terms of my more activist role or working with NGOs, and get them to be 60% better. I think we need to work with a lot of farmers, get them to be 60% better. We need to push more organic, but we also need the people who are degenerative and move them on the pathway to regenerative. And so I have some disagreements sometimes with organic purists, even though some people say I'm too much of a purist, so go figure that.
Yeah. One troubling thing I consistently hear in the discussions about hemp is that it is regenerative. It's a regenerative crop. That's great. Check. Done. Tara, let's ask you. The research Rodale's doing really goes into that, and at the risk of you repeating yourself, maybe a comment on the inherent regenerative nature of hemp.
Yeah, I would start by saying one crop alone can't solve our issues and be our answer. It's how this crop works in and benefits the farm and the ecosystem that's happening in your farmland, and benefits the other crops that come along. Maybe you guys have more on that, but I think for me, I am excited for the potential for this crop and how it's this miracle crop. But to me, I like to think realistically and think, how am I going to explain this to my farmers? And it's a tool, and it's a tool that we're going to try to use to the best of its ability, to use this opportunity to educate. But I don't know, maybe you guys have more. I don't know.
Well, I mean, just because something's groovy doesn't make it organic or make it regenerative. I think that, there has been this sort of idea that, hemp is easy to grow and you can do it naturally, but I think that, it is a heavy feeder. And we've got, petitions going in to EPA right now to bring, pesticides on board. This is, over time, if it's grown conventionally, a conventional farmer might be using all the same practices as an organic farmer or a regenerative farmer, so you have to be careful to not, loosely categorize people and processes. But I think, we have to be careful that if you're using nitrogen-based chemical fertilizers, that is one of the major contributors to CO2 going up there. If we're talking about mitigating climate change, we have to be looking at how do we reduce emissions and how do we store carbon in the soil. And using chemical-based nitrogen fertilizers, aka ammonium nitrate, in my mind, that's not regenerative.
There should be a groovy seal. Like all the hemp products can be certified groovy, but only a small amount can be regenerative organic.
Yeah, I mean, hemp shouldn't get a hall pass, and the majority of hemp grown today is using degenerative agriculture, using synthetic fertilizers. There's a dead zone the size of Massachusetts in the Gulf of Mexico, and some of that contribution is from industrial hemp, nitrogen fertilizer. It's a heavy feeder similar to corn. I wrote an article, Hemp at the Crossroads, that talks about how we can regenerate with hemp instead of doing that the other way. So let's follow a better practice, but it starts with educating people, and we have a short window to take care of the planet. We don't have 20 more years to think about this.
Yeah. And
Time is now.
It always comes down to the system, right? It's regenerative ag is a system. Organic agriculture is a system. It's not a crop. It's not a crop that is going to save this. Just a quick question then about it being an annual crop. You and I started to talk about this earlier. Just if you could just finish your thought on that.
Annual crops, corn and soy, wheat. It's the reason why agriculture is destroying our soils in America. We need to go to perennial systems. Hemp is an annual crop. But if we are going to do it, if we are going to grow it, let's grow it in the most certified organic and regenerative way. And we need to do more research on that and continue to do that. It's not the most regenerative crop. Tall grass prairie is the most regenerative crop, or perennial tree crops.
Good. We're out of time, but I really wanted to hear that. I really want to dispel that myth that hemp is inherently regenerative. It's critically important, and I think we heard it well from these three experts today, that it's about the system of growing, and it's really about supporting those systems and making that a key part of your brand promise, your promise as a retailer, et cetera. So thank you so much. Thanks for joining me up here today.
Hey, remember Jessica Lukas from BDS earlier today? She said that you can now stand on stage and say that you smoke weed, right? I'm not going to do that. Anyone out here ever buy a bag of weed? Come on, you're in the audience, you're not. Yeah, okay. So the question is, how did you know that it was trustworthy? How did you know that it was efficacious, effective? How did you know that you were going to get a buzz? You didn't, right? You didn't. And even if you liked it and you went back to the guy the next week, you weren't going to get the same bag of weed. You weren't going to get the same stuff. It was all just a crapshoot, right? So in today's hemp CBD world, there's a little bit of that same calculation going on. We've got hemp that's being grown from coast to coast, and a lot of people, everybody is kind of new at it, from the farmers, it goes all the way back to seed genetics, to the farmers, to the extractors, to the, distillers, concentrate, all this stuff. How can we know if it's the good stuff? So we've got a really interesting next half hour here. We're going to have two speakers that deign to help us out to help determine if the hemp CBD that is for sale is the good stuff. So we just had an interesting conversation about USDA. You can get a USDA seal on your product. Hey, now that's some level of an indication of quality. You've got a regenerative agriculture. That could be something. So next up we have Meryl Gilbert from Trace Trust, and a lovely little tagline, you like to make edibles credible. Everyone loves a little alliteration from a cautious cowboy, and so Meryl's got interesting things here. You've been around for a long time. And so, Meryl, go, right? Teach us.
Wait, how does this work?
I think press the green button there.
Perfect. All right, hi, I am Meryl. I am the co-founder and CEO of Trace Trust, and we are introducing a true dose, which is the first universal third-party certification program for dose accuracy in cannabis and hemp-derived products. I come from years of experience, and so does my business partner, in the food and beverage industry and manufacturing and product development. And about 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago, we started down this path as we started to see legal cannabis becoming more and more into the place and more acceptable, and realized that the biggest gap there was unpredictability. Unpredictability in the supply chain, but more importantly, unpredictability in the effects that you would feel or could consume. And that really the gap that we could provide is leading in universal education around safe and reliable use. And what was that going to look like? So these little photos show you a couple of those wonderful things that we see by the side of the road that we're not really sure. Where is this from? How is it made? What's going to happen to me if I take this? So, as I said, the most important factor if this expanding, wonderful industry is going to happen has to be around safety. And for the consumer, it's all about trust. And having, particularly in anything that you're ingesting, an unpleasant experience, and I guarantee you, whether you have your own story, you know somebody else's story when they've had too much or too little or no effect whatsoever. And if you're going to include something like this into your health and wellness lifestyle, you want something that is going to do just that, either make me relax, help me go to sleep, help me perform better. And so we have come together and really starting to talk universally together in this room about how do we do that? How do we identify these products? How do we go beyond? And right now, today, that is extremely important as the news is filled with these very unfortunate experiences around unregulated cannabis, vaping products, e-cigarettes, and what is actually going into these. We know that in the legal cannabis and hemp and CBD world, those products are highly looked at for residues, for molds, for other extractions. So there is nothing right now linking to anything that was bought in a licensed legal entity. And so this is important as things are evolving and investigations are happening. So the first things that we need to look at is terminology. And that has been spoken about several times today, and I really appreciate all of my colleagues here going through it. It's a little loose, and we have a little, we're getting there, we're getting better, but if it's confusing for those of us that are the experts, it's even more confusing for the retailer and the consumer. So let's just start. This is the hemp plant. This is actually a male plant. The female plant has those really beautiful, luscious flowers. They're very dense leaves, and then they have those trichome hairs, and that's where that really concentrated oil and desirable oil is coming from. The male and the female are needed to make seeds, so that's where the seeds come from. But the entire plant is very valuable, and every part of it is usable. So yes, the flowers and the leaves of the female give you that rich oil. It's what we're using for consumption. But the stalks, the stems, the roots, the entire thing has got something. But that also leads to another confusing, what is biomass? So for some processors, biomass is the entire plant. For other, it's what's left over after you've taken out those beautiful female buds and flowers and what's left over. So we talk about that. The other thing is with the hemp plant, the extraction methodology. So we'll talk a little bit about how it's done with agitation, it's done with water, it's also done with solvents. But one of the other new common or much more prevalent things that you're seeing a lot, particularly in the beverage, is juicing. And juicing is really good for two reasons. One, the male plants that are taken out of the field to stay away from the female, so no seeds are being made, those have a little less oil and they're great for juicing. The other thing about it too is cold processing removes all the THC because there's no heat activation. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind about this. Hemp oil, which is what we extract for, is about 30 to 40% all of the plant compounds. And so that is, what we're pulling from those extraction methodologies, and we're looking, to get to a cleaner product. But this is where, because you still have so much of that plant compound, that's why you get that very sticky, residual, smelly, goopy oil, which is desirable, because you've got to start. And the most full spectrum, which we'll get into again. So, distillate, another term that we hear a lot about, is the materials that are separated out of that crude oil at different boiling points. And so again, the beauty of where we are right now and the fast pace of technology that is intersecting here is that extraction methodologies are going in so many different directions, and we're so much more sophisticated that we are getting different ways of really getting to understand how to get to desirable compounds from manipulating the boiling points. So after distillation, you now have 1 to 5% extraneous materials left. Isolate is what you're continually getting as you continue to distillate to the point of where all you have left is the CBD, and now you have crystals. So think of it this way. Lycopene as a supplement is an isolate. Full spectrum is everything else. It's the opposite. It's the complete opposite of the plant compounds, and it is all of that good stuff. However, when we talk about broad spectrum, we are now talking about what we want of those desired compounds. We are learning more and more each day that the plant pieces of this can be pulled out and used for different, and that's where more benefits are coming from. So think of it this way, that eating a tomato is full spectrum. It's all the good thing. It's everything loaded plus the lycopene. Terpenes is what gives the plant its flavor, its odor, its smell, and it is also the characteristics that are often found in essential oils and other fragrant plants. It helps the plant grow. It protects it from disease and insects. And studies are now being done to identify how terpenes with the CBD or the THC come together and create that entourage effect, to create those different feelings, those different things. Is it helping me relax? Is it helping me sleep? Is it relieving my pain? These are all the questions that are happening. And I love sharing this particular slide with you. It is created by the Herb Song, and Jamie Evans is just a really talented young woman. She comes from the wine industry, but she has really become one of the leading people that really can explain this experience between how the things interact with each other. And I can make this slide available for you, or just go to the Herb Song and you'll learn so much more. So now that we've touched on the terminology, the next thing, which is the most prevalent and prominent thing that we have to talk about today, is the supply chain. Where are these plants coming from? Hemp, as we've talked about today, is recognized as a fiber crop. It is grown for centuries all over the world. But there's a very big difference between industrialized hemp and hemp that is grown and cultivated for consumption. And so even though that CBD might be a minor ingredient in your product, it is crucial, particularly today, to really understand all the ingredients in there and where did they come from. As John just so clearly articulated up here, this plant absorbs everything from that soil. So you want to understand where that plant came from, and you want to know where that oil was processed. This is really the feature, and I can't stress it enough, how to really look at that. And you're already, because most of you are in this industry, have these standards already and know how to do it, so I encourage you with the supply chain, which then leads to foreign ingredient verification, right? It's really desirable to buy a lower cost product these days that comes from another country. However, medicinal hemp, the hemp that we're talking about, the USA organic hemp, what's being grown in Canada, these are cultivated specifically for medicinal and consumption use. And with that in mind, these farmers are really actively using good agricultural practices. And so we look to this new supply chain for that. Label, I'm not going to get into what's a good label and what's a bad label. What I want to talk about is misleading label claims, right? So we have to, again, put the same filter on that we use for judging any other products we're either bringing into our retail shop or to those that we want to consume ourselves. Over-promising claims create confusion, not just for the consumer, but for the retailer. What is it? How is it supposed to act? When does it start? When does it end? How am I supposed to feel? You got to know, right? So just watch what it says and look for better qualifications around what the label contents are. Experience matters. I'm so honored to be standing here to discuss this with my cohorts in the food and beverage industry. We, in the supplements and nutraceuticals, we are leading the way. We come from making great products. We come from reliable supply chains, and we come from understanding how this comes about. And I really look to these two brands as a good example of that. Weller and John from Ree Botanicals, who was just up here, starts with good leadership. These are companies that were already founded in good making of products. They've made snacks, they've made beverages, they've made supplements. They understand where things come from and how things are to be done correctly. In the case of Weller, it's really great because they're full transparency and they're very much open about all of their lab results. And this, again, in these products, you need a way of pointing to what works and what doesn't and where things are coming from. But more importantly for the consumer, they want to understand and know this. And with John, he just talked about this. Regenerative agriculture and organic U.S. hemp really moving us to growing and understanding where these, how things are grown and done with a commitment to health and wellness. And then the fact that they're in small batches. With today, we're not ready for mass producing. We're doing it and we're getting there and we're getting better. And thank God we have the type of reliable co-packers coming on board each and every day. But it's that commitment to that small batch and 100% traceability that is really something to look for. Third-party certifications, this is the world that we live in. But it is independent third-party certifications for what we rely on to tell us, is somebody really a good actor? Are they really following standards? Can they repeat those standards? Are they training their employees? Are they making sure that everything within their facilities is done right, and that commitment? And so we, just using this as an example, created a true dose, and actually HTMP specific to the hemp industry really aligns up with also this very new certification of the U.S. Hemp Authority. We really believe that the consumer and the retailers need a way to identify how things are done. And it's really done by the things that we're talking about here today. Transparency of ingredients, label claims, instructions for use, dose accuracy, good manufacturing practices. As a whole, we look at this very much into how we buy things today. Every single thing on here talks to you about corporate responsibility, responsible sourcing, ingredient integrity, and good manufacturing practices all along that supply chain. So what I'd love to do now is that I'd love to open this up to some questions and allow us to really kind of dive into what's on your mind and what are you concerned about today and for the future of hemp and CBD.
Okay, there are a million certifications on here. If I'm a new brand and I want to focus on 1 or 3, which is the one that I should focus on first? Because looking at all of these, NSF is 5-10 grand per SKU, and new businesses may not have that kind of money. So which one do I focus on first?
So good, excellent question. So the question is, which should I focus on first? Number one is, are you producing this yourself, or are you producing in your own facility, or are you producing it outside of that?
I contract a farm that works with a white labeler.
So that's where you start first. What do they have in place? What are some of the things that they're working with so that you can align with them? And normally in those kinds of situations, you should be able to carry that through so that when you're putting on your paperwork and you're filing for whatever those certificates, you can validate it through and show that that's where your source materials are, which is one of those relationships in a co-packing world that you really want to be able to have. You want to be able to use their expertise, but you also need to be able to make sure that it aligns with your vision, your company, and your standards and your specifications.
Thank you.
Hi there. At the International Cannabinoid Research Conference this past year, Ethan Russo and his group in Prague was investigating the various sort of compounds that might be undesirable that they were finding in European CBD products available for consumers, and found that a lot of these products contained polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. And that's because the hemp is, a lot of the farmers there will just dry it out over an open flame. With your validation, are you looking at PAHs, benzoate, that type of thing?
Not at this point in time, because we're really, so let me just explain. We don't do the lab testing. We're not a lab, okay? So we wrote a standard, and then the independent labs that we contract with run that standard. And so part of that is what will evolve over time, is how do we find out what are the things that we need to focus on? And that's why it's not so much about our mark versus somebody else's, but leading that conversation, that ecosystem between the lab partners and developing the ISO of standardization so that we can all not only acquire samples under the same guidelines, but what we're testing for. Because a lot of times, particularly with these new products, they're not coming from either a pharmaceutical or a nutraceutical or a food and beverage. They've just added on this new process, and they don't have the experience and what to look for in the total life cycle of the product.
Great information. I had a global question. As we conform our standards and raise the bar on what the consumer should look at, how can we in the U.S. begin to influence Colombia, the European states, the places that are starting to jump on the sourcing of hemp CBD as well?
That's another fabulous question. It starts here. It starts in rooms like this. We as an industry come together. We set those standards, and we come from our experience in manufacturing. And so as we say, these, again, we just talked about terminology, be very loose. We have to align on what the meanings of those things are and adapt them. We have to align on what constitute good agricultural practices and soil examination and looking deeper into that and set that. And so these become the industry norm, and then we bring in the other groups in which to align around that.
Do you think that consumers are going to realize the difference between GMP, Hemp Authority, all of the things that we're trying to bring as best practices? There's a lot to force feed the consumer as we come out of this craze. What do you see our position in 2 to 3 years?
So for this industry really to expand at the rapid pace that it's expected to, the crucial part of this is that the consumer that's willing to pay more is already looking for these things. They're already, if they're going to incorporate this into a lifestyle, into a health and wellness, into a relaxation instead of a drink in a social environment, they're already that mindset there. It is actually the others, the bad actors, that we need to start to figure out how to move past that. And again, it's got to go beyond that price factor, but we're not there yet. So it is starting first with those of us that are leading and making good, safe, reliable products, and continually talking about that and getting the word out and educating with unified conversation and terminology. But more importantly, it's the next step behind that, to call out the gas station product, to call out what's coming, from outside the United States that we cannot trace all of the elements of where it came from. And we have to really, again, come together around education and safe use and make sure that we are saying the same things day in and day out. And I think that's particularly when we see so much, not only in just label claims, but these very horrific scenarios that we're right now seeing with the e-cigarettes and the unregulated cannabis vaping products. We have to figure out how to mitigate that before the FDA. We have to be ahead of that regulatory body. Thank you.
Thanks, Meryl. That's all we have time for.
Perfect.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can keep that there. Thanks. All right. Well, next up we have Rebecca Spector, who's from the Center for Food Safety. Center for Food Safety has been around since 1997. Rebecca joined in 2000, so she's a veteran of the space. What the Center of Food Safety does is they're kind of a government watchdog, and they will sue the USDA around genetic engineering issues. They're looking to set standards around ethical and legal obligations when it comes to cloning, stuff like that. I think that's one thing that Rebecca works on. They also sue the EPA around pesticide approvals, and the great ironic joke of the day is they might be getting sued today. So Rebecca, why don't you come on up here and talk about a new scorecard for helping people to figure out, again, this tricky issue of quality and testing and traceability.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, and I'm really excited to be here today, actually. This is our first ever CBD scorecard. Let me just get this going. So who is CFS, for those of you who don't know? Sorry, no technical difficulties. Green button, got it. Sorry. Got it. Sorry. We're a national nonprofit organization. We work to empower people, support farmers, and protect the earth from the harmful impacts of industrial agriculture. We inform and engage our nearly 1 million members and the general public about food and personal care products so that they can make fully informed decisions in the marketplace. And the goal of this report is really to work with the industry to promote a CBD industry that's safe and healthy for consumers and the environment. And we've done a number of other scorecards. We do a scorecard every year evaluating fast food companies on their policies related to antibiotics. So we rate companies like McDonald's and Burger King, and some of them aren't so happy either when they get failing grades in the report. But it's gone a really long way toward cleaning up antibiotics in our food supply. So we're really proud to be here today, and also seeing that our report supports what so many of the speakers before me have said today. So why a hemp CBD scorecard? As we've talked about today, is a rapidly growing industry, which is minimally regulated by the FDA. There's a need for standard practices and testing protocols, and of course, the need for full transparency with consumers. So some of the potential concerns with CBD products, and again, a lot of these have been touched on today, are potentials for pesticides, including glyphosate, in the product. So even though EPA has not approved any pesticides specifically for hemp, they are listed on the labels of some pesticides. And we know that some farmers may be using glyphosate, which is a weed killer, to kill weed seed in the soil prior to planting hemp. And this is a problem because glyphosate is a probable carcinogen, and it is known to be toxic to amphibians and frogs. Another concern that was talked about today several times is heavy metals, like lead and arsenic. So because hemp really is this amazing plant, has this ability to pull toxins from the soil, and it's also used in toxic cleanup sites. So the planting of hemp was actually used in Russia after the Chernobyl nuclear disaster to remediate the soil. So it's really an amazing crop in that way. Unfortunately, we don't always know, farmers may not always know what was used on their soil prior to them planting. So it's really important that, unfortunately, the hemp can bring up heavy metals. There can also be microbiological contamination, such as bacteria or mold. And then GMOs from ethanol, which is used in the extraction process. I think it's really important to note that even though there might not be GMO content in the finished products, poll after poll show that more than 90% of consumers are concerned about GMOs and want products that are produced using GMOs to be labeled. So it's not just the finished product. Consumers understand that the #1 use of GMO crops is so that you can spray pesticides on the plant doesn't die, but the weeds die around it. 80% of GMO crops are designed for that one purpose, pesticide promoting crops. And a lot of consumers don't want to support products that are produced using GMOs for that reason. So it's not just about GMOs being present or not present in the finished product. So our methodology is that we evaluated 40 CBD companies. We sent a survey to 40 companies via mail and email. We followed up with every company with 2 additional emails and via phone. And we evaluated companies not only based on survey responses, but also we verified everything on their websites, because this report, more than anything, is about transparency. So I know people are coming up to me and saying that they weren't contacted by us, but I can assure you that you were, and it was also only worth 10 points on the score. So our scoring criteria, 25 points were given for production. So we looked for USDA certified organic products. A lot of the reasons why were spoken about on the panel before. This is, the crop is coming back as a new and important crop, and it doesn't really require a lot of pesticides or inputs right now. So it's really important, as Gwendolyn was saying, to get this started on the right foot so that the crop doesn't, the industry is not polluting soils or our environment. We also gave points if companies sourced hemp grown in the US, and if they were members of hemp associations. We gave 5 points, so not a huge amount for processing. Really wanted to give points for companies that are using organic non-GMO ethanol, CO2 or lipid extraction. And then companies did not receive points if they didn't specify their processing method on their website, or if they did not specify that they were using non-GMO ethanol. And again, this is all about transparency for the consumer. We placed a great emphasis on testing. We were really pleased to see a number of companies posting their actual test results online, testing for efficacy, pesticides, glyphosate, heavy metals, and microbiological contaminants. One thing that's really important to note is that most pesticide panels do not include glyphosate. So some companies said that they were testing for glyphosate. However, it wasn't listed on the panel because glyphosate does require a separate test. So that's really important to make sure that the product does not have glyphosate. And then we placed the greatest number of points on transparency, which we should all be for transparency. So if you posted your official test results online, list your extraction methods. If you use third-party certifications, as been talked about over and over today, it's so important for the consumer to use third-party certifications and ISO certified labs. And responding to the survey was only worth 10 points. So even if the company thinks they weren't contacted, they still could have gotten 90 points or an A for not responding. So some of the key findings: 4 out of 4 companies scored an A. 10 out of 40 scored an F. One positive way to look at the results are 75% of the companies received a passing grade. It's a really great start. Another way to look at it is that half of the companies received a failing or close to failing grade. And I'm only going to list the companies that scored an A today. And so let's give these companies a hand. I'm sure some of them are here today. Some of the other key findings: 6 companies produce primarily USDA organic products. 17 list organic ingredients on the ingredient label. And as was talked about earlier, it's really important, Center for Food Safety thinks it's really important to have the organic certificate from the farmer or the processor on the website to show consumers that the carrier oil or the hemp oil is in fact organic, and that's really easy to get. As a former farmer, I can tell you, we had to give it to our suppliers all the time. So it's something that we really like to see companies putting on their website. They can't put it on their product, but they can put it on their website that the carrier oil came from an organic farm. 87% are sourcing hemp from the US. Happy to see people supporting US farmers. And 72% say they support regenerative farming practices. This was sort of a softball question. We wanted to give companies the opportunity to say, yes, we're committed to regenerative farming practices. And even companies that didn't respond to the survey, a lot of them had information about this on their website. So they did receive points for putting information about this. Going forward, we would, as more certifications come out related to regenerative agriculture, I want to make important note, as the previous speakers were saying, that it's not regenerative if it's using petrochemically derived pesticides and fertilizers. That is damaging the soil, damaging our water, and contributing to climate change. So for it to be regenerative, it really has to avoid petrochemically derived pesticides and fertilizers. And some certifications out there are doing that already. Again, I was really happy to see 65% posting their lab results online. A lot of those were only for efficacy, but many posted all the results, including pesticides, heavy metals, and these are actual results from the labs. They're not like, something that somebody created in Word saying we passed. And so companies are doing it. It can be done, and consumers want to know. And they also don't want to scan a barcode. I can tell you that. We've been working on barcode issues for a long time with consumers, and USDA actually came out with a report showing it's a huge barrier, especially for people that do not have access to smartphones. People should be able to get this information easily. And 45% test for pesticides broadly, but as I mentioned, only 2 certify that their products are glyphosate-free. And again, this does require a separate test. So some of our recommendations for CBD producers. What has been said today, please source organic ingredients. Consumers want products that are produced in ways that are healthy for the environment and public health. Test for pesticides and glyphosate, efficacy, heavy metals and microbiological contaminants, and avoid GMOs. Coming soon, there may be CBD produced using synthetic biology. During that process, new proteins can be created that have never been ingested by humans before. So until there's stronger testing and regulation of products produced using synthetic biology, and because consumer confidence, they really do not want products with GMOs, we would like the industry to really avoid that. Utilize independent certifications, ISO certified labs, and please provide full transparency to your consumers, including posting actual test results online. And the good news is we really want to work with the industry. We want to give everybody a chance to get an A. We really do. And so we're going to do another scorecard. We'll send out the survey again, follow up again, and it's a great opportunity for companies to have a couple months to change their practices and get an A. And if you weren't included in this scorecard, we'll be adding more companies next time. And recommendations for consumers and retailers are along the same lines. So look for products that are certified organic, have organic certificates from farmers, products that are tested for pesticides and heavy metals, official lab results, and consider the processing methods. And for consumers, we really, at Center for Food Safety, our members are really engaged, and they like to write companies that they want to support and say, hey, I love your product, and please, use organic certification or whatever it is that they're concerned about. We really want consumers to be in contact with companies, and it's all about transparency and communication between companies and their consumers. So please check out the report. After my speech, I'll be standing over there. I will have some of the copies of the report. Please feel free to see them. And I really want to say thank you to New Hope. This is an educational opportunity, and I really hope that everybody sees it as that. And we really look forward to helping to create a clean and clear CBD industry. Thank you.
All right. We have just about exactly blown through our break time. It's only going to be a 10-minute break time. We will make it up in the afternoon. We want to respect your time and be done by 5 o'clock. So, yeah, maybe about 5 minutes break time. I'm going to walk backwards to the bathroom. So I'm going to go extra slow and then walk back, and that should give you time. And so I appreciate everyone when we meet back here in just about 5 minutes. and we'll continue with the afternoon. Thanks very much. For the afternoon now, thank you everyone in the back. Thank you for ending your conversations. Thank you. Jennifer Cooper is back here with Savant Sciences, and we're going to get into the science now. Yes, we should do that. And we're going to talk about the endocannabinoid system. We're going to talk about CBD. And so we're going to get deep and heavy into the weeds of the science. And we're all going to be just a little smarter. Take it away, Jennifer.
Kind of back for a repeat performance here. And I don't know if that's a good introduction or not. We're going to get deep into the science. Some people are ready to fall asleep and it's getting late in the afternoon. One of the things I really love about this industry is that for a lot of us, it's not just a good business. It's not just a job. It's also a lifestyle. It's an ethic. It's a philosophy. And I love that because it comes through in how passionate people are about the category. We take the products that we sell and that we develop. And I'm really like that about the science. Sometimes I sit down at my desk in the morning and I have a long list of things to do, but the science is so big, not just on this category, but I just get sucked in, and 5 or 6 hours will go by and I'll realize my foot's asleep and I've just been reading articles for hours. And so I feel passionately about the science. The industry is full of researchers and companies and people that are trying to develop good science and support the products that we make. And when I was younger, I used to give, part of my ethic was I would give this caveat at the end of my lectures, and I would say, just so you know, the science is really cool and this really can help you, but there is no magic pill. You can't undo 30 years of bad living and bad choices and bad farming and everything with a magic pill. And one time I was actually sitting, one time the president of the company I worked for was sitting in the audience, and I said, there are no magic pills. And afterwards he came up to me and he said, Jennifer, you and I know there are no magic pills, but I beg you not to kill the hope. But if ever I was in looking at something that it seemed magical, this is it. If there were a magic pill, this would get pretty close. So I have to have my glasses on. So the endocannabinoid system is involved in almost every biological process in the body. It's a system just like the lymphatic system, but it doesn't get the same kind of attention in medical school that doctors usually study every major system, the heart and the lungs and the lymphatic and all of that. They dedicate a course to it, and we just don't give it the same kind of emphasis. But the endocannabinoid system, and we talk about this as the ECS, is critical, and it plays a role in almost it influences all of the other systems in the body. And in the spirit of that, you can see, this is from Reuters, that where people are filing patents. But in 1993, there were 10 papers on it. And this year, there will be over 10,000 publications on the endocannabinoid system. So there's an uptick in intellectual property, there's an uptick in publishing. Endocannabinoid system is really, because I heard John's talk about like an adaptogen, it is an adaptogenic system. It doesn't really respond, it is responsive to what's going on in your body. So and it is widely distributed in nature. So humans and monkeys and rats and birds and fish and flies all have endocannabinoid systems. So the endocannabinoid system is made up of the receptors, and within the central nervous system, the CB1 receptor is the most common receptor, if you count that as part of the central nervous system. But you have the two primary receptors, and we're discovering more receptor that the endocannabinoids act upon. We're still discovering some of those, but we talk the most about CB1 and CB2, and then we talk about the both the endogenous cannabinoids and the phytocannabinoids. You hear us, we focus a lot on CBD and THC, but your body, because it's a system and it can run without it, your body makes endocannabinoids. It makes cannabinoids that are supposed to run around and hang out on the receptors and do their job before we take anything to augment the system. So the cannabinoids that we produce internally are anandamide and 2-arachidonyl glycerol, or we refer to it as 2-AG. And one of the really cool things that it does, and you've probably heard this before, but when your synapses connect, it's really normally a one-way path. So it's really a one-way path, and then it's like the domino effect. It goes through the body. One of the unique things about the cannabinoids is that they can do what we call retrograde communication. So they push communication back up the system. So the brain's usually sending things down through the system for some sort of effect away from the brain, and the endocannabinoid system is sending information back to up the chain and back to the brain. So modulating the endocannabinoid system, we can modulate it by consuming phytocannabinoids, but also diet, exercise, sleep, genetics, epigenetics all have an impact on the endocannabinoid system. And it's a function of, because you can have a lot of cannabinoids running around, but if you genetically don't have a lot of receptors or places for them to land, you can have an inferior effect, or you can have tons of receptors but not enough cannabinoids, and then the receptors sit empty and you don't get the same kind of effect as if it was everybody was functioning properly. And when your body releases these cannabinoids, we have a system so that they do their job, and then they get broken down. And there's 2 primary enzymes that break them down. And I will tell you, a really cool area of product development outside of the cannabinoids is influencing those enzymes and how fast they break down the cannabinoids that exist, because we can inhibit them and slow down the breakdown. And in fact, CBD, which doesn't act on the CB1 or CB2 receptors directly, one of the things that it does is it can influence these enzymes. So we find them in nature and not just in cannabis. Our body produces them, and we also have all types of synthetics that we talked about previously. And there's more than 100, and we haven't discovered and identified and characterized all of them yet. So this is kind of a pictorial of the cannabinoids and where they can intervene in the body. And one of the caveats I should tell you about me as a speaker, besides the no magic pill caveat, is that I am one of those people that put more stuff in my presentation than I can possibly get through. It's because I'm so excited about the cool science stuff. But I always give out these slides, and I try really hard to put the references on the slides. And of course, you can email me if you have trouble finding any of the references. I just want you to know I don't make this stuff up. So anyway, this is a really interesting chart, and I would run over there with a yardstick if we had time to go through all the details. But the result is that it has the potential to influence many conditions. And when you look at some of these things up here, you will notice that many of them are what we would refer to as refractive conditions. Things that we just have to lump it, that we treat people with therapeutics and we get marginal effect and people can stand it. But some of these items up here are things like Alzheimer's disease, which now has surpassed cancer as the disease that we fear the most. For 50 years, cancer was ranked the #1 worst thing that could happen to you, and now it's Alzheimer's disease because we've gotten better at treating cancer, and we still feel really iffy about cognitive issues. So this is a little chart, and again, you'll get the chart of some of the most common cannabinoids. We keep referring to the minor cannabinoids, and I guess I'm going to define that as anything that's not CBD and THC, but if it's not got a name yet or we don't commonly refer to it, I'm going to go even further than the minor cannabinoids and say they're obscure cannabinoids. But you can see that, oh, something I should tell you about that last slide is that we don't know the answer to some of these. CBD looks really decked out, and THC because they're the most studied, but we're figuring out and exploring the different applications still on some of these. We asked ourselves the question previously, do purified extracts work better than the whole plant? Do purified substances work better than the whole plant extracts? For sure, and here's some bullet points and some references related to the answer to that question. For sure, we see less toxicity. For sure, we see, there are certain conditions where we see an enhanced benefit from the entourage effect. Hot areas of research on the ECS. This includes all types of things related to mental acuity. We are doing a lot of research related to cancer, and I could do a whole presentation on that, but I don't cover that because it's really interesting from a scientific standpoint, but even if we had a definitive answer today, our side of the industry isn't going to be the one talking about it. And I beg you to be very careful in your literature about talking about it, not because it's not promising, but because it is very detrimental to the whole industry if we're perceived as going after demographics that are chronic or hopeless, and also because there are no good, it's just not structure function territory either. So try to steer clear of that, but there's some really interesting things going on with diabetes and GI. Lots of refractive GI conditions where we're giving people steroids and all kinds of nasty things just to keep the symptoms at bay, and we're getting better at, there's some really promising things happening in the science in the area of GI. I really also like metabolism. And even as I say that, we've had a drug in the US get almost to the end that is derived from cannabis for obesity. And the FDA didn't approve it because it still had some itsy bitsy psychological effects. Now, honestly, I think that we see other drugs, and you see when you're watching TV and a drug commercial comes up and they say, you'll be so much happier and you'll run through the golden field if you take our pharmaceutical, and then the commercial comes to an end and a guy says, but you won't, you'll be impotent and you won't be able to, you'll feel sad and all this stuff. I think that, and so we approve drugs that have psychological side effects, but we're on high alert on this particular substance. And so I think it gets a little bit, I think it's treated a little bit more harshly when it turns up in clinical trials. I can't really talk about the endocannabinoid system and just focus on CBD, but I'm going to target some slides specifically to that. And so it has a very low affinity for the actual receptors, but it does activate some activity in the serotonin system. It antagonizes or inhibits some of the enzymes. It Oh, it has a really interesting impact on mitochondria, which can also have an impact on age, diseases that are exacerbated or made worse by aging. So that's really interesting. And it does, you know what, it really does two things. It helps the cannabinoids that are already there, both the ones you make yourself and the ones you consume. It helps them stay active longer, and it also helps to, another really interesting area of product development, I'm telling you guys all kinds of cool things you should look at, is because they're fat soluble, not just CBD, but some of the other, most of the other cannabinoids, they have to, there's also a transportation, there's a whole system just for getting them from point A to point B, and we can intervene in the chaperoning and transportation system, which would also enhance their effect. THC versus CBD, you guys already know this. One has some little bit of hallucinogenic effect, and CBD does not have any effect like that, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have other psychological impact related to stress and mood and some other things, but it's not specifically hallucinogenic. So other cannabinoid targets, this is a really fun little picture to study when you get this presentation at home. How CBD specifically, because that other one I showed you was all the cannabinoids and it's less easy to see how they intervene on things, but here you can see that it intervenes in multiple pathways that may enhance, that provide the mechanism for how it works and also for how it augments the effect of the other cannabinoids. Okay, so CBD is just for epilepsy. That's not true, and I've already shown you some lists, and there's ongoing research in every single one of these areas. So CBD, where it works and how, I already kind of spoiler alerted this one. We've talked a little bit about how it works, but just in case, here's more detail there. And bioavailability. So as you know, and this is another great area of research and product development, when we consume the cannabinoids orally instead of inhaling them, or we've done studies topically and intravenously, but they're not very bioavailable. And we can do a lot of things to enhance the bioavailability of them. But here's the other weird thing that happens is that the pharmacokinetics of the cannabinoids is like is similar to caffeine, which is, you know, some people that are really sensitive to caffeine and they take it and they can't drink it right before bed or they're going to be up all night. There's a genetic component to that, and that is true of the cannabinoids. In fact, I'm getting ahead again because I get so excited about this cool thing I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you anyway, even though it's not this slide because people are taking pictures of it. But 20% of people have a genetic aberration where they produce, they're big producers of the endocannabinoids. So sometimes when you get people who try CBD, this is especially true of CBD, and they say it doesn't work for them, if you're a super producer of the endogenous type of cannabinoids, then when you consume them orally and they turn out to be low bioavailability, the likelihood you're going to see an incremental effect is low. And 20% is pretty high for an aberration like that. So CBD, again, I like this chart because it makes it look like CBD does all this cool stuff and everybody else just does a little bit. Again, part of that is because the research on the other cannabinoids is more evolving and is still incomplete. So this is, if you took, I get this all the time, I took it, somebody will say to me, I took CBD and it didn't work for me. And here's some of the reasons why it might not work for you. There's a lot of variability on the market. It's there's cheating on the market, but then there's just variability related to the fact, then we talked about it earlier, that there's not a specification for what constitutes a whole extract. There's not a standardization, and there's wide variability. Even if you were standardizing it, there's wide variability with the methodologies in the labs. There's my 20% of Americans. You might need a different dose. You might need to take it. The other thing is that you might need to take it more frequently during the day or at different times of the day, and it might not be what you think it is. There's still some of that. But there's a real scientific reason besides it's not what you think it is. So tolerance is developed for the cannabinoids, including CBD. This is also true, but not universally true. So it's more likely to happen on the cognitive effects, and it's more likely to happen on something like the cognitive effects, where you'll kind of top out on what benefit you might get from the cognitive response the more you take over a longer period of time. And I gotta go faster. You guys are aware of the ones that have been approved, and I know some interesting things about them that I can't share today. This is the picture of the super cool thing about how it goes the other way on the synapses. This picture goes both ways. Most things don't do that. And where they're distributed, I've told you CB1 is very common in the brain, and this is why THC, which has a great love for CB1, has some of the effects that we, but as it pertains to adverse events, the CB1 is virtually absent in the cardiovascular respiratory tissues, which means you can get the effect without raising your blood pressure and having some of the cardiac events that might be associated with other things. That being said, one of the #1 adverse events reported in clinical studies is a change in blood pressure, but then some guys did a meta-analysis of all of the studies and said it's not statistically significant, and that really aligns well with the mechanism of action that we know about. CB1 and the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous system, and this is important because I'm going to talk about general well-being and the HPA axis. So now I'm going to kind of go through some key areas that that CBD has an effect on, and just general well-being. This is related to mental sedation without being physically tired, just maybe more like a Zen feeling. So this idea that more is better, I put that this is false, but it's true and false. It depends on the genetics, and there absolutely is in the literature a dose response curve, but it's very different for different people, and so it's hard to say. And because it's not free of adverse events, and look, it has an excellent safety profile, and people always say, well, I hate it when people do this in the literature because we compare it to opiates all the time. We say, oh, it's safer than opiates. Everything's safer practically than opiates. So that's not really a very fair reference. Even if you don't compare it to opiates and you just look at drugs and stuff in general, it's very, very safe. But people ask, there's this rumor going around that you can take any dose you want and that it's like vitamin C. Oh, this is what this crazy person told me. That it's like vitamin C. If you take too much, you'll just pee it out. And look, everything has toxicity. Everything can be unsafe at the wrong dose. Water is unsafe at the wrong dose. It's called drowning. So people should don't go crazy with this. And all the medical people, they have the start low, go slow. And this is the other crazy thing about the pharmacokinetics of the cannabinoids, and you're gonna have to go through the rest of these slides by yourselves, but this is a really important thing I have to tell you. It's not just the dose effect that's genetic, but some people it's much slower than if you were, what's the nice way to say, smoking it. Anyway, than inhaling it, but for some people it could take up to 2 or 3 hours. So here's how people end up in the emergency room. They take it, they've heard a lot of cool things about it, and half an hour later they're like, oh, I don't feel anything, so they take a little more, and then another half an hour goes by and they take a little more. And by the time, if you're one of those people that really don't feel effect, until 2 or 3 hours in, you have taken way too much by the time your first dose starts to kick in. So this is really good advice in your stores. Everybody can remember this. Start low and go slow. This is good advice for everybody. And cannabinoids and neuroplasticity. We used to believe, remember this thing we used to believe, that when you were a baby, you grew your neurotransmitters and that was it. I'm playing classical music and tapes of people speaking Chinese to my kids because I have a window and now it's closing and they have to form all these synapses, but that's not true. It's not just not true as it pertains to cannabis, but to lots of things. We now know that neuroplasticity is possible, and that means neuroprotection, and that's why it's being studied for cognitive issues and seizures. CBD is not hallucinogenic, but it does have other psychological effects. Here I've listed other psychological effects. And one of my favorite cannabinoids is CBN, and it does some really interesting things as it pertains to sleep and circadian rhythm. Here's the reference on the vascular and cardiovascular effects of cannabis. Here's the endocannabinoid system in pain, and what's really interesting about it is that usually when we talk about pain, stuff works for certain kinds of pain, but because it intervenes and multiple mechanisms, back to the chart at the beginning, it works on multiple types of pain. But some cannabinoids work better than others, and some combinations will certainly turn out to be better than others. The immune system and TH1 and TH2 and all that balance, super cool what's going on there. Sleep, I've already mentioned that we've been looking at this on high doses and REM and circadian rhythm, also really, really interesting, because the other pharmaceuticals for sleep are, the way that they make you go to sleep is why you have all the adverse events, and you eat in your sleep and you walk in your sleep and then you wake up and you feel like you ran a marathon even though you actually closed your eyes. This has some interesting mechanisms that we don't have in any other pharmaceutical. Who knew? Bone and connective tissue. We're looking at some of the impact in bone and connective tissue. The digestive system, already mentioned, there's going to be a lot of cool things. People are going to be able to get off their steroids and all kinds of other refractive issues. The liver and the endocannabinoid system. Here's one of the really cool things about this. It both increases fibrolytic activity and decreases it, but when the endocannabinoid system is in balance, it knows when to do one. It knows when to do one and when to do the other. So that kind of adaptogenic effect. This is the opposing effect of that CB1 and CB2 activity has on the liver. Hunger and metabolism. Someday we are going to figure out that drug. That was a really big sad thing about the FDA not approving that drug. The digestive system and summary, and it includes the liver and adipocyte production and hunger and all of that. Cardiovascular again. Oh, other drugs interact with the endocannabinoid system. I didn't put the opiates up there for the same reason we're not going to talk about cancer. Here's the list of the most commonly reported side effects. Again, I told you the meta-analysis didn't bear out that blood pressure drops were statistically significant. We already talked about this. It has a great safety profile, but nothing's safe at all doses. CBD is not addictive. It's pretty definitive. Other polymorphisms. Remember how I told you that 20% of the population just makes more endocannabinoids? Look at all the other polymorphisms. These are genetic aberrations that we know of today, and we're going to find more that influence how well your endocannabinoid system operates. So there's a lot of variability in there. And we've talked about these myths, and that's the state of the science today. Sorry, I got a little carried away today with how interesting this is, but I'll be around if you have questions afterwards, and I really will send this presentation with these references.
Thank you. Fascinating. The science never sleeps. So really cool. I wish we could do that all day. All right, next up here, I'm really pleased to bring to you Manitoba Harvest. For all of you natural food retailers, Manitoba Harvest is like the original OG hemp brand, right? So, so it's really cool. I think we're gonna tiptoe away from CBD for a minute, and we're gonna dive into hemp. We have Ann Thompson. She is the marketing director, VP of marketing. And come on up here, Ann. And we're just gonna sit down and have a little fireside chat, right?
Hemp Parade we are.
Pick a chair, any chair.
Thanks.
All right.
Do you have the clicker? Do I have the clicker?
Oh yeah, right. You got a couple slides, right?
I got a couple slides. I know.
Yeah, go nuts. So, you guys were the first ones out of the gate, right? I mean, you guys have been offering hemp hearts. Now,
yeah.
You seem like you weren't the marketing director then, but like what hip marketing director came up with the name of Hemp Hearts?
Well, look at these guys. I've actually got a picture of them way back in the Wayback Time Machine in 1998. These were the misfits on a mission who started it all. So Martin, Alex, and Mike, and this is a picture of them in the hemp field. They really petitioned the provincial government of Manitoba and then Canada, which started industrial hemp and started the brand Manitoba Harvest in 1998. And today, we're really the beneficiaries of the great choices that they made through the last 21 years.
Right.
So things like just radical transparency. We talked earlier about the importance of supply chain. Our hemp seeds go through 30 individual steps before reaching the bag of hemp seeds that you buy at the store.
Are these like processing steps or testing steps?
Mostly testing steps.
Yeah,
exactly. And I think, any industry where you're breaking new ground, you have to hold yourself to the highest possible standard.
Right.
And that's basically been true, and we still do that. We do that now. In fact, we were the first ones to go and work directly with the FDA to make sure that as other manufacturers want to work with hemp, that hemp foods are GRAS certified, so generally regarded as safe.
Yeah. So the journey has been so interesting for the last, like, say, 20 years, right? Ever since the 2004 DEA trial, that was a major victory for hemp.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk a little bit about consumer education, because the original thing was, is it rope or is it dope?
Totally,
right?
Yeah. And it's so funny, we're all kind of in the know, but one of the first things when I arrived 2.5 years ago was kind of to take the temperature of consumers. And quite honestly, people who are shopping in natural food stores still ask that question. And the number of barriers for people really understanding about hemp foods and supplements are huge. So most people don't even know that hemp is a food. And if they know that hemp is a food, they don't know its powerful benefits. They don't know the powerful protein and omega profile. And if they know that, they don't know how to use it. They said, do I just snack on it out of the bag? Do I use it as a flour? And if they know how to use it, they often don't know where to find it in store. And so I think what's incumbent on us as retailers and manufacturers is to really educate and make messages really simple. And so that's been one of the challenges of, you're not just building a brand, but you're really educating on hemp as a food.
Yeah, so the couple interesting things you said there. One is product formats, right? So, because it used to just be like, okay, well, yeah, we got these hemp hearts, and you can kind of, it's like a chip alternative, I guess, right? So what else is out there? How can we bring hemp to the masses?
Yeah, so this was the other kind of key insight. Not only do we need to be really simple in our messaging around hemp food, but I realized we needed to run, not walk, to develop a portfolio of products. And you can see up here, kind of the upper right, the top 3 products are kind of the OG, the original ones that are just shelled hemp seeds. And then when you cold press that hemp seed, you get a rich hemp seed oil. And when you grind that seed cake up into a flour, you get a protein powder. Those have been around for the beginning. The number of people who are going to figure out how to use those products compared to the number of people who are going to eat granola or nutrition bars, or as we're launching at this show, wait for it, hemp milk from Manitoba Harvest, woohoo! And then the number of people who, I think we've talked a lot about CBD, but who really, the thing that's missing for them with CBD is trust, and a brand they can trust that brings them a portfolio of food to also take that rigor with CBD.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a really cool opportunity for you in the company. You know, there's always that sort of tension between marketers and product formulators and scientists. I come from the supplements world, but you could say, hey, look, you know, it's like we have these powders and these you know, little hearts. What else you got? You know, like how about cereal? You know, how about a bar? How about, you know, like let's be creative in some of the different things that you could roll out. And I like that idea of just, you know, Manitoba Harvest, people know that, right? Because you guys have been around for so long. So it seems like a really cool opportunity for you to really, you know, disseminate your name into different sections of the store.
Yeah, I think one piece of advice that we certainly learned along the way is at the end of the day, you know, we sell food. And food needs to play a joyful role in people's lives, which usually means it needs to taste good. And so there were a couple innovation blunders that we made along the way, being so myopic about let's pack as much hemp as possible into this product, where now we've realized, gosh, we can make hemp the hero of a product and really make it available to a wider group of people by ensuring that it has other powerful things in it and that the taste profile absolutely is top notch.
Yeah, right. So you don't just need, oh, here's a bag of hemp flour, go to it. You can say, you know, here's something, and hemp is the hero ingredient, but maybe it's only 30% or whatever of the whole product, but you got something else that you've made there, right?
Well, and any marketer knows the hardest thing to change is consumer behavior, right? So if you can take especially a category that someone's already in and upgrade their product with the power of hemp and with a brand that, like a B Corp, it's doing all the right things, investing in, you know, we talk here on the slide a little bit about we have an agronomy team, something you'd never see by just buying our products, but they're the ones who, if you're a hemp farmer in Saskatchewan, teach you how to grow the crop. We pay a premium for hemp in the 3 years of transition to organic, those kind of things.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Right. Let's switch gears just a little bit and talk about the hemp hemp nutrition, because it is kind of like a superfood, right?
Totally.
So what's so superfoody about it?
So I think we've talked about this before, but just to clarify, right now when we talk about hemp superfood, you're talking about the seeds. We've talked a lot, and our broad spectrum hemp extract comes from the flowers, but just to level set, we're talking about the seeds here. And so, you know, I'm not one to brag, but hemp is probably the most nutritionally complete food source in the world. And the reason it's the most complete is it's a complete vegetarian protein. So as you talk with people in your store or you're developing products, it has all the essential amino acids. It also is highly digestible and easy to absorb. And so a lot of people following vegan or vegetarian diets really look to hemp. The double whammy that makes hemp the kind of wild salmon of the plant world is the powerful punch of omega-3 and 6 along with GLA. And that coupled with the fact that there are no known allergens to hemp. You've got a lot of other vitamins and minerals, especially magnesium, kind of nature's natural muscle relaxant. And then there's kind of no bad stuff. So I'm sure a lot of you or people in your stores are following diets and looking for low carb. We're a very low carb alternative. So as you just look gram for gram, you can see the chart's a little small here, but in terms of percent of protein, if you compare hemp to an egg or chicken or you know, even a beef patty, gram for gram, hemp is giving you more protein.
That's really wild.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what came? You talked about chickens and eggs, and I was trying to think, like, what came first, the hemp or pot?
Well, yeah, good question.
Well, and I mean, so let's talk a little bit about pot, because Manitoba Harvest, you guys made huge news this year.
We did.
You guys actually got acquired by a weed brand, right? By Tilray, right? So what's the story with that? Like,
I've spent the
what
last
came first,
2.5 years trying to make sure people know that hemp food will not get you high, and then this news comes out, and I was like, oh, rats, that's wrecked my entire plan. No, I mean, I think what's really exciting about being acquired by Tilray, who has their roots in hardcore medical cannabis, clinical trials, the whole thing.
Are they a Canadian company too?
They are a Canadian company, is that we share a big, hairy, audacious North Star. And that is to bring capital C cannabis out of the darkness into the light. And the stigma that's existed for so long has really limited consumers' availability to powerful food, supplement, medicinal, adult use products. And so when you have a corporate parent who has that in common and is willing to really invest in the little mighty brand from Manitoba, it's a powerful combination.
Yeah, right? I mean, I just want to, you just said bring cannabis out of the dark and into the light, right? How about a shout out for that,
Hemp,
right?
yeah.
Hemp, yeah. No, I think that's really cool. So, I mean, I can imagine, and tell me, since you're inside, that this just opens up, like if you're one company and you're in the legal pot game in Canada, and you guys are in the legal everywhere hemp game, it just opens a lot of opportunities for product development, for CBD products, for THC products, for beverages. You just got this hemp milk. Talk a little bit about your thoughts on that subject of CBD, THC, hemp.
Well, I think something that I sat here today that's abundantly clear from everybody in this industry regarding CBD in particular and all the endocannabinoids is just that consumer curiosity and interest is ahead of the science. And so one of the things that I'm so excited about in terms of partnership with Tilray is they really are interested in investing in the science. And so I know I can bring real confidence to consumers because I have a company backing me that's willing to go the extra mile and partner with universities like NYU they just announced. So that's really exciting. I think the other thing that you're talking about is as the blurring in terms of products, whether it's food products, supplements, beverages happens, we now have some people who are seasoned product developers up in Nanaimo and access to all of those resources. So I think it helps us to be able to be accelerators of really exciting new products.
Yeah, right. I know we only have got about a minute left, but I find this really fascinating, especially since Canada has legalized it all across the country, and we see that different states in the U.S. are potentially bigger markets. But when I think Canada, I think hockey and beer, right? And so are we going to have beer with weed now, like beer with CBD and beer with THC? What do you imagine like 10 years down the line as far as what the feeling product category looks like?
Well, I think, and certainly as I've talked with people at Tilray, the spirit is that cannabis has been so under the darkness for so long. We don't know all the industries that it's likely to disrupt, but it's going to be an exciting ride to see it happen.
Yeah.
And so I don't know that I have a crystal ball, but I know that now we're in a moment in time, and an inflection point, where we finally have the ability to look at the potential for cannabis.
Yeah, that's beautiful. The potential of cannabis, hemp leading the way. And thanks very much.
Thank you.
It's good talking to you here.
Time.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Take care.
Good deal. All right. We got a couple sessions left here. I think, is Justin up next? Yeah? All right. Our lawyer panel, oh my God. It's not a panel, it's just a guy. We just wanted to just focus in on one lawyer on one thing, because we've done this a few times and everybody wants to ask a lawyer questions. And I think Justin's gonna leave time. And just so you know, it's $75 a question, and that's a cut rate deal. So Justin, he's a longtime FDA supplements lawyer, and so we're going to dig in specifically on the legal aspect of labeling. you know, the nutrition facts, supplement facts panels, what you can say, what you can't say, because a lot of companies are blowing it. And so Justin, why don't you come up here and make us all just a little bit smarter? And you probably want to leave a couple minutes for questions, because I'm sure you're going to get some.
Well, thanks. It's nice to see everyone here. I have about 15 to 20 minutes to go through all of the labeling issues for all hemp and CBD products. So I'm sure we won't have any issues. You know, when I look and, you know, I work for a small boutique law firm of about 2,185 lawyers. I'm the head of our food, beverage, supplement, agribusiness practice. A lot of what I do is people send me labels and I look at them and tell them whether they're going to be compliant or not. And you know, the food, beverage, supplement industry is different than the drug industry or some other industries where there's no pre-approval process for labels. So really, you have to make sure on your own that they're compliant before you put them on the market. And I think one of the really important things to think about here is we have a lot of people that are involved in the hemp and CBD industry who don't have a background in dietary supplements or in food and beverage. So when they get into this, they don't understand what GMPs are. And they haven't looked at labels and know all of the ins and outs of labeling. So we see a lot of labels. I get a lot of labels that just are nowhere close to being compliant. And I think it's really one of the important things in the industry, because if the hemp and CBD industry is really going to get taken seriously, making sure that you're compliant and that you're doing some of the basic things are really an important element to be taken professionally and seriously by all of the other people. I've run into this in other industries. I do a lot of work with kombucha companies, and it's the same type of thing where you have a cross between these large companies making kombucha and people brewing it on their back porch. And you get labels that are accordingly look like they came from a large company or by someone brewing it on their back porch. And so that's really what we're trying to work with here. I work with a lot of retailers. I know there was a question earlier today about how do I know what products, and that's really what I do more recently is work with a lot of retailers. A lot of big clothing retailers are now looking to carry topical hemp and CBD products. A lot of convenience stores, a lot of grocery stores, and they always ask, how do we know that these products are compliant? How do we know that we're carrying something that's not going to get us in trouble? So again, we only have about 15 minutes. We're not going to be able to cover everything, but I wanted to talk about some of the basic components and things that we see when we get products in, almost kind of those are definitely the do-nots, and hopefully some of the do's also. But, you know, this industry, there's so much information out there, and I always say, and there's so much misinformation out there. You know, on the same day, you'll get an email that says, you know, buy our CBD, it's legal in all 50 states now. And then the same day, you'll get an email saying the FDA has banned CBD from all products. And I get people asking, well, which one is right? And obviously, as with most things, it's somewhere in the middle between those. So the first thing I want to talk about is topical products, because that really has been the entry level for a lot of companies that aren't really in the CBD or hemp space, but they're looking to try to carry some products. And so they look at topical products as being kind of the safer way to get into the market. And we had the discussion from the panel earlier with Eric and Josh and Steve Mister talking about some of the regulatory requirements. That exclusionary clause that Steve was talking about, where an ingredient was investigated as a new drug prior to being used in a food, beverage, or supplement, and therefore it's not a legal ingredient, that doesn't apply to topical products. Okay, that's only for ingestibles. So that same kind of overlying obstacle for ingestible products is not there for cosmetics. You can use CBD or hemp in a topical product as long as it is safe. And we get back to the issue of whether an ingredient is grass or not. As I say, I ironically spend a large part of my day talking to people about whether hemp is grass or not. And it is a good question. When we look at topicals, you know, we don't have that same restriction. So some of the key components are, of course, if we want to avoid the DEA getting involved, as Todd said earlier, it's below that 0.3% THC. I mean, that's really what I start with almost every client. If you don't want to get into the discussion of whether it's a Schedule I controlled substance, possibly transporting a controlled substance across state lines, any of those types of things, the most important thing is making sure you have a C of A that identifies that hemp or CBD is 0.3% or less THC by dry weight. And that's an important component of the federal, the Farm Bill, 2018 Farm Bill, is that it's 0.3% or less THC by dry weight. That's the number one thing. For cosmetic or topical products, in the United States, you can only sell topical products as one of two things, either a cosmetic or a drug. It's one of the two things. And cosmetics are actually a pretty narrowly defined category of products. Cosmetics are products that cleanse, beautify, promote attractiveness, or alter the appearance of the skin. So it's what you would consider a basic cosmetic. A topical product that is sold to treat anxiety, a topical product that is sold to treat stress, a topical product that is sold to help with sleep, and a topical product that is sold to help with sore muscles and inflammation is a drug product. There's no question about it. Those are claims that make the product a drug. Now, we can talk a little bit about how actively the FDA enforces that. And again, this is a discussion, I like to use it with a lot of my clients about speed limit, because I think it's the best analogy. I can tell you what the speed limit is. I can even maybe tell you what streets the police are more likely to have a radar gun down at the end of the block and going, but ultimately you have to decide how fast you're gonna go. So I'm telling you, if you make any sort of structure function claim for a cosmetic, it's different than for an ingestible. But if you make any sort of structure function claim for a topical, or certainly a disease claim, you are now selling a drug product in the eyes of the FDA. And again, it's not at the top of their list of things that they're enforcing, but it's something you should at least know. And if you decide you want to take that risk, then I guess that's up to you. But you are selling a drug product if you're making those claims. So when I'm talking to retailers and I'm talking to sellers, that's one of the things I'm telling them. Look to see what claims are being made about the product. Really, the only claims that can be made for a topical product, again, are cleansing, beautifying, promoting attractiveness. Now, I don't know what science anyone has, how the CBD in their product is helping their skin look softer, or maybe it's an emulsifier, but that is the requirement, is it's cleansing, beautifying, promoting attractiveness. Now, we have seen some companies selling those products as an over-the-counter drug, and using ingredients like menthol or camphor, which are in the active monograph for an over-the-counter drug, and then putting CBD or hemp as an inactive ingredient. I can tell you that the FDA's position is, if you're touting that ingredient on the front of your label and calling out how much information is in there, it's not really an inactive ingredient. It's pretty active if you're calling it out. So again, unless you can show how CBD and hemp help emulsify the product, how it helps soften your skin, you could be in trouble if the FDA dials down on it. Now again, the FDA hasn't been very active in enforcing that, but there is certainly down the road something where we could see that happening. And as the over-the-counter drug companies start looking this as products more and more are out there, there's going to be more pressure for regulators to start enforcing some of that. So that's one of the key components to think about. Also, what we see a lot, and I know Michelle, who helps vet the products for Expo East and for Expo West, sees this a lot. We'll see on especially a lot of topical products, it'll say 500 milligrams on the front. Doesn't say what's 500 milligrams, doesn't say whether that's per serving, per bottle. If you're gonna make a claim like that, you really need to specify first, what is 500 milligrams? Because people put 500 milligrams, that could be 500 milligrams of hemp, that could be 500 milligrams of CBD, that could be probably not per serving, we hope it's not per serving, but we don't know. And so let's say it's a smaller number, let's say it's 75 milligrams, we don't know what that is. So you really need to specify both what you're talking about in terms of that number on the front, 500 milligrams of full spectrum hemp extract, and then specify what that relates to. Is it per bottle? Is it per container? Is it per serving? Is it per dose? Those two pieces of information are important. And where we really probably see this as a potential risk more than anything else is class action plaintiff lawyers. And if anyone's heard me talk before, it's one of my favorite things to talk about because it's something that I deal with probably more than anything else, is the risk of a class action plaintiff lawyer looking at your label and deciding, hey, this is going to be my next target. I'm going to send a letter out. And there are class action plaintiff firms out there that this is their mode of doing business. is they go and they find a particular topic, whether it's no added sugars, whether it's all natural. We can talk about all natural. We probably don't need to talk about that because I think everyone realizes what a risk that one is. But there are class action plaintiff lawyers that go and they just look for something. So if they find a particular topic and do it, they're going to go and look for every other product making that same claim, and they send a letter out. And then you have to decide as a company, are we going to fight this? And I can tell you that to fight a class action lawsuit and get it to the point where you're going to get it thrown out is probably a minimum of about $150,000 to $200,000, and probably north of that. Or you can settle out with that class action plaintiff lawyer for $20,000, $30,000, $50,000. And the plaintiff lawyers know that for most people, they're going to make that cost-benefit analysis and decide it's cheaper for us to pay some amount, get out of it, than fight this over 2 years. We don't even know if we're going to win. And so they send out 10 to 20 letters, and if they get 10 people responding back and agreeing to settle for $35,000 to $40,000, they just made $300,000 to $400,000 for that same letter that they sent out over and over again. So believe it, that people are looking at your labels, and more than ever, it is important to make sure your labels are compliant. One last thing on topicals, because we're already more than halfway done, is when you have a cosmetic product, the ingredients are supposed to be declared by the INCI name, which is the International Nomenclature Classification Index, maybe something like that. That is basically the Latin binomial name. So instead of coconut oil, it's Cocos nucifera, and then in parentheses, coconut and oil. Your label is supposed to have all of those ingredients by their Latin binomial, by that INCI name. So again, another area where we get a lot of labels in, and they're just labeled with 4 or 5 ingredients, haven't used the Latin binomials. These are all areas, potential points of risk from either the FDA, from state regulators, or more commonly from class action plaintiff lawyers. So definitely something to think about from the topical side of things. From the ingestible side of things, we're not going to get into the debate about whether they're actually legal to be used. We'll save that for another time. We've had that debate before. I'm happy to have that discussion with people outside of this. Again, let's say that we're putting aside what the FDA has said about it, and you're putting it on the label. What should that label look like? Now, obviously the FDA has said they don't believe it's a permissible ingredient, CBD, in a food, beverage, or dietary supplement. That doesn't mean then, because the FDA has said that you just decide, I'm not going to put a nutrition facts panel or a supplement facts panel on it. I'm just going to put nothing on it, and therefore it's not regulated by the FDA. I've had that discussion with people. Unfortunately, that's not how life works. You don't get to pick when they're going to regulate you by violating the law so that you're not actually being enforced by the law. You have to pick something, and that makes it tough when the FDA has said either one of the things that you can pick are potentially not legal. So it really depends on a couple things. It depends on the delivery type. If you're selling a product in capsules, if you're selling a product in tincture form with a couple drops, that is a dietary supplement. There is no rack, there is no serving size for a food or beverage that is in terms of capsules or drops. So it is a dietary supplement. You're going to have to label it as a supplement. You're going to have to deal with the FDA if and when they decide to deal with it, but it is your supplement, okay? So it needs to, the regulation says you have to have a statement of identity on the front. It has to say dietary supplement. Now we have a state, many of you may be aware, Louisiana, that passed a new law that says you can use it, but you can't use it in a dietary supplement. So the state of Louisiana has decided that if you call it an herbal supplement or a hemp supplement, that that's not a dietary supplement and that it's okay. That's not how the FDA views it, but that's how Louisiana views it. So some sort of word with supplement, whether it's dietary supplement or herbal supplement or CBD supplement or hemp supplement, has to be on the front of the label. You have to have a net quantity of content statement. That has to be in terms of both US weight and metric. So we still, despite all the years of fighting the metric system, we still have to have the metric system on there too. So if it's a liquid product, got to have fluid ounces and milliliters. If it's a dry weight product, it's got to have ounces and grams on the front of the label. When we're talking about a supplement, it's got to have the supplement facts panel. And one of the areas where we see a lot of violations, and it really is tough because there's no formal law on it right now, is how are we describing that ingredient that we're using? And we see everything. We see full spectrum CBD. Kind of hard to have full spectrum CBD when CBD is one component of the full spectrum. So you can't have full spectrum CBD. You can have CBD from a full spectrum hemp extract, but full spectrum CBD is kind of an oxymoron. You're talking about the full spectrum and then one of the things. I've also seen full spectrum hemp extract with no THC. But guess what? THC is also part of the full spectrum. So you can't have full spectrum and then say you're missing one of those components. We see a lot of broad spectrum. We see a lot of full spectrum hemp extract, and it's a 98% CBD isolate, and they have sprinkled some terpenes and maybe a little CBC or something in there. That's not really full spectrum either. And this is really one of the big problems with the industry is we don't have a formal definition of these terms, and something that we're hoping that the FDA comes up with. But we need to have at least something along those lines, broad spectrum hemp extract, full spectrum hemp extract. And one of the parts that gets missed a lot is you are required to declare the part of any botanical that you're using. So if you have ashwagandha, it has to say ashwagandha root, green tea leaves. For hemp extract, it has to say broad spectrum hemp extract, aerial parts is what a lot of people put. Flowers and leaves. As we know, most CBD does not come from the seeds, despite what I see also sometimes. Hemp seed oil, 30 milligrams of CBD. I don't know how many seeds you use for that, but it was an awful lot to get 30 milligrams of CBD in it. So these basic labeling issues are really, we have enough issues in the industry with whether CBD and hemp is legal, whether we can use it in ingredients. Don't get hung up and get pulled out on some of these little technical labeling violations. So it's really something that we have to look at closely. One of the last things I want to say is, again, one claim that I've seen a lot of and that I think is going to be at risk for plaintiff lawyers is the term phytocannabinoid rich. Okay? When you use the term rich in your labeling, it's a very specifically defined term in the Code of Federal Regulations, a sad statement of my life. I know it's 21 CFR 101-54E. And actually, that is for more. B is for high, rich, or excellent source of. And it says, in order to use the word rich in response to a nutrient or ingredient, you have to have 20% or more of the daily value. The problem is, there's no daily value for phytocannabinoids, so you can never determine whether you have 20% of it or not. We've saw a lot of litigation in this area with respect to antioxidants, and some of you may be familiar with all the lawsuits against green tea companies for saying full of antioxidants, as marketing people like to say, teeming with antioxidants, overflowing with antioxidants. All of those things are viewed as high in antioxidants. There is no definition of a daily value for antioxidants, so you can't determine high. I see a lot of potential here for plaintiff lawyers who, if there's a dollar to be gotten out there, are going to be looking for that avenue or opportunity, who are going to be looking at phytocannabinoid-rich claims in the same way as antioxidant-rich claims. So you need to be very careful about making that type of claim. I know there's even some companies who sell their extract as PCR, phytocannabinoid-rich. It's at big risk, I think, for potential class action down the road. So make very sure when you're talking about them that you're not using terms that would suggest a term that you can't meet. That was the Reader's Digest version of that. I'll certainly be available to talk afterwards and be here at the show the next couple days, and I'll turn it back. We have time for one question if someone has one. Sure. So the question was to talk a little bit about the FDA's, potentially deciding a threshold for safe use. And the answer is it's very up in the, there was this hearing at the end of May where there were about 110 people that spoke for 2 to 5 minutes each. It was very much everyone giving their 2 cents, 2 minutes worth version of it. The FDA took that under consideration, accepted comments, and then they have this task force that is going to be reviewing it. The hope is that there would maybe be some sort of comment on it this fall. I've talked to a few people on that committee. I think that would be very hopeful thinking to think that there will be something officially coming out this fall. They are going to be looking at things. I think the 2 things they're going to be looking at, as you said, is potentially a milligram threshold and potentially a determination as to what constitutes a CBD isolate as opposed to a full or broad spectrum hemp extract. Is it the 98% investigated by GW Pharma? Is it 95%? Is it 90%? And that any amount above that has to be sold as a drug, and any amount below that has to go through processes. These are all things the FDA is looking at. Your guess is as good as mine right now as to what that's going to be. I think that's all we have. Again, I'll be available afterwards. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. All right. We are going to finish strong with retail because this is a retail show and we love retailers. You guys are the core of the business. And so next up, we have Annie Rouse from Anavi Market. And Anavi Market is it's an online store, and so, but wait, before you start throwing bricks at her from all you bricks and mortar people, Annie, I've known for a couple of years, and she really does it right. They have a real tightly curated set of products here, and she's going to go through some of her considerations as she selects high quality products for her consumers. So give it a listen. Take it away, Annie.
Thanks. All right. Thank you, Todd. And as he said, I'm going to be rolling through curating your hemp product set. So, let's see, forward. Yeah. So for the next 20 minutes, I'll be touching base with everything that's on the list in front of you. If this doesn't interest you, feel free to get up, but I think it'll be worthwhile for you to stay. So, Anavi Market is a lot different than most retailers out there because my co-founder Jason and I got into the hemp industry before the hemp industry was cool. So we were in it before the CBD boom hit, we were in it before the 2014 Farm Bill put everything into action, and that allowed us to have a real core understanding of the plant and the industry as a whole, and really view it from expert eyes. So we built Anavi with intention, which was spurred from my personal experience with CBD, trying to resolve some of my health issues. And I tried one brand, and it worked fabulously. I was so excited. And then I tried another brand, and it didn't work at all. So the first brand made me reconsider, actually, the CBD market as a whole, and rethink the fact that I was in the fiber side of the hemp industry. The second brand made me reconsider the CBD market. So from there, Anavi Market was born, an e-commerce retailer that is based on fully vetted, worthwhile quality brands. So how did we find these brands? That's where being in the industry helped out, because 90% of the brands that we sell, we sought out. They didn't come to us. So we found the best and the brightest companies based on a series of reasons that I'll unravel right now. So the first question that we look at is why? Why did this company form? Are they in it for the right reasons? Did they come in trying to money grab, or do they have a good story? Do they have a personal connection to it in any way? And we found that the answer to this question answers a lot of questions that we have about the company and if it's a good match for us. And when you look at over 1,500 brands in the market, I don't know, 2,000, there seems to be a new one coming up every hour. How do you know what is good and what is bad? And it's extremely important to make sure that whatever companies you're working with is a good match for you.
So after we determine if a company is good or not and has the passion behind it, which really transfers into the quality of the products and the longevity of the brand, then we start to dive into the people and the people behind the products behind the people. So one thing that we look for is certifications and industry involvement. Membership in longstanding organizations like the Hemp Industries Association and the U.S. Hemp Roundtable lobbying group are great examples. The U.S. Hemp Authority is a new but rising certification in the industry that does third-party audits on brands, manufacturers, and farmers, and that is based on FDA, looks at standard operating procedures based on FDA recommendations. Or guidelines, really. And then of course, certifications like USDA Organic, those are important. They're not totally necessary. It's very difficult right now for companies to get USDA certified. It has been in the past. It's now kind of opening up a little bit more with the USDA support and obviously the 2018 Farm Bill. And now processors are able to start, more and more processors are starting to get certified, which is loosening that bottleneck. So you can expect to see more USDA certified products right now, but it's still a pretty limited market to this point. So another thing that we look at is we seek out companies that are investing in science. We are obviously huge supporters of the industry and believe that the more a company is investing in science, the more that science is going to benefit the industry as a whole. It's going to benefit CBD, cannabinoids, hemp across the board, as well as us taking the products. And so, So Life Patent is one of the brands that's investing in science. They've spent the last 4 years developing a new delivery device that uses biomimicry to improve absorption of cannabinoids and other fat-loving molecules within the body. Plus CBD Oil has taken the time to go through self-recognized as GRAS certification, which they were the first and I think only company that's done that so far. And Ananda Hemp's medical director, Alex Capano, is a really amazing female PhD researcher who is the principal investigator for various clinical trials that they're conducting on their products. And it's also important to consider that, we really have CBD has only been a product around for 5 years or so. I mean, it's older than humanity, the plant is, but we haven't looked at it in a scientific standpoint within the US for about 5 years. So we've got quite a road ahead. So again, that's why companies that are investing in science are so important to the industry and to the quality of the products that are coming out. But of course, something else to look for is brands that have unique stories and unique products. Winged CBD, they just launched recently. They came out with the best tasting gummy I've ever had. It is really phenomenal. And in addition, companies like Bluebird Botanicals, they have their complete product, which is a CBD and CBDA branded product. And CBDA is really more of a rare cannabinoid, mostly because of processing makes it rare. But CBDA is more acidic, but more potent than CBD in many instances. So a product like this is more rare because well, I won't get into that, but it's more rare because it's in the acid form of the plant, but it's highly effective. So companies that are investing in this kind of cannabinoid science is extremely important. Similarly, Barleans is a fantastic brand as well. They are a family-owned company that has an amazing story as to their why. And their early entrance into the CBD space and hemp space was really important for the industry because it really brought legitimacy in a time that we needed it. And I think the industry as a whole can really thank them for that. So similar to also like Bluebird coming out with a CBDA product, watch out for other cannabinoids that can be coming into market in the upcoming years, like CBN, CBG, CBC, as well as new delivery devices. So of course, also, you should always be considering the supply source that the manufacturer is using. For instance, Ree Botanicals and Palmetto Harmony, they're USDA certified, organic certified, and Palmetto Harmony is vertically integrated. Companies like Green Man Gardens and Nature's Hemp Oil are farm fresh, but pharmacist formulated. So it's important to look back into the supply chain, ask the manufacturers where are they getting their raw material, where are they getting their extracted material, are they doing it themselves, are they known growers, are they buying it on the internet? These things are important to the quality of that finished product. And as a retailer, you should also consider, is US grown hemp important to you or not? It might not be. It is to a Navi market, but within the US market, it's difficult to find certified hemp seed right now, but you don't need to actually have certified hemp seed. You just need to make sure that the material is sourced from legal hemp, which we all know is no more than 0.3% THC on a dry weight basis, sourced from a licensed producer. So also, very extremely important, request labs. And I'm sure that we can't stress this enough, but don't just ask for the labs, ask if the lab that they're using is ISO 17025 certified, and if they follow the new AOAC method for testing cannabinoids, which was actually developed by Eurofins, which is my recommended lab for manufacturers. So as a retailer, you should also be looking at, obviously within these tests, cannabinoids, but also contaminants. And I've asterisked residual solvents here because sometimes, depending on the extraction process, you may not need to do that test. And terpenes are also optional, but they are helpful in some instances, dependent, if it's a topical, they may be more beneficial. But also you can look at terpenes and determine if a product has been spiked or not in some instances with CBD isolate. So a lot of products on the market right now are like 3,000 milligram CBD full spectrum. You can't legally get to that point without actually spiking it with CBD isolate. So you can kind of look at the terpene test and figure out if maybe that has been adulterated. So another thing that retailers may consider is private labeling. And it definitely improves margins. But the first thing I would ask is, what is your purpose for doing this? Nature's Hemp Oil was a brand that a Navi market didn't private label, but I private labeled. And I went into it trying to understand the supply chain more, but also trying to develop a product that was specific for my needs. And I went through 3 manufacturers before I found one that I felt comfortable working with in the long term. So it's a long process to find that company, but it can improve your bottom line. So if you are going down this path, consider who you want to work for. There's tons of companies out there that do this. Where are they sourcing their hemp? Where they're sourcing it, is that important to you? What are their product offerings? What labs do they provide? Is their facility audited or certified? And go to their facility and look at it and look back in their supply chain so that you can really understand what's in your bottle. So if there's any manufacturers in the room, I think it's just important to remember that this is a very long process. Retailers are getting inundated left and right from manufacturers that are saying, I have the best CBD product ever, try it. And it's important to be patient. And this is just a high-level overview of our process. So you can see that there are many steps before actually going forward with the product. So be patient. So now that I've gone through some of the insights into how we choose brands, I'd like to go through some myths and cautionary tales in the industry. So the first one is bioavailability. I've seen so many companies that are claiming 90% or even 99% bioavailable CBD. So an IV is 100%, has an absolute bioavailability of 1, which is 100%. So every other product is compared to that level. And so PO is an oral use like a capsule or a tincture. And you can see that it peaks at about 50%, but this is really dependent on how it absorbs in your body. So there's water-soluble supplements like vitamin C that are pretty immediate, whereas CBD is fat-soluble. So it has to go through the liver first and is cleansed before it goes into the intestinal wall. So in reality, CBD on average for an oral or sublingual is usually around 10%, and topicals, it's like 3%. So there are ways to improve this percentage, and one of them, because it's fat soluble, it helps to take it with a high fat snack, and that can raise it to that 50% level at peak. So when you consider the science of a 99% bioavailability, I mean, I've seen a lot in this industry, but I've never seen a CBD IV. So, however, I would imagine that as these companies continue to invest in science, then I wouldn't be too surprised if we see like a 60% to 80% bioavailability in the future. However, actually, before I get to this, when you do see these bioavailability studies, make sure to ask for the research. And don't just ask for the research, but actually read it, or get somebody knowledgeable on the subject to read it. Because earlier this year, I was actually at Expo West, and someone said that they had a 90% bioavailable water. I was like, okay. So send me your research. So they sent it to me, and it turns out they'd actually copied an insulin study and said that it was their CBD study. So if you ask for research, read it, or find somebody who knows the topic to read it. Moving on, if somebody does do a bioavailability study, it's very difficult to do in the US. And this is because someone has to do a blood plasma clinical trial, which means that they have to get approval from an institutional review board. And this board will then ask, because you're doing a blood plasma trial on CBD, that they will ask you if you have your investigational new drug application or petition from the FDA, which I'm pretty sure no one in this room or in this event or in the industry besides GW Pharmaceuticals has this petition or whatever, the IND. And so it's just roadblock after roadblock. If they even actually did get IRB approval, they would then have to test the flow of CBD in blood plasma with approved methodologies. These methodologies don't exist, at least not for CBD. So again, roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. I've gone around and asked a bunch of labs for this, for if they have any approved methodologies, and if you are a lab in the room that does, come and find me. But to my knowledge, they don't exist. So another myth and cautionary tale is water solubility. So a lot of companies out there are promoting this, and oil and water don't mix. So it's not really water soluble. Some companies have cracked a water dispersible, so it disperses through the water column. However, it doesn't actually solubilize into the water. And most of this time, if it is a water dispersible, it's isolate, not full spectrum or broad spectrum. So again, if a company is touting this, ask for their research, ask if they're using isolate or not, and just keep harping on it. Try it yourself, of course. Now, the other thing when it comes to water, and this is a big one, is CBD water in K-cups. So I can't speak for CBD that's in aluminum cans, but GW Pharmaceuticals did a study on, GW Pharmaceuticals is the company that has the FDA-approved drug for epilepsy called Epidiolex, and they conducted research on CBD in plastic water bottles and found that CBD hates water so much that it would rather stick to the plastic than the water itself. So while there might be 20 milligrams going into the bottle, there's not 20 milligrams coming out. So if someone is selling this, ask to see their studies on flow-through, or what's in the bottle before or what's in the bottle after. And hopefully they're testing that, but if not, as a retailer, you could test that latter half of it. This is also a similar case with Keurig cups. And most of that CBD is getting stuck in the cup and isn't actually flowing through. So again, you want to make sure that the retail or the manufacturer is testing it before and after. And then if you don't trust that after, find a lab and test it yourself. So, not to be a Debbie Downer anymore on some of the problems in the industry, some really important things, most of all, is find ways to educate your customer. And everyone's customer is different. Your customers may be extremely educated. So you can create unique ways to educate that group. Some of them may be completely uneducated, and usually that's the case. They don't know the difference between hemp extract and hemp oil and CBD and cannabinoids and full spectrum and broad spectrum and like, whoa, you know, it's complete confusion. So find ways to educate the consumer and make things very simple. And also, don't forget that there's more to hemp than just CBD. It's a huge thing right now, and there's more cannabinoids that are going to be coming out, but there's also the grain side. It's a superfood. It has so many benefits in that regard. It's a cosmetic. It also has a really fabulous fiber that has yet to even scratch the surface and might even be bigger than the CBD market. So thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions if we have time. And of course, visit our website, anavimarket.com, and follow us on all the social medias at Anavi Market. We produce a lot of different blogs and educational content that can help answer a lot of the questions that you may have. Interesting question. Oh yeah, the question is, why do people buy from Anavi Market when the brands that we sell are ubiquitous? So not totally sure. I mean, it could be the trust factor, it could be pricing, it could be a lot, you know, marketing. We happen to meet that person. It could be a whole range of things. Who knows? You know, why do you buy from whatever store that you buy from? You know, it's everyone's personal beliefs, and I would say mostly, though, it's probably a trust factor. We get a lot of people that come up and say, oh yeah, I've been looking for where to buy products that actually we know are quality and effective. And you know, the education, of course, brings people back because they know that we know what we're talking about. Oh yeah, I mean, you know, we're online, so they could go to, you know. Not really. I think it's just, you know, the brand and the story, and yeah, I don't know. Oh, where is the mic? Mm-hmm.
Because that product is really good, but what happens with me in the beauty business is that sometimes the company's product gets out of hand. It's on Amazon, it's everywhere. So they don't know that. They trust you, and it's your brand. So it kind of protects you in the business that this is your product, and you don't have to worry about it being everywhere else.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, I mean, private labeling is a great route to take if you are looking for brand protection, and if you're looking for, you know, to develop your business model in a different manner as well. One more time? Yeah, good, cool.
Thank you. All right. We're going to finish up with a nice little panel discussion. I'm going to quickly introduce Christine Kapperman. She'll introduce our panelists. Christine is the Director of Content Insights for New Hope Network, Editor-in-Chief of the Merchandiser, Natural Foods Merchandiser, NFM. And so, Christine, just take it away.
we'll get seated here, and I'm excited to end the day like this. I hope everybody's still awake and doing well and ready to talk about the front lines of this industry. And so here we have two great retailers that are been on the front lines, not just of this industry, but serving up health in awesome ways for so many years. It's just a deep passion. I think you'll learn from these two today. But so not only is that health, but they've taken on this category with passion as well, and they're really leading the way both as far as their businesses, but standing up for quality as well, and education. And we're going to just talk about all of that great stuff. So who do we have here? We have Andrea McGrath from Rainbow Market down in Kentucky. So we all know how important that is to the industry. And then Abraham Neighbors here from Mustard Seed Market and Cafe in Ohio. And so I'm going to let them start by just giving us a little bit of a virtual tour of what their stores are and a little bit about your hemp CBD set. I'm going to let you start, and then I'm going to find the clicker.
Okay, for sure. So we have our hemp CBD set all together right now, and we have some items that we're spreading out throughout function. But we wanted to bring everything together, not just to protect us for loss prevention, but also to encourage that conversation with our customers. This is an herb, like all herbs, that really requires additional education. I like to say there's no one plant, medicine, herb that's good for every body all the time. So the more we can talk to our customers, the more we can help educate them, the better we feel and the better job we can do. So that was one thing that was really important to us, was putting it together so that we could have that conversation. And then as the industry has grown, we've been putting it into its function-specific sets to help customers see, if you're going for turmeric for inflammation, turmeric is a fantastic option, and CBD can help support that turmeric, and likewise. So trying to help customers become more comfortable with not just CBD helping them, but other herbs that can help them as well. Let's see, we do have a couple pictures of things we have done as far as our private label.
Yeah, and we'll get to some of those.
Okay.
Yeah. Tell us how many stores you have and maybe a little bit of that, how the stores might be different. You are carrying this in all stores, right?
Yes, we do have CBD at all locations. We have 5 locations, 4 in Louisville, Kentucky, and 1 in New Albany, Indiana. One of our locations is a wellness center, so it doesn't have grocery, but it has a fantastic educational kitchen and some wonderful rooms for local professionals to practice and see clients there as well. All of our stores, I like to say you can tell we're a family because we're definitely all related, but we're all very different because we wanted to be able to serve the specific communities that we're located in.
Great, good. All right, and how about Abraham? If you, do have a couple pictures of Abraham stores. We'll start with like a little bit about who your stores are, how that came to be, and then what that set looks like for you.
Sure. So my parents, Margaret and Philip Neighbors, started Mustard Seed Market and Cafe 38 years ago. It was in April of 1981. And so I, like my brother, grew up in the family health food business. And so today we own and operate 3 large-scale grocery stores and 2 restaurants. Our largest location is in Solon, Ohio at 56,000 square feet. Our flagship store in our Montrose location, which is one of our 2 Akron locations, is 36,000 square feet. And our newest one in Highland Square, our small store, is 26,000 square feet. So in our supplement set, we have probably, I would say, 8,000 different products. So we are a wide variety, the A through Z, everything under the sun, all the top quality brands. And so we actually have a glass case with shelves. We did it not just to protect the product. It's not locked, anybody can open it, but at least it's behind glass that slides open. And we did it to really have all of our CBD products stand out from the rest. And the shelves are lit with LED strips, so you can't miss it.
Perfect. And well, I'll let you keep talking.
Okay.
So share with us a little bit about what where does hemp CBD fit into the overall strategy for your business, and what might be the strategy, how is it might be different for this particular category?
Sure. Yeah, I'm selling supplements for 38 years. We've seen the Dr. Oz boom and bust stuff come and go, but we've never seen anything like the CBD industry. It's selling 4 times faster of everything else, and the growth projections I keep looking at keep getting crazier. But it really is a strategic inflection point as we see it, because the word of mouth has gone viral, and you have people who have never cared about shopping in a natural food store coming into our store asking us, where is it? I've heard people use it. And so we're happy to show them and tell them all about it, because education is pretty much our #1 strong suit, and that's what we push all the time, every day. But one of my sayings I like to tell people is that you can't CBD your way out of a vitamin D deficiency. So this is a wonderful opportunity to get a new natural food customer in your store. And so that's why we're spending more specific marketing dollars to let the whole community know that we are the go-to spot if you want solid answers.
Perfect. How about you on just the broad strategy? And I know that you've done even some serious looking at how you divide it, even bookkeeping wise, to look at it.
Absolutely. As far bookkeeping wise, we definitely wanted to follow along how all of our other categories were doing without CBD. CBD has been fantastic for us, but it's not the only product on the shelf. You can love your new baby, but you love your other children too. So we want to make sure everybody was getting attention. And just like you said, absolutely, CBD is wonderful, but the hemp plant isn't going to cure everything. We still have other things we want to take care of. So we wanted to make sure to check and track how we were doing with and without CBD. Pretty much over a year now, we've been looking at how things have been going with and without. And I'm sorry, what was the other part?
And then how about just like the broad strategy? How important is this to your business strategy?
How important is CBD? Yeah. Of course, it's very important with how the market is going, but I personally wouldn't say that it's more important than anything else on our shelves. We look at CBD like we look at all of our other products for quality and standards, for sourcing, for testing. Education is important for us with CBD, of course, but also with adaptogens and probiotics and somebody who's on a keto diet. So it is very important, but it's not really above anything else. We just want to fold it into everything else we have that can help create more health and happiness, spread more wellness, educate as many people as we can so that it's easy for them to incorporate into their everyday life.
Sure, good. And you know, as we sit here, we're talking so much about the future and what is that next future. From a retailer perspective, can you maybe start with giving us a little bit of what is that runway that you see on your retail shelves?
Sure. Well, that's part of why we're spending specific marketing dollars to let our communities know that we have the best products and we have the best education. Because right now, the saturation of natural food stores is pretty much there. Where it's not saturated yet, but is rapidly coming, are the gas stations, the conventional grocery stores, heck, DSW shoes, malls are selling it all over the place. And so, with 1,500 plus brands, and again, them coming out every 3 seconds, it's going to be one of the biggest ubiquitous products that everybody knows about. And so for us, we only play the quality game. And we have to have the education to back it up. And so the race to the bottom of price is going to be here before you know it. And so that's why, just like we've done to differentiate ourselves as an entire company, we only want to sell the very best natural products that exist. And we only want to sell the grade A quality supplements. So of course, we're only going to sell the best CBD products and stand behind them.
Perfect. Do you want to give any tips on what are maybe some of those top line? We just looked at what that meant for one store owner. Some other things that maybe you are looking for, or do you have your standards out there on the web that brands could find out what that quality means for you?
Sure. It's interesting. We use the same exact quality checklist for CBD products that we do for every other type of dietary supplement that we vet. So we only carry what we consider grade A quality products, and we have a saying that we appreciate healthy competition among friends that we respect. And unfortunately, that's probably about 10% of the industry. And there's a lot of people who have no idea about the laws on the books, like DSHEA, or how to legally label something, or are they a scientifically standardized company? Because this is a green rush, and so you have everybody wanting to get a piece of the pie going on right there, and you have venture capital people, you have people coming from the marijuana industry, and a lot of people are not doing it in the right way. So you have to get every little variable right, and it's not just one thing, it's everything. So it's a whole checklist that we put everything through. And so, we created our own private label brand, and so that's just what we did as well to create. And so you have to look, as mentioned earlier, what are the genetics? What is the purity? What other added ingredients on there? For us, certified organic is incredibly important. and then it has to be standardized, scientific, and very clean legal labels so that customers can also understand.
How about you, Andrea? Going back to that future, what's the future look like on your front lines down in Kentucky?
Kentucky is very, very special and very lucky when it comes to hemp. It's been a fantastic crop for a lot of our farmers, replacing losses that they've seen with other crops. So it's incredible the amount of locals we have that are growing hemp and the fantastic options we have. Some are not as fantastic, of course. We do all of our vetting, but we have a lot of great options locally. The future is really hard to predict, but it's really exciting to see where it's going, especially with our the love that we have for our local communities and our local farmers, the things that they have and the things that they can do for us. I see us going a lot more in that, focusing on them like we always have, focused on our locals. Also growing the education, partnering with as many as our locals as we can to have more educational opportunities for our community to get together and ask questions and talk about all the different options and how to find your different lines. And of course, we can't tell them exactly which ones will be best for them because there is no way to tell that, but kind of give them all the information they need to make that choice for themselves. And also making it fun for them, different ways to use CBD, like we did in our holiday guide last year. So last year we made a recipe with a peppermint cheesecake with a peppermint CBD, and that was a great eye-opener for a lot of customers that it doesn't have to be, just an oil that you take or just a topical. There are a lot of other ways to use the oil as well, or use the plant as well.
Yeah. Let's talk about customer acquisition. Yes, the buzz is out there, word of mouth. You said it's kind of this magical new thing we didn't expect in brick and mortar health food stores. So, but you're investing, talk about I'm assuming you're getting that as well, but you're also investing a lot in marketing. So this is one example. I think I have a few more. Share with us what the marketing looks like for you.
Well, we have a fantastic events and marketing team, so luckily we've been able to do a lot of things on our own. With marketing, we really want to be able to share what's most important to us, of course highlighting our locals, but what's really most important is the education and the cleanliness, the purity of the product. So making sure that it has fantastic sourcing, that we've checked all the boxes as far as everything that we've talked about today, not just the mycotoxins and residues, but checking everything as that plant cleans the soil so well. We want to make sure that we can provide only the best for our customers. We partnered with a local cornbread hemp to put up a billboard that speaks exactly to what we want to, legendary quality. It's a plant that's been with us since before humanity, as was said earlier, and quality is something that's very, very important to us. We want to make sure that our community knows that as well, that we continue to stay committed to quality throughout the whole time, and even with this new fantastic craze.
Sure. And have you been doing billboards with other products, or was this a brave new marketing world for you?
We do billboards, yeah. We have been working billboards for a while now, partnering with our locals and some nationals. So that wasn't brand new for us, but it is a newer one that I love looking at when we drive by, absolutely. Sure. And then we have been lucky enough to partner with a local farmer and a local extractor to find our own CBD label, and we worked with Louisville Label to make our labels as well. Really proud of this one. We were able to travel to different farms, talk to the people who were touching the plants, growing the plants. I wanted to see the dirt where the plant was being grown, wanted to make sure that it was grown not just because it's a commodity crop, but grown because it's a beautiful plant that can do so much for us. And we want to see that they love the plant, because if you love the plant and you treat it well, then it will treat you well. So that was very important to me to be able to see that.
And how about up in Ohio? I know you've done some of the same marketing. Is there some additional marketing tips, tricks, successes you can share?
Sure. Well, we basically bookended our city with large billboards, like 45 feet wide on the main street. So we're shouting it from the rooftops. We have in store, we have floor signs that says CBD with an arrow towards the case. Anybody else frustrated with Facebook marketing at all? Yeah, right. But we're still trying and doing all that. We've partnered with like a local spa to custom make them spa products to incorporate into their beauty offerings, and we custom made products for them to do that. And so we have a news segment coming out. And so we're really trying to have these fun, unique local partnerships that we can really push the PR as hard as possible right now, because it's strike while the iron's hot. And so everybody needs to know that where you're the place to purchase it from, and you're selling the good stuff.
Sure. But talk to me about conversion, right? Getting people in for one product, how are you, we can talk about education a little ways down the road, but what are we doing to keep them in the store, know that there is all the great food service to also be leading with?
Yeah, so like many other retailers, you can tell when a CBD customer comes into your door because they go straight to the CBD product, that's all they want to talk about, and they want to get out. And so we've trained our supplement staff to say, is there anything else we can help you with? You know, that we have a restaurant upstairs. Have you ever tried our food service? You know, just know that we're a community resource for you. If you have any other dietary supplement questions, you know, we'll be happy to spend as much time with you as possible. And just even just offering to help somebody is something a lot of other stores don't do because you're happy to get a sale. But we put a big focus on wanting to let them know that we have a potential new customer for life walking through our door. And if we can add to value to them and help them in any way, it literally has the potential to be worth a lifetime worth of grocery shopping.
Sure. And I know you do a lot of that kind of education, and talk about what that process looks like for you in your store.
Well, obviously educating our staff so that they can also answer the questions, you know, whoever is able to come up to the customer and help them. But yes, acknowledging that it's possibly a customer who's never been in a natural food market before, and saying that it's understanding that it can be kind of overwhelming. We have lots of options. Let's help narrow that down for you. Ask some leading but closed-ended questions to kind of get to what their biggest focus is. And if they definitely just want the CBD, well, perhaps we talk about why are you taking CBD. If it's for sleep, we could also talk about passion flower or valerian. If it's for inflammation, we can talk about boswellia or turmeric. So just giving them more options that there are other herbs, other plants, other foods that can help with your endocannabinoid tone, not just hemp. And there are other herbs, plants, foods that can help your specific concern, not just hemp. So making sure that that's just casual in conversation as we're talking through them. And again, reiterating that we're here to help educate. That's why we're all here. We love talking about this stuff. So any questions they have, they can reach out to us personally on the phone or come to our website, email any questions, just to make sure that they get the answers they need to get to their health and happiness.
Now here's the silly question. Is there any way to measure the success of this in conversion or retention of this new customer base?
Of course, we can run reports and look at customer counts and do things like that. But on the floor, my favorite part of it is when a customer comes back and says, you really helped me with this. Now I have this problem. What can you recommend? Or I went to a different store and they couldn't really answer my questions. Can you guys help answer my questions? So I think it's good to have both ways. Of course, you want to look at the data. We want to look at the numbers, see how many customers are coming, see what our new customer count is. But we also want to hear that feedback from our customers, and we try to give them opportunities to give that to us, not just in conversation, but also in surveys that we may send them, or when we have our different events, we'll have surveys for them there so they can say how well are we doing, what else they would like us to do, just to help continue to make that connection and solidify it.
And I love, because that's kind of how you were built. That's how so many of us in this industry were built, right? So that service, again, to health is number one, even with this new era.
Always, absolutely.
Right. So how about education? I'll throw that one at you. And I know education is important, both outward, but also staff.
Sure. So I am Mustard Seed's Director of Education, and so I helped to launch and create an entire education department for our company. And so I host about 100 consumer lectures a year. And so I have created our CBD 101 PowerPoint presentation that I offer about once a month at all 3 of our locations. And I'm getting about 100 to 150 people at each location every single time. And it's mostly all new people. Because what we have is the demand and the hype is at an all-time high, but the education is an all-time low. And so the more we keep offering that service, the more we can then convert more and more customers, not just to CBD products, but then hopefully over time to our whole store. And so we just launched our loyalty program, so it's been fascinating to see the CBD only customers. And so we can offer them not just additional coupons to incentivize them to buy CBD with us, but then we're starting to throw other stuff at them. So like, here, check out our restaurant, check out this department over here.
Now, are customers getting to these more advanced levels that we've been talking about earlier today? Are they understanding the endocannabinoid system and things beyond the letters CBD?
Yes and no. I mean, even after like an hour and a half PowerPoint presentation, I get questions on like what I just talked about 2 slides ago. So I can continue to educate, but for many people it's overwhelming. A lot of people aren't scientifically minded. And so it's really layer after layer, and that's why we put so much focus on training our supplement staff. And so continuing education for them is one of our #1 priorities, because many customers they need to hear it multiple times over and over again. That's why we can't stress enough the importance of like trifolds and education and marketing take-homes, so that they can actually take time to absorb it at home, and they get to hear it from us, they get to read and see it on a paper, and they'll see it over and over again, and that's usually what helps.
And I think even with staff, you pointed out, how many times do you make staff do the same training?
With CBD, I've personally trained our entire supplement staff with the same exact content probably 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, that's an incredible commitment, but repetition, repetition, repetition.
Yeah.
Is anything different in Kentucky?
No, not as far as education, no. We have customers that come in and they know exactly what they want. They have great questions. They ask to see all the COAs. They ask about terpenes, and it's wonderful. But of course, we have customers that come in and say, I've heard about this BCD and it's good. What can you tell me about it? What's it going to help for me? So I think we have all varieties of customers walking in, absolutely. And with our staff, I would say almost similar. We have some staff coming in already educated, already knowing a little bit about it. And that is something that we do with our onboarding and that we do throughout ongoing education with our staff as well. And then we do have staff that it seems like it clicks right away. They hear it, they get it, and it sticks. So I think that's probably the same for all of us. We have education of all levels.
Sure.
And constantly repeating it, yes. Never
Right.
stop doing it.
We all need that.
Keep educating, keep going, and as narrow as possible. One of the things I found was from some of mine, I had a little bit too much information, so keeping it concise so that people can actually absorb it is a great option.
That's a good point. So when you're out there speaking, I know you both do lots of community speaking engagements, keeping it very narrow, but knowing that you're a resource on a regular basis.
Oh, I'm terrible at that.
I
Keeping it narrow?
Oh yeah. I'm a more is better type of person when it comes to education, so I just unload the dump truck over and over again.
Yes. I love to ask customers, well, how much time do you have to talk about the endocannabinoid system? Because if you want to, I can go for a while.
Come over and sit down at the cafe and we'll have a chat.
Yes, we can do that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, there you go. Good, and we just have a few minutes left, but I know we have 2 things I wanted to hit is, from the retail side, this is your opportunity to talk to brands about what you need from folks in this challenging environment. And then I also know that you went ahead and not only did private label, but went the next step. So why don't we start with you about why you went the next step, and then what you need from brands.
Sure. So yeah, this is our mustard seeds private label, and we worked long and hard to get all of our specs that we designed on paper to actually get a manufacturing partner that could fulfill our very detailed checklist. Because we knew that we didn't want to just go through all this work to sell it as a private label in our store, but we made it so that we could wholesale it to other retailers, and we're selling it online now. Because we've never seen a supplement trend like this, and it's not just for money, like you mentioned earlier. Why are you doing this? I mean, I have had the customer testimonials of people coming in using these products have been just outright phenomenal. And in this industry, we are very privileged and lucky that we have the opportunity to legitimately help people. And there's a lot of people who need a lot of help right now. And so it's just it's a really exciting time. I mean, when you have something like Prohibition is ending and now this whole green rush is coming, it's been a really fun and exciting wave to surf.
Sure. So, and then what do you want to say to the brands here? What do you need when they're coming into trying to get on shelf?
Stand out. Stand out, support us, educate, run all the tests. I know terpenes aren't necessary, but I would like to see them. I know glyphosate isn't necessary, but I would like to see that. So the more information, the better, and commitment to educating our staff and community. That's the biggest thing to us.
And just because I didn't answer that question
sir.
before, but it's really, really important to play the retail supplement game. If you're going to try to sell to a natural food industry, you have to have, I mean, you can hear both of us talk about how stringent and strict we are and how detail oriented. So you have to have all your ducks in a row and don't just focus on your product. What are you going to do with it? How are you going to push it? How are you going to work it? What's your demo schedule? Do you offer consumer lectures? You know, how much samples do you give the staff members? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You get the staff behind your product, they're going to sell and push it. That's why you see all the reps and brokers offering, you know, a dump truck full of sample bags every 3 seconds to them.
True. Well, I know we could really dive deep and ask a lot more questions, but we're out of time. And so I'm going to turn it over to Todd and thank these great people for all that you do in the industry and for the time today.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Well, now it's time to say goodbye for the few, the proud, the strong, all the rest of you are here. Thank you for another great session. Speaking of session, newhope.com/session, and you can download all of the PowerPoints that were here. They're not going to be up for probably a couple of weeks. We got to recover from this crazy show. But again, thank you for sticking around. We really appreciate it. Have a great show out there at Expo East, our last show in Baltimore. And step up to organic, hashtag step up to organic. Thank you. See you at Expo West. Have a good show.